electoral vote.
Remember, Maine's the other one. We
All
still
right,
haven't
sorry
called
about
that
that,
other
everybody.
congressional
Hopefully
district
you
there
come back.
either. And similarly, conservative
not to
Wyoming,
be a
President
nasty
Trump will
person,
wrap
but
up another easy victory
you know, I
there.
can cuss in
And the
this
story
channel.
is the same in
Fucking
North
YouTube
Dakota,
didn't
where the
give me my
president
chat.
comes out on top.
So
And
hopefully people come
unsurprisingly,
back. I don't
Trump
know what
also
to do
wins
about
South
it.
Dakota.
In
That's
New York,
a couple
the
times
Fox News
YouTube has done
decision
that
desk can
shit to
project
me
that
now.
Joe Biden will cruise to an easy
So I don't
victory
know what
over
is wrong
President
with
Trump in
YouTube
a place
doing
that he
that
used to
crap.
call his hometown. He calls
Hopefully
Florida
people
home
come
now.
back.
Biden will, yes, Biden will also win the state of Colorado.
Goddamn
according to
YouTube.
our
I mean,
decision
fuck
desk
me,
there,
get
but
your
too
shit
early to
right.
project a winner
Sorry,
in New
guys.
Mexico.
It wasn't
where
you,
Biden
it was me.
enjoyed strong support in
YouTube
pre-election polling.
started me up
Turn
and
now
didn't
to
have
the
the
Senate
chat
races,
and wouldn't let
where
me do
polls
the
have
chat.
just closed. The first state,
So
Colorado,
I had to
where our decision desk
I had to
can
kill the
now
stream and
project
reboot.
that
So
Democratic Governor
please,
John
if you know
Hickenlooper,
anybody
the
that
former
was
governor
here,
there,
please
will
contact
oust
them.
Republican Senator Cory Gardner
share the stream
in the
because,
first
yeah.
Senate flip of the night. Remember, Republicans or
that
Democrats
was really
need
uncool.
4 net or 3 and the White House to
me
take
turn
over
it down a
control.
little bit.
This is 1 net.
How's everybody doing tonight? Sorry to come in a little hot and pissed off. But yeah, YouTube, get your shit together. This has happened on my other channel a couple times and here. Nice job, guys, because I know there was a lot more people and now it just screwed up and nicked a bunch of
Similarly,
people.
Michigan Senator Gary Peters,
So
a
hopefully
Democrat,
Joker's
is
Nation,
ahead
everybody
of
finds the
Republican
stream again.
John
I saw they
James,
were here.
although it is too early to
Just as I
project
was trying to
a
reset
winner
it,
in that race.
I could see the stream on my channel, but I couldn't see it here.
In Nebraska and Wyoming.
Jim Patterson, welcome back. Yes,
through
YouTube
that
is a
one.
joke
That's
because
a long list.
they wouldn't
A
let
lot of
my
information
chat
in there.
come
I
up.
mean, yeah, obviously some of those races
This has
President
happened
Trump
a
has spent
couple
a lot
times.
of time on in Michigan.
I'm going to
for John
apologize to
James,
everybody right now. I may be
veteran,
having to eat
who
here in
has
front of
run
you.
before,
I got medication
in
I
the
got to
state of
take.
Michigan and running
Look at
again
that
now.
nice
Gary
bag
Peters
of
giving him a
pills.
run for his money.
Isn't that
That one,
sexy?
as we said, too close to call.
So I got some
really,
medication I got to take. I just got done working
Michigan, where
out.
it goes on the presidential, as you look at the race to 270,
That's Riker.
it's now
He's
129
grown.
to 94.
He can use
How
steps
Michigan
now.
and the
I
presidential
know there were
race
more
fares
people
there
here. Hopefully they
could
come
affect
back.
that Senate race very
yeah.
closely. Let's just
Crap.
talk for a second. Cory Gardner losing
Let me
to
see if
John
I can message a
Hickenlooper,
few
Chris.
people.
Gardner
How's everybody
was one
doing
of the most
tonight?
vulnerable senators
Is this
out there.
going the way you
Colorado is
thought,
purplish,
anybody,
leaning
or
blue.
good or bad?
Your thoughts?
What do you think?
Well, it's interesting.
And how
There
are my
about
levels?
9
I can
toss-up
definitely turn
races,
up
but
the
there were
level
2
from
that
them.
looked likely to flip.
Better?
One was Alabama.
So let
Doug
me
Jones
know if
against
you
Tommy
want any certain
Tuberville.
level up or down.
And interestingly enough, we haven't called that. Everybody thought that was likely to go
Bunny,
to the GOP.
Bernie
We
Sanders,
haven't
and
called it
Jim?
yet. Not to say it won't happen.
Man, there were more
And
people
then
here.
the
God,
other
that
one was
ticks me off.
leaning
I really
Democrat
dislike
was
YouTube.
the incumbent Republican.
I don't know if they're going to be able to find it or if they're even going to try
against,
coming
the
back.
Former governor, two-time mayor.
You should
of
be able to.
Denver,
YouTube should
two-time
owe
governor
you
of
something when they
Colorado,
do that type
failed
of stupid
presidential
crap.
candidate in this cycle, John Hickenlooper. So assuming that Doug Jones does lose, we're
How
exactly
are
where
my
we were at the beginning of the
settings?
night, which is a 53-47 majority
Corey,
for the Republicans. They need to pick up 3 more seats, flip 3 more Republican
Well,
seats.
Buddy, I'm
and win
sorry,
the
but
White
you
House
are
so
in
that you'd have
Colorado,
Kamala
hon.
Harris as the tiebreaker,
man,
or
I'm not
net,
gonna lie to you guys.
to take over
Except
the
for
Senate.
where I had no
Couple of
choice.
things. I've been
See,
in touch
in
with
Illinois,
the Biden campaign. They
in
are,
Illinois,
although we
guys,
haven't
if
called
you
it, they're
have
waving
a
the white flag
race,
of defeat in
and
Florida.
there's only one person
They
of
think
one
that
party, and
Florida
there's
is
nobody
gone,
else on the ticket for
accentuating
that
the
part, that
positive,
race.
making the best
If
case
you
of
don't
it.
fill
They
in your
say
circle,
that they very much
sometimes your ballot
underperformed
can get
among
totally
Cuban
screwed up and
Americans.
disavowed.
They think that the
So I had to fill in
president's
for a few
socialism,
Democrats that I didn't want to for
Biden
judges
allegation
because I know something about them and they're
What they're
turds.
saying is
but
there are not
you
a
can
lot
get
of
your
Cuban
ballot
Americans
disavowed.
outside of Florida, so they don't think that'll be an issue in other Hispanic
I
communities.
almost
They say
voted
they're
as much as
overperforming,
possible. First time in my
Ohio,
life,
in the
a straight
suburbs,
ticket.
You heard Bill Hemmert
And
talk
I
about
blame
around Columbus.
the,
They say in Cincinnati they're overperforming as well.
I
You
blame the
mentioned his
Democrats
name,
for
as
it.
in the debate, we have to bring him in. Bill
All right,
Hemmer,
guys.
Bill Hemmer's at the board.
Sorry,
Bill
if
of
you know
Ohio,
anybody
can
knows
ask the
anybody that
question.
was
Well, Bill,
here that didn't make it
can I
back,
tell
please
you
let me
one thing,
know.
Bill?
Sure can, yeah.
Or
My
please
son,
contact
Peter,
them if you
has
can.
just sent me an email and he
I'm
says,
gonna try to
"Does
message a
Hemmer
few right
really
now
know
on my other
all of those
screen
counties,
here.
or
Well,
is
not
he
other
reading
screen,
off a
but my other
teleprompter?" And I
flip
said,
over.
"Do not tug on Bill Hemmer's cape."
No, exactly.
Let's see if I can find a couple people.
Yeah, but are you reading off a teleprompter, or do you really?
No, I'm just looking at this monitor right here, which shows me you, actually. And you,
A couple people I have in here.
Start pointing at various points of my
This is
face.
a perfect time to mention the race of
Let me
1876,
see if
where
I
you
can
and Brett
grab the
covered that.
stream
And
link.
so now's a
Copy it.
Play nice
that
here.
Brett and
I
I
can
covered
easily
the election
paste that
of
over a few
2000 in
people, too.
Tallahassee, and that's where Brett Brett and I became friends for the first time.
That is true. You were at another network.
We've got that on you guys, okay?
But all right, so let me ask you about the Biden campaign claims that they're overperforming in the suburbs of an area that matters a lot to you, Cincinnati. Is that true?
It is true at the moment.
It's a guy I know. I grew up near, and I'm trying to see if he's
buy that argument.
He's very
more
political.
So
Even very one-sided.
Which is Columbus. And up here in Delaware County, where I talked about a little bit before, it's a growing part of the state. Also, a lot of farms too up in Delaware County too.
They're probably watching with
I
the
can
family.
buy that part of the state a little more than I can the argument in Cincinnati. What I will tell you, Chris, however,
these guys are doing.
So what are we? Are pop out here? We're at 59%.
I'm trying to share it out, guys. Sorry if I'm not trying to ignore you.
That is Dayton, Ohio. That is one of a few counties that the president flipped from 2016 to 2020. So what's happening in Dayton, Ohio? Joe Biden's got a clear lead, 60 to 38% right now, but the raw numbers still are a bit on the low side. We're going to get that probably another double, I would say, in Montgomery County.
Sorry, I'm trying to let this guy know, because I don't think he knows how to operate YouTube real well.
This is Butler County. It's north of Cincinnati, the home of Miami University, Oxford, Ohio, class of 1987.
Sorry, I'm trying to rebuild what I lost, because a lot of people were there and just
of the vote from 4 years ago. You see the raw numbers right there, about 160,000. This is where we are now. We're about 110,000, so at least 50,000 votes are still outstanding.
No, he knows
Trump's
how to work
at 53.
Sorry, I got some older friends. They're iffy on here.
64.8. He could get there, but again, a lot of those votes right now outstanding would have to go to him. So I can buy that argument a little bit, Chris. I think.
Trying to catch up here.
So much.
Sorry, the YouTube thing totally screwed me up.
So much of this, 41% of the vote
goddamn YouTube
is yet to be.
All right,
really
Lon,
hate
Dana,
that.
Britt, you're in the game here with Bill, so he's in. Go ahead, you can ask.
I want to ask Bill a question, but I do want to point something out about Colorado and Corey Gardner, who I
want to backpedal, even though I was actually on time.
We kind of knew that
until
Colorado
that
was
happened.
trended blue for some time now. But listen to this number. In the state of Colorado, men versus women in the vote. Biden won the men vote 49 to 47, but listen to this number with women, 61-36.
Not to be a jerk, but what is wrong with you women?
Biden over Trump.
Going like
now,
crazy for Biden.
For an incumbent Republican running with a guy at the top of the ticket that gets crushed
I'm not to be mean here, but it kind of shows one problem women do have over men.
In our country to
you
win
vote with
re-election,
your emotions more than facts.
So who else has a question for
It's kind of annoying because they've even said, if anybody's been watching, a couple channels, Democrat and Republican sides have said, well, the women don't like how Trump was saying what he said. Well, most men will go, we'll vote for the facts.
The thing is,
sorry, guys, still trying to catch up here since that screwed me up, trying to make sure I got it out to a few people.
You know, as you look across these states, if a Republican is going to lose, and you're looking at, you think there's going to be wholesale change. I don't really think so. Like John Hickenlooper was a governor of Colorado, and I know Colorado is more of a reliably blue state now for Democrats, but it's still fairly moderate, and so there's
sorry,
that.
Just trying to. I know you guys are probably chatting away, but I can't see. I'm sorry.
Like in Colorado,
this really Scrooged the pooched on me here.
We're talking about the suburban vote a lot, and I don't know if we can see that on
Can't
the
really
map
see
there.
it just yet. It really hasn't filled in just yet.
Okay.
Well, that's a terrible question then.
What did it do that for? I didn't tell you to do that.
I'll do better next time.
How about North Carolina, like Charlotte, Mecklenburg?
That was my computer
this is
doing
really
that.
interesting, guys.
I can't blame YouTube or anybody for that
You have about 22% of the votes still to be tallied here. Joe Biden's sitting in a pretty good spot at the moment. You mentioned Mecklenburg. This is Charlotte.
That's all I
here,
know of that are on
He's got a 2-to-1 lead right now. Fast math tells me about 500,000.
I think I got
500,000 votes there. So that's about the mark where we were last time around 2016.
Sorry.
Just hold on to these percentages and watch where we are now.
All right, guys, I'm back.
68.4%, a a little better than Hillary Clinton
Justin,
did 4 years ago.
You need some help in deciding who to vote for?
In a state that was decided 4 years ago.
Justin, welcome.
What was it?
Lego battles for the Nintendo DS.
In 2020. Just pop in here
you know,
moment.
Justin, and this is not because I like Trump. I'm going to say Trump because I don't think Biden knows how to work the internet by some of his online stuff he tried doing. So, Justin, if that's what you're basing your vote on and you're still out west where you can vote, I would have to say Trump because I think Trump knows how to work the internet. He can do Twitter, he can do internet. Biden can't, so I'm going to say definitely Trump would be able to work that.
In 2020.
Good question. I like it.
4 years ago. Pop down here. I mentioned this when we came on the air a couple hours ago. This is Robeson County, one of 6 counties that President Trump flipped.
Bunny, honestly, I don't know much about Hickenlooper. I do know I like his name.
So this county here is largely rural.
His name is
and
great.
It's white, and the president's got 58% of the vote. Pretty good number there in that county. In 2016, he was at 52.
Dude, I don't care who you're voting for, buddy. Great comment. I did not see that coming, and I should have.
And we were
I like that.
to tell our viewers.
Trump builds walls. Legos are material walls can be made
up. The numbers were going to skew blue. And then
oh, thank you, Justin. You have pulled me back from the brink after YouTube messing my stream up and kicking people.
That seems to be a bit of the pattern we're seeing
hey,
right now.
Jokers Nation.
Well,
sorry, Joker.
This is too close to call. But
my stream got messed up by YouTube because it didn't boot my chat and wouldn't let me boot the chat.
I'd love to bring in Carl.
I said to end the stream, refresh, bring it back up, and then it would let me do the chat.
About 50% Joe Biden.
So, Joker, if there's anybody else that was here when you were here earlier, please let them know that I'm back on.
By my read, it's about 41% of the vote, and it could be a little bit higher.
I don't know how long I'll be here, guys. This may take a long time, but I may hang out.
Out of my league, by the way. Go ahead.
I do have to take some meds and eat here in a while. So sorry.
I don't know what that means, but.
Yeah, I know you were, Joker. I saw you blink up for a second when I did the refresh because nothing would happen. When I did the refresh, I saw people for a second. I'm like, no. Then when I came back up, nobody was here.
County, San Antonio is 88% in.
Burning Sands was the first one, and Bunny was the second one to come back. Then Jim hopped back into it.
County, my home county, is
hey, Sarge.
All of those are
guys, let me know how the levels are. I know you may want to hear them more than me. And guys, this is a free speech channel.
So if you're
I don't care if YouTube gets cranky with me. You can use bad language. Just be careful using any racial slurs or 1945 German words or something like that. Other than that, I don't mind your speech, and YouTube shouldn't either by the law.
If I'm looking at this,
my camera is going to be up there. Sorry, Carl Rove, who scares the crap out of me.
It hasn't happened.
Looks like Vigo off Ghostbusters 2.
Carl, what do you think the margin is in Texas right now as you look at that?
I do have to be up there, and I do have to be talking a certain amount of time for fair use.
Oh, it's
so sorry about that.
Over the next couple hours.
All right, guys, let me know, how do you, in the chat, sound off?
That's tighter than
let me know how you think tonight's going compared to the way you thought it was going to go.
Ohio and some of what we've seen
do you still think Trump is going to win? I know most of you here said you thought Trump was going to win.
Texas. And look,
Sarge, I think Trump will still eke out a win.
There are always changes.
I think it's going to be a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
West Virginia is now.
It kind of worries me that the American public would vote for Trump or for Biden this much.
Kentucky and
to me, it says a lot bad about the American public, and I'm not saying it because I like Trump. I'm saying it because I have read a lot. I've read a lot of facts. I've gone through a lot of info. And I'm a little bit upset that people are voting. Oh, I hate the orange man over facts.
That the Republicans will keep control
of
the state house.
Common sense. Over
tens of millions of dollars.
There's a lot of blatant reasons not to.
There's a guy.
I have NBC going in the back. Yes, I do not like them.
In state house races,
but I want two different perspectives. I am not a one-sided person.
From either Bloomberg,
so I may turn around and blow them up here and look at them real quick.
Involved in this, or the Silicon Valley guy.
My streaming says it's good.
The money that they poured into an attempt to grab control of the Texas House, so they could.
So how does everybody think it's going?
For the U.S. House of
And
Representatives,
I do not have the chat on there.
It has to be done next year.
Partially because I don't want to block any more than I have to.
You can understand why. I mean, we're growing.
So you guys can actually watch Fox News on here, which is a lot of you wanted, and thank you very much to Robert J. Fiengo for helping me with that.
It looks like we're going to keep control of the
I don't know
House.
if he'll make it in tonight. Everybody knows where Robert is. Please message him because sometimes he doesn't get notifications.
Never in doubt.
And here's Riker.
This
is Riker at 21 weeks. And he's 50
I want to go back to North Carolina really quickly because that seems like a race where Joe Biden.
He now knows how to work
the time that he put in there.
So this is my big boy
Kamala
now.
Harris
He's
down
growing.
there. Joe Biden visited there.
Yes,
it seems as time goes on.
He's down here because I have some food and he smells it.
North Carolina?
Yeah.
I think this is
hey,
getting tighter and tighter
Fuzzman, how you doing?
Frankly, I mean, look where it's drawn.
Sorry I haven't been around as much, Fuzz. I've had my health was a little iffy there for a while. My mom was in the hospital.
Early, right?
I was trying to help my dad out. I
think this could be
taking care of stuff around the house for winter. You can name the list of crap.
20% of the ballots that are still
How are you feeling, Mr. Fuzz?
Carolina, just pop down here to Georgia. Reminder where
Buckle Bunny is upset over her senator's race in Colorado, which means probably
that's out here in Georgia. The president's sitting in the cat seat right now for a moment.
They got a Democrat senator now.
We talked about Atlanta a lot.
Is that what happened, Connie?
Keep an eye on that. Fulton County. Checked this a moment ago. Really,
all right, let's see. Predictions.
Martha, what did you say? There was a
Fire Sarge thinks he will take it. He needs Texas. I think he will win, but I think it's going to be flipping close.
A lot of votes still, but he
way too
down
close
there in Georgia. I don't believe.
Unfortunately, a close race means there's going to be a lot of contention.
Right now, you're looking at
Riker's laying next to me.
Plus north of 2 percentage points in
Florida. Fuzzman, Fuzz is out east. Everybody. Fuzz, if I get this wrong, please feel free to smack me. You're in West Virginia, right?
Donald Trump,
based on the current if I'm wrong, sorry, Fuzz.
That he would win
it's hard to keep track of every state.
Of 4 points. That's still
Jim
possible.
Patterson, Bernie Sanders left, hurt her feelings in the first 5 minutes.
Sunshine. Looks like he's going to win.
I hope not. Bernie Sanders is very,
the Fox News decision
very
right-leaning. Democrats will retain control.
I hope she didn't leave.
Of the House of Representatives and expand their majority by at least 5
What did I do? What sexist remark?
That's a major boost for Democratic House
That was a sexist remark I made?
Pledged to roll back much
wow, I thought it was just kind of factual that women. And I wasn't trying to be sexist. I just think women, and I was going by what they were saying on TV.
Dana, there have been projections
women do tend to vote a little more for feelings than facts.
In the most recent
if women get their feelings hurt, they will ignore a fact. I'm not trying to be sexist if I annoy somebody. Sorry.
Right? So Carl just mentioned it. We brought it up a few times. If you think back to 2018 when we were here doing midterm election analysis.
Damn, I thought Cindy was a little different than that, but okay.
There were 18 seats that the Democrats were able to flip.
So you can't please everybody.
She that was a lot. That was enough to get Nancy Pelosi
I honestly
back
thought
into
she would not get her feelings hurt that easy.
Now remember, those 18 were against impeachment of the president. They wanted her to be much more conciliatory towards the president when it came to a second stimulus bill. That never came. And yet, they all held on.
Pretty rough.
They were able to raise much more money than the Democrats. They had this
as
the Republicans. Carl was mentioning Act Blue. They were just
real votes. I
flooded
expect to
with
see a lot of vote
money, so they were
contesting
able
more
to
votes
hold
coming.
on to those seats. And not only that,
anybody
but
knows what's going on in
if this
Pennsylvania, you got to be
analysis
worried
is
about
accurate,
Pennsylvania.
Maybe even more. And I think that
Pennsylvania is a cluster because the
that will
court
be interesting. And one other point on that
wrongly, and I'm not saying it because I'm once again I like
so
Trump.
I'm actually pretty centrist. That means that we have a census, and
but they ruled that postmarks are going to be fuzzy on when it's postmarked.
State legislatures all across the
signatures are going to be really fuzzy on signatures and not even barely verified. And allow votes up to 9 days after the election.
Solidify those gains.
That is a great way to screw an election and cause a huge problem.
About the House.
Because people just send him in whatever. So when Trump's up 5,000, suddenly 5,000 votes are
negotiation that was going nowhere.
You watch how this happens in Pennsylvania.
And the coronavirus stimulus never came to be.
No, Bunny, I like Cindy. I don't want to annoy her. I just
depends on what the rest.
Honestly, I hate to say this, she just proved my point.
How the House deals with
Bernie Sanders, if you're still here, you just unfortunately accidentally proved my point.
Is that picking up on something
Dana was just rarely will leave as much as they get their feelings hurt. You just did.
Districts really
that is
uncool. Well to moderate Democrats.
We all have our strengths and
in the Trump world,
I can name a lot of men.
When they talk about
but unfortunately, the way you got annoyed that fast at one comment and walked out because your feelings got hurt proved the point.
Of Democrats in the House. But in reality,
didn't like facts. Facts are sensitive. Yeah, exactly.
Who boosted?
Well, the problem is, Jim, facts don't care about your feelings.
And oftentimes,
some facts hurt my feelings.
Democratic candidates
some facts hurt anybody's feelings, but you don't run away because of the facts.
And I think that's what you're seeing now grow.
No problem,
Sarge. I don't think that the way that we talk about the House is in accord with the reality of the House in terms of
Joker's
the way
Nation
Pelosi has managed
I don't understand. I thought Cindy was a little different than that.
Elected to the House
I thought it was a little bit, I don't know, messed up.
Are envious of the way she
I did not expect her to do that.
In the House of Representatives, honestly, as far as votes.
To me, that was a little bit shocking.
She'll continue to do that. Maybe the most consequential race is still
a little bit shocking.
Too early to call, including Florida, 29 electoral votes. As you take a look at our probability meter, 93%. We have not.
What?
We have not called it, but 93% for President Trump. Votes
Cindy is all I get.
What? President Trump electoral votes on the way.
Okay.
270. We'll be right back.
Trying to check the chat. Sorry, I'm trying to check my messaging.
Who knows where that button is?
I don't have silent.
Everyone does, right up here. It happens to all of us. We buy a new home and we turn into our parents. What I do?
A little bit during the ads here. I don't know, guys. Print 2, it's 129.94. Okay. Not where I'd like to be. I'd like to be a little higher.
Who else reads books about?
A little bit worried about the Senate.
My dad.
Because honestly, if Biden does win, we're going to need the Senate. Yeah. And I'm a little bit upset about Bernie Sanders. I really didn't expect her to kind of prove my point. I was going by an analysis done on NBC News, which is very leftist, and Fox News, that I both saw separately, that is more right-leaning. So I didn't expect her to get butthurt about kind of what leftist lady on NBC was saying, and the leftist, right-leaning lady on Fox was saying. Kind of hurt my feelings. Got salt. Yeah, I'm salty about it. God, that just hurts me a little bit because, God damn it, Cindy, fuck me. I really didn't expect her to be like that. Yeah, I got out and voted, Fuzz. My voted sticker became a cat toy. My wife voted, I voted. Of course, in Illinois, you know how that goes. Yeehaw. Living in a two-state zone, it's tough to know what the hell. I get ads from both sides of this river. Let me see. I don't know if I have a way to message her or not.
Make the X chair a customer favorite at home and work.
Oh,
the X chair lets you customize for the same measure of amazing comfort.
Let's see here. I wonder if I got it on here.
Ready to ship the next day, and you can get $100 off.
Thought I did. Let me see. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to message her.
Incredibly comfortable. Call or click to order today.
When we started our business, we were paying like for the postage. I remember setting up ShipStation. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was printing out labels and saving money.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really
she must
easy.
not be on here.
They can order, print everything.
I have to go to Instagram, I guess, wanted to message. Oh,
it's ready to go.
The Burning Sand. No.
Shipping, like we're cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation.
You ever notice sometimes the search
go to shipstation.com
is really kind of crappy?
And get 2 months free.
She's not on Facebook at all. Sorry, I was using Facebook Messenger.
So Florida's
who this guy is? Why is it trying to give me a message him?
To award to President Trump or Joe Biden at this hour. Let's check in with Steve Harrigan.
All right, let me turn this
back
up.
In Lauderhill, Florida. Hi again, Steve.
Martha, they're counting ballots behind me in Broward County, and a couple of storylines really developing here in Florida. One is what's going on in Miami-Dade County. That's, of course, high population, heavily Democratic county. It's a county Hillary Clinton won by 30 points 4 years ago, and something the Democrats need to run up big margins in. However, Biden is leading by just 9 points, so Trump dramatically overperforming in Miami-Dade County. A second storyline is tremendous turnout in some conservative areas. Collier County, where Naples is, 90.1% turnout, and the Villages, conservative bastion, senior citizens in Central Florida, 88% turnout. So it looks like President Trump is so far running up big margins in conservative areas and keeping it close in Miami-Dade, likely through strength with Cuban voters and Hispanic voters. Finally, officials here say things have gone smoothly. The polls opened on time, there have been no security incidents, and the early ballots were processed and counted and posted early. Martha, back to you.
Steve, thank you very much.
Democrats retaining majority of the House, even picking up a few seats tonight, as we just told you. We're also watching the Senate very closely, specifically North Carolina, a race that could be a decider whether Democrats take control of that chamber. Mark Meredith is on the ground at Republican Senator Thom Tillis's headquarters in Mooresville. Mark?
Brett, good evening. Here at Tillis headquarters, they've been watching the numbers very closely, and within the last hour or so, they have seen this race tighten to less than 2 percentage points that they are trailing the former state senator, was Iraq War veteran Cal Cunningham. This is a race that, of course, is not important just only in North Carolina, but everyone that's going to be looking at the balance of power is going to be monitoring what happens here in North Carolina. This was a state that saw record early voting turnout. We saw people that voted the second they could when absentee ballots first went out, as well as October 15th.
he's
the
trying
day
to
that
message.
early voting began in this state. We were at a polling location today, not too far from where we are now, and it was amazing to see that it was so calm because so many of millions of North Carolinians had already taken the chance to vote. I just got done speaking with one of Tillis's supporters as well as advisors, and they, again, were looking at those numbers very closely, remaining somewhat optimistic, but also not certainly popping any champagne corks here at any point. This race is also just so fascinating because it's tied to the presidential race so much.
Sorry,
North Carolina,
trying to
that swing
message
state,
Cindy.
15 electoral votes,
She's
Brett
got
Martha,
to
as you know
message me
very
back.
well.
I doubt
If
it.
the president were able to carry this could be good news to bring Tillis over the finish line. However, of course, if Joe Biden ends up catching the state, this could also be a big boost for the Democratic Senate candidate. There's also a governor's race here in this state that we're watching. Democratic governor doing very well. This has been a big referendum on him when it came to the state's COVID restrictions because in this state, compared to other states like South Carolina, Georgia, you still see several different restrictions in place for businesses. And while you have Republicans that are saying they want to see the state reopen, the governor taking a much more cautious approach.
Didn't West
And
Virginia
it's been
go
curious
for
to see
Trump?
whether or not that was going
I
to
thought
be
it
what
did when I was
voters
on the
were
treadmill.
focused on the
On the
most here,
treadmill, sometimes
not
it's
just
hard to
where we
keep
are in
track.
this part of North Carolina, but
Sorry, guys,
throughout
I do
the
have to
entire state.
Right back.
At Tillis headquarters, it may look like there's nobody right here behind me, but there are plenty of people in this room. Everyone is wearing the masks, not just the media, but also Tillis' supporters, an indication that they're taking things seriously, not only with just COVID, but with how the state sees their operation here. Brett and Martha?
All right, Mark, thank you. Just pointing out, we've already called the House for control to the Democrats, but interesting races along the way. Madison Cawthorn will win in North Carolina. That is Mark Meadows, the White House Chief of Staff's seat. He had a bumpy road there in the campaign. He will become the youngest member of
Fuzz, it is
Congress.
way too close.
He's,
hey, Jennifer, how's
in
your
the waist
sister
down.
doing?
People might remember
resting
him
and
from the
feeling very
Republican
sore.
National Convention, standing up on the stage.
Yeah,
during
Jim,
that,
you're close enough. You guys get the both Illinois, too.
Ronnie Jackson.
And I'm right here on the Mississippi River, so I get it all.
Not a huge surprise win, but you may know that he was the president's doctor at the White House at one point, and Ronnie Jackson
Fuzz, honestly,
will
this is closer than I thought it was going to be.
Of Congress.
And if people were educated,
pepper some of those interesting
closer
races,
than it
even
should
though
be.
control will stay.
It just kind of shows how a lot of people, not just women, Cindy,
who is joining us now,
are
senior
voting
editor at the Federalist, and
by
Byron
their
York,
feels,
Washington
not
Examiner
their
correspondent.
facts.
Both are Fox News contributors. Great to have both of you.
Bunny, thank you. I think it maybe was a mildly sexist remark, but so what?
So far.
Well,
when is it when did we lose our sense of humor?
States, it would
Somebody
be nice
makes
to know
a remark about how men are kind of goofy, doofusy, or anything
one of the
else,
things that is
which is like
definitely
every
an emerging
sitcom on
story
TV. You don't see me go automatically. I don't want to watch it.
Of the racial gap.
Hell, I've been
There's
watching the
usually a
Matt
pretty big
LeBlanc
racial gap in
show,
voting
without a plan or something like that.
Strongly favor
on Netflix. He's
Democratic
a goofy,
candidates.
dorky guy like
And
every
Donald
sitcom
Trump
dude.
Obviously,
I like
is doing very well in Florida on the strength of not just Cuban voters, but also Venezuelan and Colombian and other minority voters. And there's starting to be an indication that this is happening.
But
in
yeah,
other
it may be
states
mildly
as well.
sexist, but when did we lose a sense of
Joe
humor?
Biden was underperforming
Or
in
how about just
Ohio and
sense of
Georgia
fact?
in these minority communities.
And like I
It
said,
is
it was
really
two
stunning
women
that it is Donald
on
Trump,
each
someone that
channel
the
that
media
were
has
saying
painted
that.
as a
Including
racist,
a
racial
leftist
demagogue
channel.
who is managing this transformation of
So
the
I don't
Republican
understand where it
Party
gets to be
toward
all,
a more
oh my God,
multiracial,
suddenly.
working class party.
I didn't think it was worth
and
leading
regardless
over,
of what
or
the
she
eventual
could've just
outcome
said
is tonight, that's something that Republican strategists have to be thinking long and hard about. That the way that Donald Trump has been able to get more outreach and get more buy-in from minority voters has been through this conservative
Buzz
populism
TV,
that he
you are
advocates.
dead
It's
right.
a really interesting
Unfortunately,
thing
that's
that we
true,
know
and it
thus
shouldn't
far
be
as we wait to learn more.
You know, Byron,
Problem
Republicans,
is,
Trump supporters
we've started
say not
teaching.
only
We
was he
used to
running
teach sticks and
against,
stones.
Joe Biden, but he was
We'll break
running
your
against
bones,
the
well,
mainstream
words will
media
never
over
hurt you.
3+ years.
Now,
of
what do they
kind
teach
of
in school?
Really battling
Words
back and forth.
hurt.
Your thoughts
So we're raising
about
a
this
bunch of
race, where it stands, and
fucking
kind of that
pansies,
framework?
and we are. A bunch of damn pansies.
Well, you know, I
Words
spent the last
hurt.
week of the race
No.
in Pennsylvania
Words
talking
only
to a lot
hurt
of
if you
Republicans
let
who
them.
all strongly
And
believe
unfortunately,
that there was something they called
I
the
thought
hidden
Cindy was a
Trump
little older and
vote,
tougher
there,
than that.
there were,
She's gone to
were
the
people
words
out there
hurt.
who intended to vote for Trump, but who did not tell not only pollsters,
Sorry, I'm
and that's where the
eating.
media
I
comes in,
eat my
because they
meds.
associated all pollsters with the media, and they did not trust them. But some of them also didn't tell their friends or their coworkers or even their
Jim
their family.
Patterson.
And
They
I
called.
talked to
They
some
called one
pollsters who were
race.
working for the
I saw it was on the
Trump
treadmill
effort,
somewhere
and
out
they
east.
believed it was a 2,
Only
maybe
had
3%
3% reporting. They already called it.
points.
Like, what?
Maybe
There was
that's
a
what we're seeing in
surprise.
Florida right now. On the other hand, not sure you can make that case in Georgia and North Carolina right now, but clearly the level of hostility and distrust toward the media among Trump supporters is just off the scale.
Byron, just staying with you for a moment, when you look at what Molly was discussing, you know, we see in a number of states the president coming in the
I don't understand the whole words
range
hurt thing.
with Latino voters.
My God, we all got upset by a comment
of those voters.
and left
do you agree with Molly that we're seeing, you know, sort of an attraction
not to be a jackass that she's not here,
voters that we haven't
but
seen
how
in the
did
past?
she ever vote for Trump?
Yeah, that's a potentially
one
huge
comment I
development.
made
Remember
upset
after
her
the
and she
2012 presidential election, Mitt
I'm
Romney
surprised. I'm
lost
shocked
to
and I'm
Barack
surprised.
Obama. The RNC, the Republican National Committee,
Hey,
did
Rich,
this
don't worry
huge
about it,
study.
buddy.
They called it the autopsy. And the only conclusion they came to was that Republicans had to do more to attract Hispanic
out here, see what's going on, see what I
voters.
missed.
And if President Trump is in fact attracting more
How can
minority
Texas
voters,
be that close?
black and
Well,
Hispanic
I know
and
why.
other minority
That's
voters,
what happens
I mean,
when
that's
all the
a
morons
very
in
big
California
deal
that
for him. It's kind of
screwed
ironic
California up.
that some of the people who were involved in the
run out of
RNC
California if they
study
screw it in the
oppose
house,
President Trump
and then they
very,
go
very
to another
strongly.
state and go and
But
fuck it up.
nonetheless, this is something the
Hey,
Republican Party
you
has
already
been
fucked
trying
up
to do
one
for
state.
a long
Don't
time.
go fuck up other
And
states.
in addition to all of
Don't
that,
be
Molly,
idiots.
COVID is basically on this ballot.
I don't
as well.
understand the stupidity.
Well,
You
I think that is
screwed your
another
state
issue
so
that
bad
has
when
been
you're
a very
voting
important
that
thing
you
for
had
the
to
Biden
leave it.
campaign to push, and also
So
many
how
people
dumb
in the
is it to
media.
go to
I think
other
it is
states
interesting that you were
and
just
then vote
talking
the
about
same
the feeling that Trump
effing
is
way?
running not just
I
against
do
Joe
not
Biden, but
get
the
that.
media. There were so
If
many
anybody in the
different
chat
ways that the
understands
media
that
assisted
level
the
of
Joe Biden
stupidity.
campaign throughout his
don't
entire
get it.
campaign once he won the nomination. Prior to winning the nomination, they weren't
Really,
so sure, but then they
Joker?
all got on board.
Wow,
Whether that
that
was
would surprise- that
hiding
surprises
negative
me the way
stories
she
about
is.
Joe Biden,
Gun-toting,
hiding positive
free
stories
speech
about
grandma
President
she
Donald
is.
Trump
That's
hiding
surprising.
successes or whatnot, elevating the campaign themes that the Biden campaign wanted, or really
Wow,
an
that would
overemphasis
really
on
shock
polls.
me.
We know enough right now
Once again,
to know that
that's
there
why
has
I'm not
been
a
too much
political
emphasis
analyst
on
on
polling
Fox
as
News or
opposed to the
CNN.
larger issues. Florida was supposed to be a win for Biden. Some people
Hey,
had
Mythical.
a strong win for Biden. It is
Mythical,
not going
I'm
to
not
be,
sure how old
and
you
that
are,
is interesting.
but this
And
chat
if we
is
could have covered
definitely
more
got some
about
language
how
in it and
the
stuff,
Democrats'
so
left-leaning
be
push
warned,
toward,
and
some of
YouTube,
these socialist
once again,
messages, how that didn't
it's
resonate
not-
with
it's-
minority
it's
voters and
not,
other people.
it's adult
That
only,
would
and
be
I
an
put that in
important thing
my
for us to know,
thing,
that
my
if we rely too much on polling, we miss some of these stories that we could find out by
Exactly,
talking more to
Jim.
the people who will be voting.
To just run away
Last
after
thing,
one
turning to
comment,
the Senate,
it just
Byron, we've got the
wow.
race in Michigan,
I'm
John
shocked.
James versus incumbent Gary Peters. That seems like it's a
Yeah,
very
see,
tight
Rich,
race,
I don't get
and
that.
there was a lot of prospects
California,
for
I
John
know
James.
my wife's
And
aunt
as you
lives in
look at it
Colorado.
here,
They have
again,
a
this is not,
huge
there's only
influx of
19% of the
California
precincts
people.
in Michigan.
And
But
a
how
lot of
the
the
president does
native-born
in Michigan
Colorado
will affect
people
this
are
race.
pissed
Going
because
in,
they're
James was
screwing with all
outperforming the
their
president
elections.
in some polls.
And
by a
yeah,
couple
I don't
points.
get how. I don't get it.
think
I don't
you're
get
gonna
how
see
you
in some,
totally
other
screw
states,
your
the
own state into a
the Senate
muddle
candidate
where people are
outperforming
leaving
the
like
president.
crazy.
That one would be a very big deal.
Then go to
We
3 or
all
4 other states and go
assumed,
and vote
although
the
it
same
hasn't
way.
been
I do
called,
not
that there
understand
would be
that is a
a
level of
Republican pickup
stupidity
in
I do not
Alabama,
get.
where Doug Jones would lose his seat there. In
Jennifer
Michigan, you
Bearden,
have
I
a
was gonna
Republican
say it, I voted for
challenging an
Trump.
incumbent
I thought you
Democrat.
would.
So Republicans,
And hey,
the way they had looked at
anybody
this
here,
race
if you
is they
did
got
vote for
53
Biden,
right now.
we may
They
razz
pick
you
up
or even
one
make a little fun
with,
of you.
with
But,
Alabama,
hey,
and then they start
you
subtracting.
did your
And
constitutional
Cory Gardner
rights.
has already lost tonight.
Did what
Michigan
Americans
could be a
should do
huge,
and voted,
huge
so
factor
good on
in
you for
Republicans
voting.
keeping the Senate.
On you for voting for
Molly,
Biden.
let's take a look at the South
But you
Carolina
are
Senate
welcome
race
here.
as well. Lindsey Graham versus Jamie
Yeah, I don't
Harrison.
understand it, Rich. I do not
This is
get why
obviously
you would
a
go
race
to
that's gotten
Texas
a
and
ton of
you
attention.
moved to Texas for a
millions
reason.
of dollars
Because it's not your
poured
state,
into
California.
this race, and
So then
this
you
is
go
how
there
it
and want
shapes
to
up
vote
right
the
now.
same way, and
Also
then you're
pointing
going to
out
screw
that we're just
Texas.
at 29%
How long
of
can you
the
run?
count in there, 54%
I don't get it.
for Graham, 43% for Harrison.
Yes, this was a race where, again, you had some early polls showing that Jamie Harrison was really strongly
Well, Joker's
contending
Nation, if
with
she didn't
Lindsey
like
Graham.
Trump, she
a
knew
lot
what
of
this
savvy
was.
South Carolinian watchers said
okay,
that wasn't
whatever.
actually true, that these Quinnipiac polls were quite wrong. And I think tonight you will see evidence of that. However, those polls were very important for getting money to pour into into that state. That race saw so much money raised to defeat Lindsey Graham. I think he'll probably do fine. But also, I just want to say it's a good thing to remind people that
California
a lot of these, results that we're
screwed
seeing
itself
when
into a
states
mud hole.
first close and you're starting
You
to
can
get
look at the
results
rate of people
are those
leaving
early
California
votes.
right now.
And it's
epic.
worth remembering that the Democratic strategy was
They're
to get as
flowing
many people
to Texas,
early voting as possible.
Arizona,
and so I think sometimes people are surprised
Colorado,
when they see a race flipping
Idaho,
so much from strong Democratic support
and
initially
some other
as
states.
the early votes are,
And those states are
returned
like
into the later results. And part of that is a reflection
because they don't
of
want these
slightly
people coming in
different
screwing their state up, and they
in
are
how
coming in
Democratic
such huge
Party voters
numbers.
and the Republican Party voters
They're
go
screwing
about
up
it.
their states.
Molly and Byron, thank you so
do
much.
not get
Very
it.
interesting. Speaking about
Why the
flipping,
hell would you do that?
Our casino
Why
owner
would you
here in studio,
run and do the
Britt
same
Hill,
thing?
follows the betting odds.
Well, of course,
and
Illinois
you're saying
does
the
that.
betting odds have just
My
flipped.
dad and people in Illinois bitch and whine about Illinois being so corrupt,
64,
so
65
broke, so
for
screwed
Biden,
up.
and then
The
went down to
roads
59.
suck.
Now they've
You name
completely
it.
flipped.
Then they vote for the same people.
64.8% Trump, 34.7% Biden. Now this is shades of 4 years ago, when that race turned around, something like this time in the evening.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's crazy.
The betting odds led the way.
That
Now,
blue
look, they're just
square in
betting
Connecticut
odds.
is
They're
not my
votes.
fault.
They're not electoral votes, certainly, but they're interesting.
It's so rich
going on. I mean,
that we
we're
can't
now,
blame
I'm hearing from various,
Connecticut going to
corners
Biden on you.
that North Carolina is looking increasingly good for Trump, that Ohio's looking good for Trump, that he's certainly got Florida. So Pennsylvania, here we come.
Anybody, if I'm going to tell you right now, this is an adult
Harrisburg is
chat.
really lovely this time of year.
And honestly, we can speak like we
fact,
used to here.
Nothing surprising
There's
has happened tonight. In
Don't
fact,
get butthurt
each
about
team
words. Don't
has
get
held
butthurt about
the
a
states
certain
they were
candidate.
expected to win. They say
Winning or losing.
in a basketball
We
series
should
or
all
World
be able to
Series that
be
it really doesn't start
grown-ups and
until
deal
the
with
visiting team
things
wins
we don't
on the others.
like.
On the home
Sorry,
field.
I'm trying to let it go.
Nobody
Really
has lost a home field. I mean, if this night continues the way it is, if Trump is able to hold on to Florida,
Rich. I
and
do not
Georgia
understand
and North
it
Carolina,
at all.
it's going to end up coming
How
down
in the
to exactly
hell?
the states that we thought it was.
I will just point out that it was this time 4 years ago.
How in the
I sat
hell
next to
people
you,
of
you turned to
Pennsylvania
me and
so...
said, you know, ladies and gentlemen,
I don't want to
you should
call
get your
them
head
dumb,
around
but
the
I may have
possibility
to.
that Donald Trump could
How
be
are
the
you in
45th
Pennsylvania
president of the
so
United States.
dumb
Yes,
that a
I
guy
did.
actually says
I'm not
multiple
going to say
times?
that yet tonight because there hasn't been that
hey,
kind of a change.
I'm going to end your whole
but in other words, at this point, even if
yep,
the
gonna
president
vote
were
for
to
him.
hold North Carolina
Yay.
and Georgia, it still makes
Your state
Pennsylvania,
just started
Michigan,
doing good
Wisconsin,
because of
Minnesota,
Trump. Because of the tariffs,
the key
because
states,
of his
and whoever
trade
wins
deals,
those states wins the
because
presidency.
of him
As I said before, when
amping
you
up
do
and
that
making
what
us
if
energy
board,
independent.
it's filling
and
in
now this
pretty
guy
much the way
says
you would
he is
fill
going
in
to
all of
end
these
all
early
that
states, or
and
exactly
raise
how
your
you would fill
taxes
in all
and you
these early
vote for
states.
him?
And the states that will decide this,
What the hell
we don't
is
know yet,
wrong with you?
are still in the mix. So
if
there's a lot
Pennsylvania
to lay
goes
out
to
here, which is
Biden,
why we are going to speak
you
to our
all in
decision
Pennsylvania
desk
will
after
deserve
this, when we come
every
back, and
damn
Chris
bad thing
Barrow
that happens to
will
you.
weigh in.
Look,
So
they're
with the
working.
Florida
And when you
State
have a
mandate
guy
are
like Biden that says he's going
deciding
to end
things
all your tax
all the
cuts
time in there.
and
There's a lot
destroy
of
your major
decision-making there.
industry throughout
Big
your
time,
state,
we didn't take it
screw
live.
you. You deserve it all.
Yeah, sorry, do they move?
That's just...
Are they lit? Can we take a pulse in there? Senator Mitch McConnell, majority leader now, gave a acceptance speech of winning in Kentucky. Give you a piece of that as we go to break.
Grateful to live in
Jim
a
Patterson,
democratic
you're dead
republic
right.
where the
You
people
are dead
choose
right.
our representatives.
Chicago,
Grateful
actually,
to be
without Chicago,
citizens of
the rest of the
greatest
state would overcome
nation in
Springfield.
history.
But yes, Springfield and
Kentucky,
Chicago are
I'm humbled
nasty.
and grateful that
A lot of
you
people in
rehired
Illinois
me
actually
to
hate
keep
Chicago.
fighting for your families.
We don't look at Chicago as,
and
oh,
serving
we
our
want to go to
Commonwealth
Chicago. We,
for the next
most
6
people in the
years.
state of Illinois rarely go near Chicago. Honestly. We would rather see Chicago go the hell away. We don't like Chicago.
Setting up Simply Safe is so easy. You could do it blindfolded.
There are people that have seriously tried to get Chicago removed from the state. Honestly.
Anyone can do it in less than 30 minutes.
Welcome to Simply Safe.
I'm actually, honestly, guys, a little more worried about the Senate because if Biden wins, we need the Senate. You gotta have a balance. If Biden is unrestrained, actually it won't be Biden, it's Kamala. If Kamala then the next person to step up to VP will be, guess who? Probably Pelosi.
Great. Together with more space.
Line of succession. So a Harris-Pelosi administration with both houses of Congress, I'm not going to lie, we will be screwed. Your First Amendment rights, your Second Amendment rights, your Fourth Amendment rights, and a bunch of others. Wow. And that's not hyperbole. Once again, I'm mostly centrist. I'm worried. I'm really worried.
Over the last 12 years, you've helped My Pillow create
I am definitely worried.
right here in the USA.
when I got my pillow.
Fake early voting. Yeah, see, that's the problem.
Almost immediately.
Fake early votes. And that is a fact, Joker. Early votes.
That's why I invented my pillow.
It shouldn't have ever been allowed to happen. They found buckets and buckets and truckloads of ballots that were thrown away, shredded, and tossed, and they were all for Trump. That is crap. They should have disavowed everything there, and they should have said, screw you, get off your ass, vote on November 3rd, or go to hell. But then in Pennsylvania, wow, Pennsylvania, oh, you can have ballots coming in 9 days after. How does the coronavirus affect you writing your name on a ballot and mailing this son of a bitch? It doesn't.
You may know Mount Rushmore,
what are you,
but that's
2-year-olds?
Of South
Pennsylvania's starting to piss me off. Bunch of 2-year-olds. I can't mail because the corona.
When the time is right for you, our great places are open.
You deserve everything that happens to you in Pennsylvania. Biden wins. I'm just saying.
Now more than ever, those great
How the hell do you go for a guy that says he's going to screw your state 20 ways from Sunday?
To learn how to explore South Dakota safely,
Scotty B, welcome. Scotty, red or blue? Is he? He's asking. Scotty, whichever way you are, welcome. Anybody can come. I will say the balance of people here right now are towards Trump.
All right, welcome back,
everybody. I don't know why it is making me. When you guys put a red or blue square, it's making me put a okay it.
Tonight, but we begin with our politics editor.
Most of us here, I'm going to say, are on the red side.
Chris, you've been watching.
You move in there, right?
Yeah, no, we've got.
Yep, Scotty, welcome. We had a blue person leave a little while ago. You know,
Jack looks like in the Nerdquarium.
I guess words hurt, unfortunately.
Here's the grill.
I'm red. Jennifer Bearden is red. We think Rich Discoveries may have screwed Connecticut for us all.
Yellow check mark right there.
If he's listening while he's playing his video game, he's gonna go, "Hey!"
That call based on.
Yeah, Mythical. Well, yeah, feel free. Feel free.
Right now at
Mythical, a lot of people in Illinois and even close to Illinois feel the same way about Chicago.
Well, let me put it to you this way. If
Whoa.
the projections that these
see, Scotty, I don't get that.
Were to hold true,
there's one side is calling everybody racist for not voting the same way. When Chelsea Handler said, I had to remind so-and-so he was black because he said he's going to vote for Trump. A white woman going up to a black guy going, oh, you got to remember you're black. What the hell? How much more racist can you get?
Not yet been counted. We have a high expected count for votes in Virginia, and our call will hold. We feel very confident.
Biden, I like how they got Trump up, but they're going, yep, it's going to be for Biden.
It's just confusing for people who look at it on the screen, and they say a yellow mark, but wait. It's 55-43. How can they do that? Explain how exactly you can do that.
Because thanks to the Fox News voter analysis, we have all
like to see him screw up.
completed interviews with all of these Americans. People who voted early, people who voted in
people who never should have been allowed to vote early.
People who voted
because a lot of people after the last debate wanted to change their vote from Biden. That's why we never should have goddamned allowed early balloting.
And the University of Chicago
Things change.
National Opinion Research Center. We can see
you can look it up.
Right?
So many people hit Google want to change their vote from Biden. It pegged their search algorithm.
Okay, if it's not, you're
but they
coming back.
couldn't.
You're coming back.
Nice job, you dummies.
As a West Virginian,
you didn't. You voted early without knowing the facts. And when you found out the facts, you were screwed, and you may have screwed us.
What do you think? Florida, it's 93%.
Scotty B, will Trump win? I don't know. It's a lot closer than I thought it would be or should be. Scotty B, if you don't know me, I am very centrist.
Now it's 95%.
With a slight conservative leaning.
The president is leading.
But I read a lot and I know the facts. And if people vote for Biden, there's something semi-off about him.
But we would also
or they're not
remember
educated.
that Florida is a land of alligators
I hope he
when
wins,
it comes
Scotty.
to calling
We
races.
actually do need
and
that.
there's just no reason for us right now to take a chance on calling Florida, where there is still a considerable amount of
Scotty, I don't
vote,
understand
and
the
we're not quite
racist
sure
just because
given
you're
the
voting for
high
somebody.
Numbers
Especially
of
when
early
that
votes.
person
So we're
probably
just
has
not
not
quite there
looked
yet.
at all
What
the
about this
times.
thing about the absentee
Trump
ballots
has
requested
said
in different states,
things
Florida,
against
North
racism,
Carolina, and the
even
ones
before
that
he was
came back
president.
received. We know that there's a percentage every year, as Karl Rove talked about.
Mythical, they're
that,
saying that the
they just don't
precincts
vote.
left
It's usually
are all
5,
Democrat
8%,
precincts is what they're doing.
That don't get returned. But there's, when you're talking a big number,
They do that, and it
hundreds
drives
of
me
thousands
nuts.
of absentee ballots that have not come back.
Well, one of the things that makes it challenging.
Yeah,
for
mythical.
everybody,
They do that
for
if they
everybody,
know
whether
that
you're
there's
watching
so
at home,
much
whether you're on a
Democrats in certain
campaign, whether you're a
areas.
forecaster or whatever. When you turn up the volume on early and absentee votes by 50%, right?
And Scotty, yes, it does
massive
look very
increase in
tough.
all of these votes.
It's going to be
gonna
a
make
very
these
close
these
election,
numbers
most
snowy,
likely.
right? It's going to make things look different.
I don't know.
What we do mostly in our work is compare this
yeah,
year
mythical
to that
Florida
year.
should have been
This
called
year to that
forever
year. How does it
ago.
look now versus how did it look then? Because there are
It's
incremental
strange. It seems
changes
like if it's for
in
Biden,
demography
they
and
call it
incremental
as soon as
changes in turnout.
possible.
This is
It's
one
for
of the most
Trump. They're like,
significant
oh, we're going to
changes
hold on.
in the way we conduct elections in our lifetimes to go from basically 40% votes early and absentee to 60%
Exactly, Scotty.
early and
It's
absentee.
up to
And if
choice.
That's the kind of
I just wish
change
people
you're
would be
looking
more
at. You're going to see
educated.
huge numbers of weird stuff if you compare it to 2016.
Are any non-white people voting
Don't worry
Trump?
about it.
Yes.
The sizes of
In
Donald
Florida,
Trump and Joe Biden
huge
actually-
amounts of
They're
Hispanics
to
and blacks
scale.
voted for
It's nice
Trump.
of them to come and
In
stand
a lot of
on
states,
either
they
side of
are.
the map with us
Problem
tonight as we
is,
figure all this out.
it seems like, and this is something on analysis from NBC, CBS, ABC, CNN, and Fox,
Good evening to you.
suburban white
I will tell you at the
women
moment, this
are
is
voting for
Ohio
Biden
for
like
our
crazy.
viewers at home, because the last
Take
time we
that as you
talked,
want.
Donald Trump was trailing. Now he's taken a lead in the state of Ohio. He won it by about 7.5 points from 4 years ago. Last time we talked North Carolina, I mentioned it was getting tighter and tighter.
Well,
Look
Jennifer,
where the
good on
percentages
you
are
for
right
driving
now,
that far.
0.4%. A raw total of
Good
about
on you for driving that far,
20,000
honestly.
votes between Biden and Trump. Chris, are you able to tell where the
Yeah, see, that's the thing, Joker. A lot of that's why I hate when people say, "Oh, Trump's a racist." Have you paid attention to how many black and Hispanic people are for Trump?
But I can say
so you're
this,
calling all of them.
You're
calling all of them
probabilities here instead of
either
just the raw
idiots
vote.
or
And North
racists
Carolina
against their own
is
kind.
A key state. It is hard to get the president home without North Carolina. It's possible. But it is a key state, and it is one of the ones we're watching.
Might eat a
The
meatball, yeah.
We can't say where it's coming from, but I can tell
You're
you
not from the U.S., Scotty? Well, doesn't matter.
Still in gray.
Our election does affect a lot of the world, and hey, any input from even outside of the country, welcome.
16. So the
You're
margin
welcome to have that.
When you're talking about 20,000,
wow, if you don't mind me asking, what country are you in? If you just mentioned you are towards the Republican side or conservative side, that you get called
2016.
Called a racist.
Over here in Franklin County, President knocked off Hillary Clinton there
Scotty,
by about 4,000 votes. So
Canada?
5,000 votes right there, Chris, and we'll see how.
Oh, corkboard, it's been flowing off and on. We've had some, and
because the map
unfortunately, corkboard, I chased away.
2020 here. Chris, this is
I chased away Burning Sands because I did not know she was.
You see the numbers tick there, real time again. This is
so
Detroit
touchy
down
about
here.
words.
This Grand Rapids out here where the president was the other
I just
day.
repeated something I heard on
Wayne County,
NBC
Michigan,
and
has a
Fox
ton of votes
from
in Michigan,
women
in that state.
about
and
how
we're just
women
cracking
seem
the
to vote
surface
with
right
their
now for
feelings
what, Detroit could bring in
more
for
than
Joe
facts
Biden.
at times,
Hillary
and she got
Clinton
ticked
clocked
off
in
and left.
500,000 votes
Yeah.
in 2016. So we're starting to see a little bit of expansion in the
I don't
map
know about that.
as we move
Wow.
away from some of the races we were watching
UK.
earlier today. Florida
Well,
right
honestly,
now, again, about 3.5
Scotty,
points.
UK, I know
9%
I
of
watch
the
a couple
vote
of guys from,
out. We'll come up to
a guy
Georgia
from
and show you
Ireland
what
called
we're getting
Computing
here now.
Forever.
Half the vote is in
He
Georgia.
is worried
Chris,
about
I don't know what
Ireland
you
and
see in
having
each
a lot of
state.
racial problems
But
and
Donald Trump right now
immigration
with a 14-point
problems.
lead.
A lot of the
Fulton
UK
County
is worried
critical, a lot
themselves
of
about
votes
some of
there.
their problems.
I don't know what the holdup is.
And
in
hopefully
that
you
place.
guys keep it under control better than is going on here.
They better find a plug pretty soon because the votes are scarce at the moment. What do you see there, Chris?
So look, we're accustomed, whether you're talking about Georgia or whether you're talking about Michigan or any
Jim
state
Patterson,
that is like America.
You should have helped
blue
Trump on
dots
the
in a
dang
big red
election.
ocean.
Because
It takes a lot longer to get all those votes
exactly.
in the
Biden,
densely
I don't understand why you
urban
vote for
areas
Biden.
in.
He hates
And
America.
This
His
is
followers
the,
hate America.
The rough math
America's
of every
not great.
presidential
America's
election
racist.
and in
America's
every swing
bad.
state,
I'm going to
because
raise your
basically it's
taxes.
the
I'm
city
going
mice versus the country mice.
I'm going to
each
take
time.
your guns
this
away. I'm
election
going
is
to
no different in that way.
Wow.
Even if you add in the
I'm
complexity
going to end our energy independence. I'm
I'm
going to repeal
the truth
all
is, it's
of
it's
the
so much more
trade
densely
deals Trump
populated in
made.
those cities. It just takes
What
longer
in
to
the
get through
hell?
in those counties.
Let me interrupt here. Is Joe Biden
I don't get it.
outperforming
I don't get
where
it.
we had him going in, or is Donald Trump outperforming?
I think it's too early to know that. I think Chris would agree.
Scotty, it seems like no matter what country you're in, mostly the average, everyday Joe, blue collar, middle class people, the ones that love Trump.
Home field yet.
The poor,
that's true
who want freebies,
and we have not had an
from
event take place yet.
The left
that says that
and the ultra rich love
for
Biden.
either campaign
Strange,
yet.
huh?
But as you guys point out,
hey, Democrats, I thought you were the party of the average little people.
Quickly, and a lot more.
And guys, you can look this up. Look up how much money went to Biden from the ultra rich compared to Trump.
From 2000. This makes your point, Chris. Right? This is Cincinnati, Hamilton County. This is Columbus, Franklin County. This is Cuyahoga, Cleveland, Ohio. I mean, it doesn't repeat itself all over the country, but that's a pretty good marker. Again, I'm showing you numbers from 4 years ago.
We don't care about 4 years ago.
Honestly,
I could give less than a rat's ass.
Southeast corner, Wayne County, Detroit,
what happened?
Pennsylvania, same year, same story.
4 years ago.
County, Pittsburgh.
No, I mean, good God, we've heard enough about 4 years ago for the last 4 years.
The collar counties, so to speak.
60%
for the love of shite, let it go.
Pennsylvania come from 5 counties, I believe. So
does anybody in here really give a rat's shit about 4 years ago anymore? I stopped giving a rat's ass right after it happened.
Where you can walk from coast to coast on red counties.
Right now, this time, right now, I won't care about 4 years from now.
We can count on Donald Trump winning rural America, and probably in some cases by a substantially wider margin than he did before. But it's those cities that we're watching for right now.
6 million.
It says a lot about you morons in big cities. I'm sorry, I know some of you voted for Trump. I'm sorry, on average, it says a lot about you morons in big cities because you got these riots going on. You got people tearing their shit up. Democrats backed them, bailed them out of jail, said it was a good thing.
Undecided voter.
And now you're going to vote for these people?
States, it adds up that most people.
That's why your cities are becoming shitholes.
Basically said they've known all along.
I don't understand how San Francisco voted for
in a
Biden.
place like Ohio,
and you know they
pretty evenly split. But the 5%, the 3%, whatever it is, who were undecided, what have we learned tonight so far about which way they're breaking?
Well, and don't forget, a lot of those undecided voters, or a substantial portion of those undecided voters, didn't vote, right?
I really hope
Trump late enough, you may just say,
people go, oh, will you be butthurt if he doesn't win?
For either one of these guys. And so a lot
because
of them
I'm educated
will do that.
and read
we can't
a lot
dispositively say
and paid
nationally in which way the undecideds broke.
If I saw something, I went and looked it up and found out the whole story.
The way they did when he was running as effectively a challenger 4 years
Trump
ago.
Is not
which
racist.
has been his
he
sort of
hate
difficulty
Jews.
throughout for him, which
Jewish.
is when he was an unknown commodity 4 years ago,
you
had a huge number of undecided
that.
voters with an open seat, and they broke substantially for Trump at the end.
They still think he's racist, even though he talks about anti-racism and help black people decades before he ever ran for president.
We've been living in this. It's been a Groundhog Day election.
I'm going to say right now, Trump voters are much more educated than Biden voters.
From day one.
And I can also say that because I have my family voting for Trump Biden, and they are horribly uneducated
over the past several days, and we saw
the
polls moving a little bit.
Nothing about it. They watched their Bill Maher and MSNBC.
Direction.
So crap you not. I know people in my family just stream MSNBC all the time.
Drove out more of the base vote for him in some of these places, or are these
hoping
numbers
for
telling us
Iowa.
that it didn't?
I need one of my 2 states in my area to go the right
Donald
direction.
Trump's base, and they're fired up for him. They will vote. They will stand out in the freezing cold to go to a rally. They will do anything. So turning up his base wasn't really a big problem for him. The
Illinois is
were
a lot closer
for Democrats
Trump
in those
than
urban
you would
areas
think.
who see Trump on
would
television
you just see what Illinois showed?
And think about the coronavirus
Illinois,
spread factor
you would think
and that
Illinois,
stuff,
as bad as it is, would be
vote too.
We're going to make
75% Biden. Did you see how close that was?
We'll tell you what they are.
One more thing. Trump's biggest vulnerability, as you see it right now on this map.
Yeah.
Biden's biggest vulnerability.
Corkboard, you may have to.
On this map.
Just think of the Mason-Dixon line. Anything.
Scotty, they're saying the next poll's close in 5 minutes.
South of the border of Pennsylvania,
that
Joe
America
Biden is big trouble.
The UK's
for Donald
got different
Trump.
time zones, but America's got like 4 time zones, if I remember right.
North of the
and the
Mason-Dixon
vote
line
is
that
as
Trump
the
can win
polls
is
close
real
in certain
good news
time
for him
zones.
among the contested
So that's
states.
they're
and
going
we've
to
got a bunch clustered right now that we're ready. It sounds like you know more than I do.
Polls are closing in
we got a
certain
lot of
areas
popcorn
right
ready to
now.
pop.
And we're watching you on Virginia. So I just want to put you on notice.
Oh, yeah.
Urbex, yeah, I agree with you.
Chris.
And there's a reason why. If anybody's been keeping up on the news, Fox is under different control now.
Some decisions that we want to share with
except for the big talking heads on Fox that are definitely right-leaning, Fox has been going way left.
The big one, Fox
They've been
News
moving much closer to CNN.
Senator Lindsey Graham of
so
South Carolina
a lot of people are moving away from Fox and going to OAN
Democratic challenger Jamie Harrison,
America's First or something else.
Fox
is going
campaign.
Since their
Lindsey
new
Graham
people
will
took
not say
over.
his website on any more interviews. He has managed to
Yeah,
hold
we have like
off
4,
and
I think,
will
Scotty.
win
We're
in South
we're a good
Carolina,
sized
and that
place.
is a big thing for the Republicans, Chris Wallace.
I am glad Graham
Lindsey
won.
Graham, he was threatened. They thought that
We're going to talk about something here real quick, guys. I want to talk to you about this.
And
Do you? Here's something that really pisses me off.
Amount of money,
Graham was talking about they traced a lot of the money coming into his state for the election, and same with McConnell. Did you see where most of the money was coming from to beat these guys? California and New York State. I think no money should be allowed to any state from another to beat a state person.
$100 million.
For a federal election, fine. Let the money flow from wherever, because that's federal. But when you live in Tennessee, no money outside of Tennessee should be able to go to help a Tennessee state candidate. I do not think that's right. The people in California, they have no right putting their nose into a Tennessee or whatever state election, are pitching in millions and millions into Tennessee, Virginia, or wherever else. That is bullshit, and I will call it bullshit. But what do you guys think? Do you think if you live in Indiana, do you think California or Idaho should be able to put millions in to beat one of your mayors, one of your House of Representatives people, one of your senators? What do you think? I think it's bullshit, and there's got to be laws against that. Because what does anybody in California have to do with the state people in Texas? I think it's stupid. Should be totally disallowed. Should be illegal as shit. And I know I'm ranting, but damn it. Like Corkboard or Jim Patterson say, I'm letting that salt flow. It should flow. I saved some salt up. I didn't lift it all out over in the workout area next to me. I saved it.
One bright enough to inspire us
oh, here, no
all
problem.
to work together. Right now,
maybe. Here we go.
Natural gas.
There. Yeah, that's. But what do you guys think? I think no money from California should flow into Tennessee or any other state to beat out those state people. That is stupid. Your money should stay in your own state unless it's a federal election that affects the whole country. But yeah, sorry about that, Urbexy, but yes, thank you. Yeah, Scotty, we have a lot of news here in America that is very, very, very one-sided leaning. And the thing is, Fox News has been a stalwart more on the right side, at least give us a little balance. But now Fox is under new management, and they are going way left, except for some of their big talking heads, which draw in huge amounts of viewers and money, so they really can't just dump them. But OAN and a bunch of others are coming out now because of all the stupidity at Fox. And I'd say, honestly, guys, YouTube, BitChute, Library, a bunch of places like that are the best ways to find real news anymore. Oh, another one of these, the certain Urbex idiots, little minions. Yet those Urbex idiots act like they don't know this is happening. Bullshit. That's how they know to track here. Because a lot of those people don't know about my other channel. Let's get some sound back here.
We will make some more calls. It's starting to get where anything can pop at any moment.
Yeah, these Senate races are coming in quickly as well. Right. As we said, Senator Graham hangs on to his seat. We're watching the Tillis race in North Carolina.
Nice job, next
closely as well,
page, PJ.
As we count down to the next
Stay on your own
calls.
channels. I don't go to these guys' channels and screw them. You don't come here and screw somebody else on mine.
It is 10 o'clock here in New York City. Polls have just closed
Jim,
in another 4
you know
states.
What? I may
Let's
try
start
that.
with
That's
Iowa,
a great
where
idea.
President Trump is locked in a close race with
Unfortunately,
former Vice President
YouTube,
Joe Biden. According to our
BitChute,
decision
Library,
desk, it's too early to project a winner. in Iowa. The other
D-Live,
state we're watching very
D2
closely
are
at
the
this
only
hour
places that get a lot
is
of
Nevada,
free speech anymore.
where our vote
And even
analysis
YouTube
shows
is
Biden
heavily
ahead of
limiting
Trump at the moment, although
you got
we'll need
people
to
like
analyze a
Salty
lot more
Cracker
data
going to
from
library
Nevada,
and BitChute
before making a call
more,
there.
and
Meanwhile,
D-Tube
President
and
Trump is
D-Live,
ahead of the former
because
vice
that's they allow
president
freedom
in a
of
pair of
speech
western
still.
states. The first is Utah, home to Republican Senator Mitt Romney and is a frequent Trump critic, as we well know.
Jim Patterson, it'd be like the movie The Faculty.
A traditional Republican stronghold.
I don't know why every time Scotty and anybody shows a colored square,
it says,
oh, you got to okay this.
So if we look at our electoral map, where it stands right now, and our lovely standing candidates, it is
well, I'm just looking at this one here, Scotty.
Remember that 270 is the magic number to win the presidency.
Man.
And you see those yellow states, obviously those have
If Texas,
closed,
Wisconsin, and Minnesota
but
go
we have
for
not
him,
called them yet,
it's
and
pretty
that
much
is where this race
Trump.
is really
If
being
it goes for
battled.
Biden, screwed.
We have North Carolina. We have Florida that we haven't called yet.
Did they show
although,
Texas? Yeah, I didn't
Donald
notice
Trump
right
has
there.
a
I was
big
looking
lead
north.
now in Florida.
Yeah, and as these results continue to come in tonight, let's bring in Tucker Carlson once again, host of Tucker Carlson
I've been avoiding
Tucker,
looking at
great
ABC
to
behind
talk
me.
to you tonight. Obviously, this is a historic evening, always, when the nation comes
Delaware,
together
projected
to
winner,
elect
no
a president.
kidding.
This has been a very hard-fought race, and we still have
Right there
so
is
much
one of the
that's
few good
undecided.
guys
Your
left
thoughts
on
at
Fox.
10:01 Eastern.
I think Mitt Romney had lost by this point when he ran for president. So there's a lot to learn, of course, and I sincerely don't know what the outcome will be, but I just cannot get over my total surprise at the disconnect between what we're watching on the screen and what has been confidently predicted
Scotty, we have different numbers because maybe we're ahead of you.
For months.
Depends on the channel you're streaming, because it takes time to get over there, your channels, whatever you're watching.
Early night.
Even NBC
and I can get much more specific about this, and I think we'll probably spend the next couple of months doing that because it's worth doing.
Different analysts, different numbers,
but suffice it to say, anyone watching and who's consumed any media this year knows that the media, even on the basis of the data we have now, got it really wrong. And they'll claim they didn't because they always do, but they did. And we know that. And why is this a problem? It's a problem because
the fact that we don't have voter ID in America, when even some third world nations do,
effort today sent out a tweet
is very
saying,
sad.
in effect, we will,
should have
if announced
voter ID.
That Joe Biden won by the media, then we will consider that a victory.
Never should have
and then
been
they set up background to a bunch of other news organizations. The second the media declared Joe Biden the president, he will begin, in effect, acting like the president. So you can't really overstate the role of the media in adding legitimacy and conveying legitimacy to the winner. We're not just observers, we're participants, as much as we hate to admit it. So given all of that, it really matters whether or not we're credible. And I would say in some very specific ways, we, the media, I've participated in 30 years, have not been credible. We have lost trust. And that's just, I think that's really bad. And it's something that we need to fix. And the obvious problem is something we said we were going to correct in 2016, which is we don't know anybody who votes for Trump. And so you really got the sense, watching everybody, that, like, it's kind of embarrassing to support Trump or whatever. And that's why the rallies were such a huge shock to a lot of people. In the last week, all these people unapologetically saying, I love Donald Trump. And it's like, I've never met anybody who says something. Who are these people? We have a huge problem in our business.
I'm not saying that she can say herself. She's not upset.
And I would say
a lot
of
a retro
power centers in this country have
opinion.
that problem.
But
we have it in the media, and I really sincerely hope we fix it because we're moving toward like zero credibility.
I found that statement absurd.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to Molly Hemingway earlier
and
in the show
don't deal with it.
the
Well,
president
maybe it's because
and his
it's a
supporters
real.
feeling like he was not running only against
It's like
Joe
stating
Biden, but was running against a lot of the media
that men only think with their dicks. I'm sorry, but a lot of us do.
On some of those rallies, we
aired
rallies from Democrats
I think a lot of men do
things
with their
throughout this process. But they always felt like it was an uphill battle. He still has a path to 270 tonight, and as Britt mentioned,
I'm sorry, I do think a lot of us men do get in trouble. We do think with the South Pole.
Well, they are, and I have to say, because I think I'm bitter about it, and it's worth being bitter about. We found out in the final days of this campaign that members of the president's family were under an active FBI investigation into business deals that we, I think, pretty
there's Rich discoveries. Now, remember, everybody. Rich is the reason Biden won Connecticut.
Tony Boblinski was a direct participant in those conversations with the former vice president. I'm not accusing him of a crime. I'm merely saying he was involved. And
you know, Rich, I really hope so because
squelched. Bob Linsky's name wasn't mentioned on any other channel apart from Fox News. It was completely ignored.
Yeah, how is this?
Not because it wasn't newsworthy. It most certainly was newsworthy.
Yes.
But because they were taking a partisan position on behalf of a presidential candidate. Now, it's not just a matter of being annoyed that the media are liberal or whatever. They've always been liberal. That's fine. I'm not mad about that. I accept it as reality. Why it's scary is that on a night like tonight, the whole country, 350 million of us, will only know who the president is when the media tell us. And so it's very important for the media to behave in ways that allow us to trust them. It's important for the future of the country.
The whole Biden scandal was totally swept under the rug by the mainstream media.
Tucker, as always, thank you.
Only Tucker Carlson and a few others talked about
election night.
Even the FBI admits it's not Russian disinformation. It's real, and Biden's are under investigation.
John, let me start with you.
We might elect a president actually under fucking investigation by the FBI for corruption.
What are you saying?
Well, first of all, we're looking at
collusion with China, Ukraine, and Russia. The whole thing they went after Trump for supposedly doing.
You know, less than
are you
4%.
shitting me?
So I'm not surprised at where the numbers are now.
Sorry, guys.
My
puppy
is
down
here.
Come
in, more
See this chick right here, the fat one. As soon as Fox hired this dumb
still, again, I'm an
idiot.
Optimist. I still
she
believe
is
that
an
there's a
idiot.
path for Joe Biden.
She is
way
lefty.
There were like 7
She's
paths
flaming blue.
You say that there's a path?
As soon as Fox hired her, we knew we were in trouble.
I haven't changed my prediction. I still believe
this
that
POS should just be on CNN.
Look, we haven't called Georgia. We haven't called North Carolina. Things are trending.
BBC is a little more reliable than Sky News, and I do watch both.
Pennsylvania has
we can get those
Arizona,
here.
Michigan,
I can
Minnesota,
even pull them up
Texas,
right
Wisconsin. So the night is still young. So I'm not ready to light a cigar or pop open a good bottle of champagne because there's a lot of votes that are still outstanding.
I knew.
Yeah, we've got
Rich heard that. Let me repeat again. It is not my fault that Biden got Connecticut.
Important states in it. Carl, I want to ask you about this from Philadelphia.
Holy.
There's a report from Politico that says that Philadelphia officials say that they will not be reporting any more mail ballots tonight.
Yeah, Donna Brazil.
76,000 have
Jim
been
Patterson.
so far.
Donna Brazil should give you eye aids, eye herpes, and eye sores. She should almost make you blind, deaf, and dumb.
And, you know, everybody obviously is watching Pennsylvania really closely.
Guys, what Rich Discoveries is talking about, I'm going to mute here just for a second.
Well, first of all, secure.
Rich Discoveries is talking about something right here. Yes, we have now found out the FBI was sitting on this goddamned laptop since 2019 through the whole impeachment of Trump. The FBI knew it was bullshit and let the American people go through it, let them smear Trump with a bullshit impeachment while they're sitting on evidence of actual collusion by the Bidens. They sat on it for a year, and now it just gets leaked out. And now they're like, well, yeah. Them cocksuckers should have released it when they got it. We wouldn't have had an impeachment. We wouldn't have had 2 impeachments. We wouldn't have had this whole Russian collusion thing. It would have ended over a year ago. But oh no, this is how dirty the goddamn FBI is. The FBI has sat on this with their thumb up their ass. Instead of being honest with us, the FBI is just as damn filthy as the rest of our government. The fact that they had it, sat on it, let a sitting president go through a impeachment they know was bullshit. The FBI had committed perjury and illegality multiple times in the whole Trump thing. Donna Brazil is a part. She's been hired by Fox News, Robert. Donna Brazil has been hired by Fox. And how is Texas that close? You idiots in California, stay the hell out of Texas. Yeah, Scotty, it's just you're behind. I don't know if you guys can stream CNN or, I hate to say CNN, but to get closer to America, Fox News, NBC, or whatever else you may try. It may also be, once again, you're around the planet. But Robert, yeah, Fox News hired Donna Brazil. She's going to be there for now years. Hired her. Yeah, yeah, it's just horrendous that the FBI, and the fact that this was covered up by the media. This would have been, if this was Trump, it would have been a huge story. But it's covered up by the media. You got pictures of Hunter with people below a certain age, nude. You got evidence. There's actual emails and evidence now that Joe Biden got money out of this. Payments went to him from China, Ukraine, and possibly Russia. But they're sitting on this. This is stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Yeah, the FBI people, now they should be unemployed. We need to get some people at the FBI and put them in jail. And yes, FBI, I'm talking to you. You higher up should be in jail. How we have the biggest, this is why we elected Trump, why Trump needs to be reelected. This is how god dang corrupt our government is. And to anybody watching from around the world, I know you have corruption in your government too, but so do we. It's insane. I think worldwide we need to clean up government corruption. Governments love power. And this is nasty amounts of power. The FBI and a bunch of our government was used against an elected president and even during his campaign. Even through his whole term. Because now, like I said, we find out they've been sitting on this goddamn evidence. It's nuts. And you go look it up. The FBI even has finally come out and said, nope, nope. This is not Russian disinformation. It's real. Yeah, these assholes could have told us that a year ago. Thumbing ass, screwing all around. FBI is not supposed to be political. You're supposed to be law enforcement, you assholes. Sorry if that may be too much salt for somebody. I'll bring the sound back up. Sorry.
I got an email from a friend who said that ding on air made the whole country just check
you got
their
a bunch of
phones.
Biden voters that one don't know this shit.
We could do without too.
Two
All
are
right,
so
Katie, give us your thoughts.
either disinformed or dumb. They don't care. Orange
Joe
man,
Biden
yeah.
is the side of the ticket here that has been trying to explain away losing states like Florida, Georgia.
Yeah, but Jennifer, they got much worse, and I'm gonna blame two parties.
County as a
under
result
Bush
of
Jr.
break for a couple of
and
days,
then O'Biden. I'm gonna call him O'Biden because Obama and Biden both had plenty to do with that. If you look, their fingerprints are all over this. Obama knew how corrupt Biden was. That corruption was known. He was making deals. Come on, he said it out loud that he screwed over the Ukrainians, forced them. Quid pro quo Joe. On video, yet people are voting for it. The same thing they were screaming, get rid of Trump. Trump did quid pro quo. No evidence, yet Biden's on video saying he did it. And then suddenly it goes out of their brains.
It begs the question about, what the actual reason is behind them not finishing out the electoral.
Yeah, you guys are way behind, Scotty.
Getting the absentee ballots counted and ready to go for the next couple of days.
You're letting all the immigrants come over. Yeah.
Let's go to Bill Hemmer.
Yeah, see, we're getting that here too, Scotty. The bad thing is Biden wins. He's already said he wants to open our borders wide open.
I'd love to look at Arizona and
give all the illegals here free citizenship and give all the illegals here access to all of our social services
right now.
We will go
What the Trump campaign is saying that their election day vote is now coming home. They're also suggesting in northeastern PA
and our energy independence
workers are going for President Trump. Well, let's see if that's the case.
We're screwed.
28% of the vote in right
now. I hate
now.
to say it that way, but we are.
President Trump over Joe Biden. We've been saying it for a while.
Scotty, the problem is, where do you go?
Tonight.
Where do you go? It's getting insane.
But look on up here. This
the world itself is getting insane.
Still
you have a move by a lot of governments to go to this world thing through the UN.
Joe Biden lived
and I don't want to give up my freedom to the UN.
Moved to Delaware in 2016
to an island.
Well over 100,000
Scotty, let me know which island you make Scotty land, and you know what? You may end up getting a lot of people moving there.
So we'll see whether or not the Trump
we're all going to move to the United Islands of Scotty.
is coming their way. A couple more things I want to show you guys.
Freedom is actually allowed.
North Carolina now. This is 0.6% in
yeah,
favor
Scotty,
of
they have a lot of that in France, too.
It flipped just about 10 minutes ago.
A lot
Some
of it.
more votes coming in. Carl talked about this county here. This is 0.6% in favor of Donald Trump. We saw it flip just about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Some more votes coming in. Carl talked about this
Pucker
county
factor
here.
9.
That's Perkins. Just a moment ago, it clicked in. The president has about a 2,500 vote lead in this far northeastern rural county in North Carolina. So if this stays now with about 10% more the vote in the Tar Heel state, the president's going to pick up 15 electoral votes in North Carolina, which was, by the way,
sorry,
what
guys.
the Trump team said they would do tonight.
Scotty, and the funny thing is, and I know I don't want to be arrogant,
stands right now,
but right now, at this point in time, America is the leader of the free world. We are the most powerful nation at this moment.
About 10 more percent
and where America falls, the rest of the world kind of falls behind us.
15 electoral votes
and honestly, I think Trump was not only good for America, but was good for the UK.
The Trump team said they
you guys had Brexit. You were doing things for yourselves. You were bringing back stuff to the UK to help your people also.
38%.
A lot of people in Australia are worried Trump's going to lose. Because he was dragging Australia and the Australian government more towards freedom and rights and self-sufficiency also.
You've got a lot
and now they're worried about
if
Biden gets in, it's going to reverse.
So we'll see how this measures up.
Scotty, it's not just America.
County, by the way. That's where Madison
is. The UK will fall next because you guys are our closest ally.
He had a ton of votes for Hillary Clinton 4
years ago. We may have fought a war against you guys. You would not believe how much of America loves you guys.
That's where Madison is. That's where the
University
Maybe
even more than our northern friends, Canada.
He had a ton of votes for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago.
Part of America.
Joe Biden hasn't yet hit that mark.
Yeah, it's tough.
She had 217,000 and 75%.
And maybe in the future, maybe the UK will be back to the biggest power or somebody else.
Like Dane,
but then that person will be the power person
out there for Democrats to be had.
Make the world shape the world.
I think is curious. The Trump team told me a bit earlier tonight.
We need a white Wakanda.
Counties in Wisconsin that ran out of ballots. And they
oh,
have to go out and get more. Some of them are right here in the center part of the state.
Oh,
Juneau
Lordy,
County.
Jim,
There's
Jim.
not a ton of votes to be had
Jim,
anyway.
keep that salt flowing, brother. Flow, my salty friend.
More. Some of them are right here in the center part of the state. Juneau
Could that be
County.
white Conda?
There's not a ton of votes to be had anyway.
Thing is, it's not white people, Jim. I wish we could just say it was white people.
Just north of it,
there's a lot of white morons voting for Biden or uneducated people.
They file provisional ballots.
People, one, they've been hidden. A lot of information has been hidden from them.
The reason I
Two, a lot of them, like family members I have and people I know, just watch the 5-second sound bites. They don't look at whole videos. There's a lot of people still think Trump hates Jews and hates
tight, right?
Black people.
Talking 23,000, 22,000 votes in Wisconsin. All these votes now matter in 2020 from the rural areas that Donald Trump, he's been going there, he's been campaigning, he's been working hard.
Thing is, Scotty, UK was bringing itself, these parts of the UK. I know Ireland has got some huge problems, but parts of the UK was really bringing itself back to
They had
Trump.
a split opinion, actually.
And they're following suit.
One gentleman thought Pennsylvania was more
likely. Somebody say Canada?
The other thought was
You mean America North?
I don't know if either one is right. But they were laying odds a bit earlier today based on what they were seeing from the results tonight. You mentioned Arizona, Martha. Let's go check it out.
It's all by electoral college, Robert.
This is,
we live and die by it, and I understand why we have it.
Phoenix. You've got
where a lot of Democrats say we need to end the electoral college. That's a load of shit because then you'll have New York and California pretty much rule our elections.
Now at 54 to 44.
They have nothing to do with people in the middle.
This is Maricopa. This is. Look, it's you win your
exactly, Jim. Stupidity knows no race, color, or creed.
At the moment, 54-44. That's a 10-point edge. Let's see what they did 4 years ago.
Yeah, see, I hear that, Urbex.
51-48, so there's more votes to be had.
Boy, I'm worried about that because I think you guys are stronger together.
Come back to 2020.
But that's just me. I don't know all of your politics. I do read a lot and educate a lot, but I don't know all of your internal politics. I do think you're stronger together. I think especially after Brexit, you guys together are
Arizona, like those other states,
powerful force to deal with.
We've seen from our voter analysis survey.
Oh, no problem, Scotty.
6 out of 10 towards Biden in pretty much every state. But then the vote seems to fill in, as we've seen in these other states.
Yeah, it's the same trend, right?
Yeah, I don't know, Robert. Let me get back to paying more attention
here. Changes throughout the course of the night. I
may have to go run to the restroom here real soon. I drank a lot of water during my workout.
In Ohio.
Had my protein drink afterwards. So
that's been the pattern.
Starting to float my teeth
here in North Carolina.
Starting to see everything in a tint of yellow.
Yeah, Florida. And also, I would suggest at the moment, with a little more than half the vote in, Georgia's shaping up to be the same way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Go Georgia!
It's just like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know this is going to sound bad, guys,
but
I'm looking at this vote as a common sense test.
Sunbelt area.
How much do people educate themselves? Does not say stupid people, just say ignorant or uneducated people. Where are people educated and paying attention?
I think we had about 71% of the vote.
Illinois obviously was uneducated. Wow.
One to watch.
Illinois was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
I'll be back later.
Whoa.
So the polls are closed in the biggest toss-up states in the race for the White House. We're going to bring you all the latest data from our decision
All right, guys,
desk
I will
as
be
it
right
comes
back
in.
while they're going to go
Laura
to ads.
Ingraham is on deck to
I'm
join
gonna
us
use the restroom
as our Democracy 2020 coverage rolls on after this.
Our retirement plan with Voya gives us confidence.
So we can spend a bit today knowing we're prepared for tomorrow.
Wow. Do you think you overdid it, maybe?
Overdid what?
Well planned, well invested, well protected.
Voya. Be confident to and through retirement.
All OTC pain relievers, including Voltaren, have one thing in common. None are proven stronger or more effective against pain than Salonpas Patch Large. There's surprising power in this patch. Salonpas. Dependable, powerful relief.
Sharing smiles together is a gift. At Aspen Dental, it's easy to gift yourself the smile you deserve. New patients, get started with a comprehensive exam and full set of x-rays with no obligation. And if you don't have insurance, it's free.
I hate that. You wash your hands, get soap in the
20%
wedding
off your treatment plan. Enjoy flexible payment options and savings when it matters most.
Well, I'm not
We're
cooking.
here
I
to
was just
make your
running over to use the
smile shine
restroom.
bright, so you can start the new year feeling all right.
Bangers and
Call
mash.
1-800-ASPEN Dental 7 days a week or book
Good
today
stuff, too.
at aspendental.com.
Hey, Tony, what you doing?
I'm reviewing some of Tubi's best plays.
Why is the Rust Belt called that? Because of the industry, or vaccine. Because you got the steel industry, the auto industry, a bunch of good
about how to make working from
old
home less stressful and more comfortable.
manufacturing
Make the
industries
switch
and
to
everything are in the middle of the country.
Side-float recline
The
and
Midwest
dynamic
used to be
variable
the
lumbar support make the
huge
X-Chair
hub
a
of not just
customer
America,
favorite
but
at
the
home
world.
and work.
Most
the
of the
X-Chair lets you
world's products
customize for
actually
the
came
same
from the
measure of
Midwest.
amazing comfort, no matter what your
So
size.
Pennsylvania,
Every model is in stock, ready
Michigan,
to ship the next
Iowa,
day. And you get
Illinois,
$100 off any model on
Wisconsin,
our website. Your new normal,
Indiana, and those
comfortable.
states, we
Call
were
or
the Rust
click to
Belt
order
because
today.
of all the manufacturing industry, steel industry,
paying
auto,
like an arm
everything.
and a leg for the postage. I remember setting up ship station. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was putting out labels and
That's
saving
saying
money.
to be worldwide.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes
Oh,
it
hey,
really
Ricker.
easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready
barely
to go.
a puppy anymore.
For shipping, like we're
He
cut in
is
half,
big.
just like that.
Let me mute this.
ShipStation,
These are
the
on
number
ads.
one choice of.
Yeah, let me blow myself up here so you guys can see Riker. This is him grown up now. Riker, come here. Come here. Come on, up, up, up. Come on, you can do it. Come here. Up. Show everybody. Look at him. He is 50 pounds now. Yes. Yes. 21 weeks and 50 pounds. Yeah, it's my buddy. You look tired. Oh, I love you, Doe. You got funky breath. What? Oh, now he wants to bite and chew. That's my little boy. He grew up fast. Fast. So, yep, he's been coming up and down. He started using steps about 4 days ago. Now he's up and down, up and down. And one time he peed down here, so we have to shut the door sometimes. Oh, let me go back. Are they back yet? Shoop. Of course they are. But there's Riker. For some of you who haven't seen him, that's our boy there, our little pup. Our Chesapeake Bay Retriever with his gold eyes. All right, let's get me back down. Holy ship. Did that freeze up? Oh, it did, because I did that. My bad. Whoops. Sorry.
Professionals, African Americans, the Republicans have outperformed, it looks like tonight, across all of those categories with higher turnouts than they had in 2016. So there was a lot of talk about how Biden was going to bring all these new voters to the fore, and indeed we'll probably find that he did. But the other story, which I think you're seeing playing out in state after state tonight, is that Trump brought more people into the party and then expanded the base from those blue-collar workers on out. So we'll see what happens as the night goes forward. But to me, Florida is the future for the Republican Party.
You know, Laura, this is just an interesting thing, and you talk about this all the time, about the president's policies toward China, being tough on China. Right now, according to the Wall Street Journal, the Chinese yuan has started to tank.
I just saw that. And what is that? Yeah.
What does that tell you?
It's very significant.
I hate how long they keep saying, it's too early to call these days.
They're looking at the betting odds, and I know you've probably talked about that already.
Thank you, Jennifer. His name is Riker
on the overseas
since my wife wanted a puppy and I kind of wanted
lean
a
toward
full
Trump.
dog.
And the Chinese are
she
watching
named him Riker
all of
after
this,
Commander Riker
right
because she knows I'm like Star Trek.
They are indicating to us that they believe the
Bow
tariffs
to
that
me
Donald
for
Trump
getting a puppy.
put on a whole
when he gets
swath
older
of
and he
Chinese
stops
goods,
growing, he'll
they're
have a
here
Star
to
Trek
stay
collar.
for the
His tag will
foreseeable
be a Star
future,
Trek symbol.
and that obviously hurts their currency.
That's how,
at
Jim.
least in the
There you
short
go, Jim,
term.
right
So that's a significant metric, but it's just how they're reading
my wife,
the
I was
data
almost
that's
going to name
coming
him
in.
Skywalker. My
That's
wife's
coming
like,
in
hey,
right
what
now.
about Riker?
But I have to say, when we
watching a lot of
look
Next
at
Generation
the
lately,
sheer numbers of people
knows I like
who've
Commander
turned
Riker.
out to vote, we had a very engaged electorate this election season.
Commander
and
William
there are a lot of
Riker
people
on
who
Star Trek
said
Next
that
Generation.
Joe Biden made a smart call and
wife
running
did
on
that
the
for me,
pandemic
so I thank her for that.
and hanging back and letting
Pretty much
Trump
to make me like him a
go
little
out
more
there
when he's eating on my
and
stomach,
dominate
peeing
the
on
stage
things.
because people were tired of
See
Trump.
how women are smart?
I think that was a really misguided way of looking at things. I think, as you saw after he recovered from COVID,
attention here real
he
quick.
has been nonstop. And I think a lot of folks, as time went on, began to really respect that he was fighting, in their mind,
See, that's the thing.
for every vote.
Trump
every
has
vote
been
that he
gone.
could get in those swing
He's gone
states.
through more than
And
any
it was a
president
breakneck
in the
pace.
history of this
Obviously,
country.
Joe Biden could not keep
In
up
the
with it or
history
didn't
of
want
this
to keep up
country.
with it.
I have
and
not
those
seen
crowds,
anybody go
which,
through the crap
again,
he
a lot of
has.
people didn't want to talk about. They were
I mean, I don't think
metric of
in our
energy
lifetimes we
and
never see a president go
excitement
through the crap
that
he has.
I just did not see replicated on the other side.
It's
At least
crazy
the
what he's
emotion
gone
of it,
through.
for whatever that's
And
worth
how he
tonight.
survived
and,
it.
I think in the end, the love
And
for
how
the
he can
country,
stay
the love for the
sane.
average worker,
Man,
they're going to say
people think Trump is nasty sometimes, or
that the
too
left
coarse.
has for Donald Trump.
I'd have
his
been
tone and
extremely
tweets
nasty
and some
by
of
now.
his
I
past
would have
comments.
Laura, a lot of
colorful
people
metaphors
have
all over
wanted
my Twitter.
The president,
I
people
would have
who
stood out
support
there
him
and
have
said a
wanted
lot
to
more
focus
cuss
more
words
on
than
the
Trump has
economy
in live
and on
videos.
recovering from coronavirus. He really swung around to that in a stronger
Jim.
way in the final
Is that
days
better?
as he campaigned through the course of these rallies.
I got my microphone down kind of low.
Over 3%.
Let me know if that's any better,
and
Jim.
It just reminds me of.
I know, want you guys to be able to hear what they're
discussion
talking about too, not just my dumb ass.
I want to keep reiterating. We've got a long way to go here in this evening tonight. But,
boy, I bet Hillary will come up and pipe up if Biden wins this, but Trump wins a popular vote. She's going to pipe up and go, how does it feel?
The stock market would never, ever recover.
Even though Hillary kind of actually probably lost the popular vote. Once you go look at how many dead people voted in some states and how many illegals voted, she actually kind of lost the popular vote.
Decade. We heard some people saying, was it going to be a decade before we'd recover? How can any incumbent president overcome a depression, a pandemic, and
Trump has gone through unprecedented crap
that was
in his
never
term.
possible. And I've got to say, for whatever people
I don't think any president's gone through as much in his term.
The personality,
in his
he
first
never
term
gave
or
up
any term.
On his winning formula.
Hang on a second,
policies,
I see puppy
which
still
is
down here.
America first, enforce the border, tighten the labor market, see wages go up, which you saw $6,000 for the average family income, median family income through the last year. These were significant advances for African Americans, Latinos. Some of that is paying off tonight. I think people are worried that we're going to go into a shutdown next year as they see a lockdown happening across Europe.
So far, he hasn't eaten out of litter boxes, but maybe,
you know. Lockdown versus liberty dichotomy. I think in the end,
have a good one, Jennifer. Thank you for stopping in, hon, and hope your sister keeps improving.
And I think it began to motivate even some younger voters who, you know, maybe were led to believe on social media that Donald Trump was a terrible, awful, rotten person. Again, we'll see as the microanalysis goes forward. But
no, Rebecca, see, what that'll mean is even with all the illegality, the bullshit, and the dirt on the election, he still pulled it out. What it means is even without the rigged stuff in the election, he would have won by a huge margin. That's what it means.
Hello, Brett and Martha. It is time again to hear the voters' voices, and we're going to get some
That's
of
the one thing I am worried about. If Trump does win,
some of the things that you
if
were just
Biden wins,
about,
we are going to have unprecedented
sort of
lawlessness in this country. Unprecedented lawlessness in this country for the next 4 years. If Trump wins, we're going to have horrible problems for about a week or two.
And backing President Trump, John L. and Janet P. You know, Natalie, I'm going to start with you because it looks like in Florida, and we can't call anything there yet. Fox News not doing it yet. But how much work do Democrats need to do with
how are they
Latino
not calling
voters?
Florida
Not a monolithic
yet?
group, any of us as people of color, we know that. But Biden is missing the mark
Sorry, I picked
so
my
much
tooth. I got
more
something
than even Hillary
nuts.
Clinton.
I don't know. I'm worried that
like
if
you said, we're not a monolith. You know, there are. Cubans,
Scotty, he will try.
I'm sure you're familiar with the line of Cubans.
I think if he seriously tries, there would be an actual civil war in America.
Vote for Democrats, and we've actually seen a huge.
There are huge amounts of gun owners in America, and I don't think a lot of them would give it up.
I think the thing
also,
is that,
a lot of police officers
demographic change to
will not enforce those laws. It's unconstitutional and illegal.
New York, Miami,
but he would try.
Los Angeles, that kind of thing. But we actually have a lot of growth in like.
Thing is, we have our gun rights here in America just to defend ourselves against our government.
Centers that we don't really think about, traditional. Centers of Latino.
Yeah,
Urbexy,
exactly.
There's a lot more to come tonight.
Yeah, I know, Scotty.
And
I know a lot of people over there that regret that, letting that go as easy as you guys
against Donald Trump, same candidate.
Well, again, we are just trying to make sure that everybody has
really hate thee. Too early to call.
An opportunity to have their ballot counted, whether that's tonight or tomorrow.
The bad thing is we all know where California is going to go.
Georgia tonight, Fulton County.
California is a big one. California, Washington State, and what?
Republican, predominantly a Democrat.
Wyoming?
What do you think?
Or whatever, all going to go for Biden. Everything on the West Coast is going to go right for Biden. That's a huge shot. Trump needs to start taking some states here.
I really think that the Democrats they're probably missing on the things that are most important. When it comes to law and order, the support of our police, some of the policies, I think that they're missing on the finer points of things. That they're not as detailed. Democrats have a tendency to see things in a monolithic way and not realizing that there are many parts of a whole.
We have our weapons because our forefathers say it's not just to defend the government, the country from other outside forces, to defend us from our government. Government gets too powerful and big. They try to take away rights. Government, by its own nature, likes power, likes to take rights from people. It's the nature of governments. So that's what we have our rights to defend from. And it's been weird that...
As a Biden voter,
the people would automatically give up those rights.
Did that turn out to be the thing that he could win it with?
That's what we got here,
Rexy.
I think it's one of the things.
Oh, no, California is definitely blue.
The economy,
so are all the West Coast states. So there's about 75 or 80 electoral votes right there on the West Coast. So if you look at Biden's number right now, he has over 200. If you add those West Coast ones, which we know we're going to go to it, he has over 200.
We can't really talk
so
about
Trump needs to pull some states
about climate
now.
And we can't talk about climate justice without talking about
actually, that's not true.
And environmental
the
justice.
Our Supreme Court has refused to take up a lot of constitutional issues. People have been after the Supreme Court to take up the Second Amendment and stop this patchwork of laws the states, cities, and counties are doing in America with our Second Amendment. Just say the Second Amendment says what it says, and that's that. But the Supreme Court has refused to take up the thing, the argument, even though that's their whole mandate, to enforce our Constitution. So don't believe that, Rebecca. They have gone safe and not enforced at all.
John, I'm curious to get your thoughts as a police officer.
Courtburg, exactly. The people, I just think the people are stupid a lot of times, or misinformed.
And it's just,
some of them voted early. That's the bad thing. You have a lot of Biden people that voted early, then wanted to change their ballot, they couldn't. They voted off the cuff early, and it's stupid.
Well,
so a lot of those early people wanted to change from Biden, and they couldn't.
I apologize for forgetting her name.
Early voting was what the Democrats set up to get this election. And they knew what would happen, and they may have got it.
I think the problem that we have on the law enforcement side is the people on the left.
Yeah, I like how they're not calling the places for Trump, even though it looks like it's done, but they're calling the places for Biden early.
That we're a bad person if we do it, for a bad person we do that. We need
to
come
Rich, you're right. He needs Texas and Florida, but he needs some of those upper states, and so far he's not getting them. I don't understand, like Cookboard said. How dumb are the people in Minnesota? Minnesota. You idiots! Your state was torn up. Trump saved your ass.
John, real quickly before we have to go, why do you think that
Biden and Kamala bailed people out to go back and re-tear up your city?
That President Trump did.
Look that up. It's true. They did.
Probably have a good idea.
They bailed out Kamala and Trump. Biden bailed out people that went and actually killed people during other riots afterwards. Go look that up. At least 3 people died because of Kamala and Biden.
That he could care less about
directly
us and has
bailing
no
them
idea
out.
about the job we do.
To the voters' voices, thank you for being with us on Fox News Channel tonight. So good to meet you all, and thanks for voting.
The thing is, even Republicans, if we lose, and I'm not a Republican, if Trump loses this, you will not see Republicans screaming about eliminating the Electoral College. You won't. Where Democrats have been screaming, oh, we got to end it.
Great group.
Republicans will not do that. They'll understand, hey, this is the game. It was lost, bad or good, it was lost. That's our system. That's the way it should be.
Too early to call. We are just getting rolling this evening, so settle in.
Well, they're doing their best not to call things that should be called, I think.
A short time from now.
Admitting my own bias, but well, they sure call a lot of things for Biden real quick, but they're really hanging on the ones for Trump.
Sweetheart, do my forearms look bigger?
They look the same.
Oof.
I've been spinning faster recently.
I don't understand either why people are voting for any Democrats in the Senate, knowing what they did. Once again, uninformed voters.
Yeah, cool.
All these people like Schiff and Schumer, all out in the news saying, "Oh yeah, we got proof Trump did this,"
and you can save hundreds. You know, like the sign
saying that, "Oh, I've seen proof." Yes,
do you have
but then in behind closed doors, when those idiots are under oath, they were saying the exact opposite. There is no proof he did anything. Nothing. And that shit, when it got leaked finally, even though those 2 guys fought it, they got leaked. The news didn't talk about it. A lot of this is going to fall on our news agencies. News agencies not reporting. They reported, they definitely had a side in this. They reported shit on Trump, but nothing on the other side. So the news is going to be a big factor in this, and I think we need to do something about it.
My Pillow Topper delivers on its promise to give me a better night's sleep.
Call now to get your very own
Scotty, no, Urbexy is actually from Scotland.
Will give you 30% off and 2 standard
Urbexy's from Scotland.
Absolutely free.
So close.
I personally guarantee it's going to change your bed.
Oh man, Scotty, you've got a big bunch of old crap in your face then on a big 65.
We have a noble purpose. We want to be known.
The one behind me, it's far back. That's a 52. It's way back there. Looks tiny. I noticed that on my camera.
Giving their lives right now today for the freedoms that we have here in this country. So for us, at New Day, to help those people at this point
I know, Rebexy.
It's a labor of love.
The bad thing is there was also some voter fraud going on in Florida. So that's a bad thing. There's a lot of voter fraud. Texas was caught with a huge amount of voter fraud on the side of the Democrats. They've been rigging votes.
The decision desk can now project that President Trump will defeat former Vice President Joe Biden in
Utah.
the state of Utah. Not really a surprise there, but it ticks up into the president's column as we go towards 270.
He's got to win more.
We're watching a lot of states that are kind of on the bubble here, and we're also
once again, remember, Biden's going to get about an 80
that talked to about 150,000
electoral vote bump when the West Coast comes in. So he's over 200. I'm going to say right now he's over 200. Trump's got to win some.
In all these pages. Hi, Shannon.
Hey, Brett and Martha. So let's look at Florida, where it's very tight and it has.
Yeah, I know. We're back. See, the whole thing. That's another whole load of crap about this. America has automatically known most of the time throughout of its history in that night. Even back in the old days. Now this is stupid.
Also, Cuban voters are going for Trump, but more broadly,
well, Scotty, see, we've never shown that here.
8 in 10 voters there in Florida say it's important to them that the next president shake up the political system. Now, that includes close to half who say it's very important.
I hope so, Corkboard.
Those are voters
if that's the problem. There's so much of our government against it. And our news meetings. Our news media colluded so they can't have Trump win either because a lot of people there are going to get in trouble.
7 in 10 in the Sunshine State. The voters there believe that Donald Trump stands up for what he believes in. Now, those voters broke for the president by an almost 2-to-1 margin. Interestingly enough, though, the angry voters that made up such an important part of Trump's voters 4 years ago, well, they're now
so how is it Trump's fault if the government won't work?
So, a lot more numbers
seriously,
to come.
He can't make Pelosi and the Democrats do a damn thing. The Democrats have done nothing for 4 years.
Stuart Varney,
if anybody here is a Democrat, please tell me what the Democrats have done for you in 4 years. Name it.
We talked a little bit about the
not an
markets,
effing
We talked a little bit about the Chinese yuan.
Nothing.
What are you saying?
How can you vote for them?
We've seen a remarkable switch just in the last hour or so. First of all, the betting markets. About 2 hours ago, the betting was favoring Joe Biden to win. Now, the betting market gives
Sir Bexy,
Donald
if you
Trump
have
a 65% chance of winning. So you've got a real switch there. If you look at the stock market, we're looking at a continuing strong rally.
If Biden
NASDAQ,
wins
example,
this, the
that's
stock
home of
market
all those
will
popular,
crash.
big-name technology companies.
People
That is
with
up
money in the stock
3.5%.
market, a lot of
That
money,
is a
are going to
whopping
lose
great
their
big gain
asses.
for that particular index. Stock prices across the board
401ks are
on
going to
the
crash.
upside as we speak. Look at it on your screen right now. The President Trump seems to be putting in a strong showing.
But not
and
enough
investors
yet.
like that.
And I'm going to say it,
so
not enough
the gains
yet.
of the stock market that we saw on Monday and Tuesday, 1,000 points up on the Dow, that is
Minnesota,
holding.
Florida.
And Brett, I
How
gotta
are they
tell
not
you,
calling?
this is
Yeah,
very important
Bexy's right.
to ordinary
Florida was saying
people,
like
if I can put it
96%
like
in, now it's saying
Investing
91.
is no longer
Goddamn
the
Florida.
area just for the rich and the elites.
Oh, my
100
God.
million Americans are now
And the thing is, you
investors
got to wonder,
in the
with all
market through
the
401ks
illegality
and
going on
IRAs. And they are sitting
in
on some very
the
nice
election,
gains
on the
brought to
Democrat
them
side,
during
how
the
much of these
Trump
are
rally
fake
of the last
votes?
4 years.
You
They
have to
don't want
wonder.
see those gains go
And
away.
how much, when these
If,
people
for
wanted to
example,
change
you
their
had
vote from
$100,000
Biden, how many
in
people
your
right now are
401k
pissed off
4
that
years ago,
they voted
you were doing
early,
well.
which you shouldn't
now
have?
You've probably got 140,000
Not early, and we're talking
in your
early.
401k, and you want to
And
keep
how
that
is
gain.
Biden winning
so what we're saying at
Iowa?
the moment is the market suggesting
Biden has done
that Donald
nothing
Trump
for
will
Iowa.
win. The betting market
Biden will
suggesting
screw
that
Iowa
Donald Trump
into
will
the
win.
mud hole.
It frankly reminds me a lot of 2016, where things turned around in the middle of the night. I think we're seeing that
Sorry,
right
I'm
now.
just seeing what difference.
Yeah, I mean, we do have to pump
See,
our
they're
brakes,
still
'cause we have a
behind,
long
Scotty.
way to go. Ohio,
They're saying
North
118,
Carolina,
102.
very tight.
Right here, they're saying
Pennsylvania
133,
will not be
115.
decided tonight because of all of those ballots.
So there's differences even
there's
here,
still
Scotty.
a lot to work out, but you're right. All of those places seem to be reacting to this shift that you're talking about.
And Stuart, there's been obviously such a weight on the market from coronavirus and the shutdowns that we've seen in the UK and in Europe.
Trump needs Ohio.
And
Get back
that's
into
been
this.
one of the things that President Trump has said pretty much everywhere he goes, that he believes that if Joe Biden's elected, we'll find ourselves in another lockdown. Of
Scotty,
course,
I've heard that from a bunch of
that's
people.
not the case, but he wants to deal with the virus first. What's the impact of that?
Well, for the economy to really emerge from the
He
pandemic,
does,
you've
Rich.
got to open up the economy. States have to
Bond.
come back on those restrictions
James
that are now
Bond.
imposed.
By the way, did anybody
That has
see
always
Sean
been President
Connery
Trump's
died the other day?
policy. Open up,
Dude,
expand, and
Sean
grow.
flipping
Joe
Connery
Biden has
died.
taken the other tack.
I went and watched
He's
the
been
James
very
Bond movie,
cautious
Never Say Never Again, that night,
and
just
look
because
at
of
health
that.
first of all, and therefore he's entertaining
Could not
the
believe that
idea
guy
of
died.
more
I feel old
lockdowns.
now.
That is not popular with investors. They don't want to see that. They want to see growth and prosperity, and you get that by
And if
opening
Biden
up.
wins, there's
And
no
so
growth, no
what you've got
prosperity.
now is a stock market that's looking at a very significant gain in the middle of the evening, even though so many races are just far too close to call, and where in Pennsylvania, as Brett's saying, you're probably going to have to wait until the next couple of days.
I don't get
to
how
get a
Iowa
result
could
out
be
of
going
that.
for Trump, for
Nonetheless,
Biden so far.
Investors
And
like
yeah,
what they
I'm
see
being confused
and
by
are
that
pushing
one.
stock prices
Illinois,
higher
I'm
at
surprised
this moment.
Illinois was as
That
close as
could
it
all
was.
change, of
I thought
course.
Illinois
That's
being
what
as
happens on the
damn
market.
blue as it
But as of
is
now,
would have been like
investors are putting their
20%
money
Trump
into
or 25%
stocks, and
Trump,
stock
rest
gains
Biden.
are holding.
It was like 42 to 50 something
Stuart.
percent.
Great to have you with us
54 or something. Like,
So
whoa.
the Fox News Decision Desk
That's
can
a
now
lot closer
project
than I thought it
that
was going
former
to be.
Vice President Joe Biden will defeat President Trump in New Hampshire. Let's put that up and see the impact of that on the overall numbers here.
Yeah, that's not good.
Biden 53%.
We need those little
44%,
numbers.
As we take a look at the big picture.
I'm not
here.
gonna
You've
lie.
got
People will
President
laugh.
Trump with 115,
Oh, you're butthurt
Joe
because he
Biden
lost.
with
He lost. Yeah, if he loses, I
133.
will be butthurt.
You know, New
And I'll be
Hampshire
really
was a state that
worried
the
about the
president
intelligence
lost
of a
by
lot of
just
people.
close to 3,000
And
votes
when
last
you
time
whine
around.
over the
And
next 4
we've talked
years,
about
if
this, but
Biden
there were a
wins,
number of states
I don't want to
that
goddamn hear
that
it from you.
early
I
on
will
the
shove
country
it
was
in
looking
your
at
faces
as places that they
for the
could
next
turn
4
into Trump
years
states,
as we go
places
to
like New Mexico,
go to hell
Nevada,
in this country.
places like Minnesota
come on,
and New
Trump.
Hampshire. So this is the first one of those 4 that we're seeing tonight, and it's clear that Joe Biden is very comfortably holding the lead, even more so than Hillary Clinton did.
And the president made a stop in New Hampshire, at least one. I know the vice president went there as well. We're back with our panel. Britt, what are you seeing right now? What are you feeling right now?
A couple of things. The betting odds had once gotten up as high as 78%.
He puts the lotion on her. It gets the
Trump,
hose.
they dialed back to 60-something now to
Yeah,
about 70.
Sean Connery, man.
Still the
90
favorite of
years
people who are
old. Good
betting their
start.
money
I
tonight.
believe
Well, put the
190 90, still too young.
I've had people ask me, what are the Vegas
Trust me, I know. I live on the edge all the time. So I'm actually before Tricafta come out. I was one of the. I was really one of the older ones, kind of near the upper end of the life scale. Full see it.
People in China are.
And now with it, I'm. There's a lot of younger ones going to live older than me, but I'm still.
Look, we got a long way to go tonight.
Yeah,
pretty far along, and it worries me a little.
A lot of what the pollsters were telling us about how this was going to go, and there were many that had, Trump losing on a bunch of these southern states and
Florida +5.
Florida, yeah, exactly. They're off again, and we've been through this before. We all thought, that the pollsters who made those projections in the states 4 years ago and got it so badly wrong would have it figured out by now.
New Hampshire,
Trump may not
live
win,
free or die.
but he certainly made them look bad tonight.
New Hampshire, yeah. Live free or die. I'm not sure they completely understand. Maybe, Rich, they don't understand their own stupid motto.
Yeah, one thing that seems clear, Dana.
Hey, New Hampshire, you morons.
About the fact that this was either going to be
Do you have any clue what Biden is
one
for?
option that was on the table.
You won't be living
really
free.
Race, and it's looking like it's shaping up
he
to
wants
be the
to go
latter.
socialist, which is opposite of your state motto.
That is absolutely
time to change your motto.
It looks like
New Hampshire,
because you see North Carolina so
land
close,
of the
and if
ignorant.
is able to win.
And by the way, look up the word before you get all pissy with me. New Hampshire, land of the ignorant.
Challenger. He had a big sex scandal about a month ago.
Yeah, Rich, totally nice catch, man.
With COVID, and what happened? Tillis stepped on the gas in order to campaign. Cunningham really kind of went.
How can you vote? Okay, here I'm going to start through here. How can you vote for Biden? The guy could barely get out of his basement to do a damn thing without needing a break. He couldn't go without making a huge gaffe. He said he was running for Senate more than twice. He introduced himself as Kamala's running mate a bunch. He called his own candidacy the Harris-Biden candidacy.
And you think about Donna Shalala, who was
Harris herself introduced herself
and then she's a
as the Harris-Biden candidacy. She said she was the next president. Her husband's introduced her as the next president. She was introduced at a couple rallies by her own people as the next president of the United States. How can you vote for Biden?
Across other places,
you are voting not even for that man.
When some of these states come down to the wire like they are.
Juan, your thoughts?
Sorry, I missed Iowa.
I'm curious. I mean, I think the
last I saw Iowa
told us
going to
early
Biden.
on,
I don't
see what they call blue haze or blue mist. Or
I always thought Iowa, out of the two states I live right here on the border of, I thought Iowa always had a little more common sense.
It's different haze. But
I'm feeling like,
wait a second.
Trump, even if Trump wins this, I'm going to have to go scrub myself really well after this.
But the point that I'm trying to make is,
sorry guys, a lot of states out there are making me feel real dirty.
At a puzzle as to when that cache of votes gets counted. And we have not been accounting for that. Now, the
cache of votes. The cache of votes that are going to pop up in Pennsylvania.
If you think about
the votes are going to be just appearing out of the blue for the next 9 days.
In the direction of President Trump, it would seem to me that you would also say, well, gee, turnout seems to have gone up on both sides.
Rhode Island is extremely small.
Strategy was to have
it's like a postage stamp. We have a lot of cities bigger than Rhode Island.
And we may be seeing some of that reflected. The question is,
I don't even know why they let Rhode Island be a state, except that they like having 50 states instead of 49.
Is up, as we believe,
Rhode Island is a rinky-dink.
Democratic side.
Right, and I still think that
it's kind of useless as a state. I'm sorry, Rhode Island, but people can drive across you in like 40 minutes.
Right. Of them, and the
I know it's not quite that bad, but
is
wow.
less than that.
Correct, and that's why it's this night to me feels like that. Chris, that purple haze.
Okay, all right, we're moving on.
But I just feel like
moving on.
I feel like I'm not sure what's going on, but I do think that clearly President Trump's doing much better than I would have anticipated.
I like how the UK guys are bandying back and forth to see what each station is showing over there.
I agree that the early, easy Biden victory is off the board, but that was one of 3 scenarios. The other scenario was a narrow.
Well, you know, Rebecca, maybe that's a good way to do it.
Trump win, and those votes are still absolutely open. And you know, while it sure looks like Biden is going to lose Florida, the fact that the Fox News decision team hasn't called Florida yet says to me, you know,
this
maybe
one is a
small margin, but there's still
this is a
up
butt
for grabs.
puckerer right here.
The fact
I'm
that
telling
North Carolina is too close to call, that Georgia is. You know, because of irregularities,
this thing is
we haven't really gotten anything firm on Pennsylvania or Michigan or Wisconsin or Arizona. Basically,
sorry,
if it were
I missed. I'm trying to look because Illinois has a constitutional amendment up on taxes,
and they're winning the states.
And if this passes in Illinois, it means the government of Illinois doesn't even have to come to the people anymore for tax increases. They can just do it whenever they want. So I'm really hoping the people of Illinois weren't so effing retardedly stupid to vote yes on this.
And wait for these waves.
Just because the government called it a fair tax.
To have 100 million
it is not a fair tax.
Their paper, they've got to
be
opened up and all that.
On the back of
just
my
with regard to Georgia, Fulton County is now going to stop counting at 10:30 p.m. and will resume their count.
My green is reflecting
tomorrow morning. So don't expect,
So that's Pennsylvania
eye candy presenter.
Georgia.
I like Dana Perino on Fox
News.
Count,
no Fulton County
Dana is
count until
sure,
tomorrow.
Without her makeup, she's slightly rougher, but for her age.
So we got North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Iowa all seem to be toss-ups still at this hour, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Absolutely.
And we still haven't called Florida.
Right? Scotty, my channel is pretty much about
Florida, but then had to take it back.
Politics, and I'm going to add some pop culture and little pop culture stuff in, like TV and movies and sci-fi stuff, but mostly it's going to be politics. Political stuff, things I find stupid, things I see stupid on Twitter. Pretty much it's going to be my channel to blow off steam to keep me from driving my wife up the wall. To keep me from getting divorced. Like, blow off steam here. She doesn't have to hear it.
Republicans are looking to hold their majority in the Senate.
Oh, Colorado, Colorado has been blue for a while, and they gained huge amounts of people from California. My wife's aunt lives in Colorado, and they hate all the Californians moving there and now screwing with their elections.
Lower their blood sugar. A majority of adults who took Ozempic reached an A1C under 7
that's no problem, Scotty.
It.
You can stay this time, come back no time, or not come back at all. Just thanks for stopping it all.
And you may lose weight.
I'm not
adults who took Ozempic
stressed that this channel needs to grow. I'm not stressed this channel ever needs to be monetized. I'm not stressed.
For those also with no
it has to be anything special. I'm here to do it. If people agree with me and come by, cool. If they don't, that's fine.
It lowers the risk.
It's an outlet.
And I only have to take it once a week.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the ads will get me in trouble more than anything. That's why I'm talking over a lot of them, but you'd think they'd just be happy to have their ads out there. Oh, Ozempic. Yeah. I don't know why he keeps holding Scotty's little number things for review. When did numbers become bad? Well, if you're a liberal, numbers are bad. Yeah. Urbexy, I think Nevada's going to go towards Joe Biden. Honestly. I don't know, Scotty. I just know it as Ozempic. It's something. I can't remember the song. Crap. I can't remember the song. Let me see here. What's on one of my other channels? I'm trying to look for the Illinois ballot thing on the constitutional amendment. Sorry if I'm quiet here for a minute. I'm going to be trying to check a couple local ones. That's just going down. I'm on my local, one of my local channels so I can check some of the local stuff down below. Whew. Got my flu shot today. And I think that guy dove at my shoulder like he had Conan's sword. Oh, that thing hurts. Scotty, yes. Numbers do offend YouTube now. Scotty, I wish I could. I don't know the song. I'm sure somebody out there would know it. Maybe some of the, not to be mean, but Corkboard, you're a little older than me. Do you know it? It's, I wish I knew the song. Sorry, I'm trying to check a couple of these. I'm not trying to ignore you guys. I'm going to turn the sound back on real quick for you.
Keeping an eye on it because it's gotten so much attention with Scranton, PA. Joe Biden was there. Donald Trump has been there.
There
as
you
well.
go.
So
Scotty. Robert J. Fiango knows it. He's a DJ.
Flipped, in
Pilot Magic was a song in the 70s.
With an edge over Joe Biden there. So just watching all this now develop.
Thank you, Robert.
Pittsburgh in the west and Philadelphia down here in the southeast.
You get vaccinated by a dart.
6 counties.
I'll tell you what, Urbex.
I think it's 7 total.
I think you went right to the bone with that dang thing. My shoulder is sore.
And all those counties were won easily by Donald Trump in 2016. Not a ton of votes here, but they go right along the border here with Ohio. Greene County's going to wait till tomorrow. Beaver County's going to wait.
I do. I live right on the Mississippi River, right on the border. So I don't know which even state they're talking about.
You're going to see a little of this action.
I love a TV station in a two-state area going, state.
Said we don't have enough poll workers.
What state house?
To run the boost today, to make sure that the vote goes smoothly, and that's why they said we're going to punt on the mail ballots until tomorrow. So we'll keep an eye on that. I mentioned the blue-collar worker. I think this is fascinating, guys. We talked about it earlier.
If you're a blue-collar worker and you voted for Biden,
back a little bit to a
you need to have your wee-wee smacked.
Here in northeastern Ohio. Here's what I want to show you.
You're dumb.
Okay, wow.
You are dumb if you voted for Biden and you live
in 2016,
I mean, if you're a blue-collar worker.
Trump was in the game. When northeastern Ohio was flipping. In 2012, it was all Democrat. 2016, the president flipped these counties. In 2020, look where they are again. Here was the point now, okay? Up here in Trumbull, Ashtabula County,
they're going to get a cemetery
60% of the votes.
Area.
4 years ago, same number here.
No on a sales tax there.
2020.
Boy, these guys are jumping from state to state. They did some Illinois, now doing some Iowa. They're back and forth.
4 years ago, he's outperforming his number from 4 years ago. What
Michigan, they're kind of this channel showing Trump ahead.
Blue-collar Democrats who crossed over and voted for President Trump are still with him in 2020.
Sorry, I am trying to check some of my local ones. Sorry, guys.
If these voters are with him on the eastern border of Ohio, so too are the same in Pennsylvania on the other side of the border there, and that is something that will play out in the days to come.
I need one. Actually, I've been a long time without one.
Now to
considering I worked on cars all for a living, and
Republican Senator
been
Lindsey
urban
Graham
exploring, and I still work on cars once in a while when my body will handle
defeating
it.
Democrat Jamie Harrison, who
I
spent
should have another one. It's been a long
$1
time.
in that race. Let's listen now.
We're not going to forget about the blocking and tackling.
I know,
of
Robert. I'm hoping, man.
I will never
Remember, we do have that West Coast going to go to Biden.
State interest in Washington. Now.
Illinois. Sorry, I got to check this, guys. Oh, God dang, they skip them from Illinois to Iowa. Pick a state.
Aren't you glad that this election's coming to an end?
Pick a state so I can watch.
I've had 2 calls already. One from President Trump.
I'm glad he won. With all the money coming from California, New York, and other states, it's hard to believe he won.
To all the pollsters out there, you have no idea what you're doing.
His opponent put in insane amounts of money from out of state.
And all the liberals in California and New York, you wasted a
lot
of money.
They got Trump up. This is ABC.
This is
they got
the worst
Trump
return
up.
on investment in the history of American politics.
Bustos and Joy King are close. Sorry, Joy King is the person I voted for here in my part, my representative.
He was very
and she's
gracious.
close, which is good. She may
created
lose, but Bustos has been in a long time. I didn't even think he'd be that close when I was voting for Joy King, so I'm impressed.
And anybody in the history of the United States Senate, I think had a lot to do with that. But
Jim,
Jamie,
know what, Jim?
I appreciate the phone
that
call.
is
I will
epic.
do my best
I can agree with
unite
that
us where I
100%.
can. You're a good father.
Oh my gosh, my wife would even laugh at
You're a
that
good
one. That's
husband.
good.
You're a good
I
man.
bet Karen would love
and I
that.
look forward to working with you where I can.
Robert, by the way,
And
from your lips
congratulations
to
all the people
any
who worked
God's
on your
ears, I don't care which one you believe in.
Now, this
I'm
is
mostly agnostic,
the
but
thank you time.
which means
And
I'm
I'll
not sure.
Try to not keep us here forever.
But I love
But
that
I've got
Jim
so
Patterson.
Many people to thank.
I have to agree.
From the day
This
I
is the
got in
first
this
year I've
business
ever
until
pretty
now.
much voted a straight ticket.
I am the least self-made man in politics. So, Governor, thank you for introducing me everywhere we went.
Corkboard, honestly, if you guys look up how much money went against Lindsey Graham and
we just were a great team.
Oh crap, I forgot
but
the
I'm gonna start with my family behind me.
majority
Thank you,
leader of
darling.
the Senate.
Thank you very much, sweetheart.
Cocaine, what's his name? But yeah, he
your ad made me cry. That's about the only ad.
The amount of money came from out of state, I think that should be illegal. I was talking about that earlier.
But Larry,
I think when it comes to
Emily, and
state
Nicole,
elections,
you have my
no
heart
money
tonight.
should be able to come in out of state to
Brother
reflect those
Mandel can't
elections.
be with us thinking
Because people
about
in New Hampshire or
to the
California
Ball
have
family,
nothing
you're
to
very
do with
much my
a
family.
Georgia,
This
Tennessee, or
journey
anything race.
started in House
That is
District
stupid.
2. In 1992, where Denise ran my first campaign.
Hey, we can talk about masks if you want, but I hate to tell you guys, even our CDC says these are the only ones that do any good.
It's just been an incredible ride.
All the masks people walk around wearing
what you did for me then in my first
are
congressional
BS.
race, my first
That's why we have
race,
higher rises
there
right
would
now
be
in
no
cases.
Lindsey Graham. So thank
Even
you all
though
very
our
much.
death rate in America has gone down.
She passed
Our
the baton
therapeutics
to
are
Scott Farmer, who is
amazing
the best
here.
campaign manager in the United
Schumer, yes, thank you. Chuck Schumer. Yeah, Bunny, Colorado used to be. My wife's aunt, she's born and raised Colorado.
He's a terrific
I think she was
campaign
born
manager. He's a better father. He's a better husband.
Iowa,
he's a
but
better
moved
friend.
out there a long time ago.
I have the best campaign in
But
the
yeah,
history
they
of South
hate
Carolina.
all the Californians coming in. They say that Californians
Very
screwed the
relieved
state.
Senator Lindsey Graham speaking about his victory.
Sorry,
reaching
I'm
out a
still
hand
looking around. I'm
to
still
his
trying to
opponent,
catch a
Jamie
couple of these
Harrison, who
races
spent
that are my local.
$103 million that went into that race on his behalf. It is now 11 o'clock on the East Coast. The polls have just closed in 4 more
Illinois
states.
went
The Fox News
55 to
decision desk
42
can now
for
project
Biden,
that former
but that's closer than I
Vice
thought it was
President
going to
Joe
be.
Biden will decisively
Honestly.
beat President Trump in California.
That's pretty epic for
Is
Illinois.
a 55 electoral vote haul. Huge number there. Joe Biden will also win the adjacent
my wife's
state
going
of
to
Oregon,
bed.
according to our Fox News voter analysis.
say goodnight to
Rounding out
her.
the Pacific Northwest, Biden will defeat Trump
Won't
in
be
the
able to
state
talk
of
tomorrow.
Washington, but in next-door Idaho, President Trump will easily defeat the former vice president.
So let's bring our panel back in with us this evening. Get a look around at how things are standing. Dana
Sorry, guys, I'm
Perino,
trying-
what are you
trying to say
watching? What's
goodnight to my
standing out to
wife.
you at this point?
Okay, so in the re-elections for Bush and Obama,
There, Dana
at the
Perino. I
very
think she's
tail
got a lot of
end
makeup
those
there, but I still think
campaigns,
she's
they
pretty
were able to
attractive.
get to like a 2.1% little burst.
And yes, my wife knows.
And you wonder
my wife
if
likes Jason
President
Statham,
Trump
so
and
hey,
his
I
amazing,
can understand it. If I had abs like
rush
that,
all across the
dang.
country and all of those rallies and all of that work he did, did that help him?
Oh, New Mexico, New
2.1%
Mexico,
or
you
that little push
dinguses.
that
What
might
are you
help
thinking?
Put him over the edge.
New
The
York,
other thing
duh.
I'm looking at is the
New York,
issue of
land of the
suburbs, but
stupid
also
people.
about
Sorry, guys, you're
parents.
dumb.
Right?
As much
There's a lot of
crapping on in
parents
your
America.
state, in your
They're
city.
worried, I think,
You're going to
about
vote for the
schools
guy that
being
helped
closed.
amp it up?
And then to Stuart Varney's point, the taxes and the 401k.
See, there we go.
And also one of the things that showed in research in the last few months
Told you
is
Biden's
that
going to
cancel
get that
culture
bump.
was a really big deal for some of these suburban parents. And
Oregon,
I wonder if
yeah,
some of
saw
is
that one coming.
starting to show up.
Portland.
So I'm watching that.
Portland,
And I also feel
they
like
still,
the Democrats
you can
put
go to
so
Twitch
much
and look.
money
They still
into
have
races
rioting
that
going in
were
Portland. It's not
probably
less, they
fool's
still
gold
have
for them.
it.
If you think about
Like
Jamie Harrison in
170
South Carolina.
days.
Now, he's a bright young person.
And you
I'm
idiots
excited
voted
to
for
see where
Biden?
his future lies. He's going to do some
I'm going to
pretty
say, if
amazing
I have to
things.
say, if anybody's the
But
dumbest
he
in
wasn't gonna beat
America,
Lindsey Graham and for
it's
$100 million
Oregon.
in South Carolina. Amy McGrath,
170
another
days of
$100 million
rioting,
in
and you
Kentucky. You think
vote
maybe they
for
should have put
Biden?
that money
You
someplace
are a
else.
bunch of dumbasses.
Last thing I'll mention that I'm looking at, the DCCC chair.
Yeah, I know, Corkwood, but he's going to get
Jerry
all the
Bustos
West Coast.
in Illinois.
So it's nice to see somebody put that in.
Those committees have tough races.
Because, yeah, he is going to get all the
just
West
looking at
Coast,
it
and that's
right
a
now,
fact.
She's a little bit behind.
He's going to get all three of those West
That's
Coast
interesting.
states.
Let's do some Senate races real quick. Put up, if we could, the balance of power in the
Yeah,
Senate.
Trump
Again,
is
we
up a
started
decent
the
amount of
night
popular vote,
53-47
which I'm
with
sure if he
Republicans
loses, Hillary's going to love rubbing that
over
in his
Democrats.
face.
Democrats have to pick up a net 4 seats or 3 plus the White House. And here we have kind of populating as we go
Well, Jim,
along.
if they're doing that, that just shows it.
These races. So
The
bear with us.
thugs
John James
know if there's
in
Biden
Michigan,
wins,
let's take a
they're
dip
going to
in
riot
there
because they don't
against
get
the
away with it.
incumbent,
If Trump wins, they're going to do it because they're
Gary
butthurt.
Peters. And he is,
Thankfully, in my area, I hope that isn't a problem.
He's a really strong candidate that the
Even though if it
NRSC,
is,
the
I don't think anybody want to mess with my
Republican
house.
Senate committee believed he had a chance to pull that off. We haven't called the race yet, but he was leading early on.
Yes, Scotty.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Trump
First
can
of all,
win.
A lot of people think John James,
If they
is
start
a rising
announcing
star
certain
in the
things his
party.
way, yes.
He ran for governor and lost. Now
Yeah,
he's
like
running
Rich
for the
says.
Senate against
We already
Gary
knew,
Peters.
Scotty, that
So,
Trump was not
one,
going to get
if
the
he
West
wins,
Coast.
it would be
California and the
a
other
big
two West
new
Coast states are
presence
automatically
in
going to go to
Washington.
Biden. They are Democrat
Senator John
beyond
James, if he wins.
Democrat.
In addition
They
to
are
that,
so
it would
blue
make
on the
the
West Coast of this
Democrats'
country,
chances of taking
they make
over control of the
Smurfs
Senate
look
that
red.
much harder. We've
That is
had
not a joke.
An even split.
They would look at
Colorado
Smurfs go, damn,
went
you're
from
red.
Republican to Democrat.
So
Alabama went from
we
Democrat
knew
to
that. That's why I've been saying the whole night
Republican.
that there's going to be like 75, 80 electoral ballots all automatically go to Trump.
A big call right here.
So yeah, I knew that. And like Rich says, yeah, we knew.
Can now
no American is surprised by that.
Donald Trump will win the state of Florida. 29 electoral votes. and he will.
Even though I want to see what the actual vote in California is. I bet it's a lot different than people thought it was going to be.
51.3 and 47.8.
There, they finally called Florida.
Trump and Joe Biden, respectively.
Good God.
Joe Biden spent a fair amount of time in Florida.
They
the president
stuck that one out for a long time and reversed it from 96, 91%,
spent a lot of time there. It's his home state, as he refers to it these days.
Sorry, I'm still trying to check some of my
locals
locals.
in Palm Beach.
I keep turning back and
We've seen
forth.
a great turnout for him among seniors, among Hispanic voters.
Love
very
that guy's
strong
name,
support for the president
good,
among
good
Cuban
person.
Americans.
Yeah,
a lot has been said about his effort to reach them with stories about socialism.
The Illinois tax amendment to amend the Illinois Constitution to let the government, the liars in the Illinois government, to just change the tax whenever they want, is a close vote. 48% yes,
in the state
to
of Florida.
52%
so,
no. That is
it's
way
too close. A very interesting dichotomy in the state of Florida, Brett, as you take a look at it. And it is a real cross-section of Americans. So many people move from New York.
I can't believe Illinois is so
close. From all over the country there. And it's very representative in many ways.
Well, in light of the pandemic, of course, in light of the pandemic, of course, we got a lot of people who went there to get away from
and never left.
And I'm here as long as you guys want me here. If you guys all need to go to bed, you're just tired of me, hey, that's fine.
Will change, but I think
I'm here for right now.
Tonight that we thought it was thought
thank
for a
you,
while
our
that
backstage,
Trump might
76-22
lose
for California. Now, in a state like California, that's actually pretty amazing numbers
that's not
for Trump.
And I don't know how many people, everybody thought, I guess, that he would do better among Hispanics in Florida than he had before, but not
Hawaii. Hawaii. Corkboard, Hawaii is
blue
blue too. Yeah, we knew that
with the seniors and
idiot.
And
you guys
so
in Hawaii have as a
representative,
representative.
Which, may prove a trend that
we'll
see in other states
mental.
as well. A word about the
when
Senate.
When they're talking to Amy Coney Barrett,
way,
have you sexually molested anybody or raped anybody?
Critical.
What the hell, lady?
Joe Biden
Her kids are sitting there for 1 and 2. Really?
It will be a benefit to him.
Come on.
If the Democrats don't get
Vote
the Senate.
better.
And the reason I say that is that Biden will
Senate
be under tremendous pressure
44, 43. That's
to
not good.
act out the agenda that he agreed to with Bernie Sanders. Biden, by temperament and instinct, I think won't particularly want to do that. But he's not the strongest guy that ever
agreed,
and he
probably
will be under terrible.
A lot of these people here are going to be up late.
I think he'll be powerless to resist that.
They know that.
The Republicans hold the Senate and will block that, I think that will leave him in better position going forward. The other side of that story is that if
tell you what, if Biden wins, we need the Senate.
And the Democrats control
God,
the Senate,
I hate
think
feeling
they'll be pretty stymied there
beholden to one party. I feel dirty.
Going forward,
I'm usually pretty nonpartisan. I vote for the people. But for once in my life, I gotta really hope for Republicans.
What the next 2 years going to look like? A lot of depend on how that.
Filthy.
If President Trump were to win and lose the Senate,
filthy.
You'd be looking at the kind
anybody
of
in the chat, please let me know if the volumes are okay.
Across both
I don't want you to miss anything here, but you'll still be able to hear me.
Yeah,
let me know if you like any of the volumes or maybe change anything.
Was a must-win state for President Trump.
Absolutely.
So he has checked that box successfully, and it, as we begin the process here, going through these battlegrounds.
No Republican has won the White House without winning Florida.
Correct. And what strikes me out of Florida, early in the evening, I was talking about the Latino vote. Hillary Clinton did 10 points worse in Miami-Dade.
Well, yeah, Corkboard, we knew the House wasn't going anywhere.
Trump went 10 points.
The House would have had. There weren't enough seats up for vote.
The Latino vote has gone for Donald Trump in an astounding way, to my mind. But it's
there would have had to been a lot more seats up for vote in the House for that to change any.
Voters. If you look just down the line in Florida, you would see Latino men 59-39 Biden, women 64-34. And you might think, oh, well, gee, they went for Biden. But in fact, as I'm trying to explain, those numbers are 10%.
In which case, it's time to start puckering up. You live here in America, and that includes you Biden voters. You are uneducated enough. You're going to get some shit hitting you in the fan that you are not going to be watching for. Because you're too dumb to have paid attention.
Pennsylvania and Michigan is outstanding at this point, that the votes are not being counted. We're really getting into the
holy crap, Esther Joy King is that close.
Going to deal with this.
I did not think she'd be that close to Sherry Bustos.
Which votes are not going to be counted.
Sherry Bustos is deep incumbent. She is
Pennsylvania, for example,
filthy.
Able to count votes
and way ingrained in this state.
Election day.
For Esther Joy King to be that close, even if she loses,
Jackie Heinrich, our
damn good fight, lady.
Joe Biden says that the Biden campaign is now saying that will come down counting the votes.
If Esther Joy King pulls it out,
Midwest states, Pennsylvania,
that'll make me dang happy.
I kind of am taking it from the east,
no problem,
Midwest,
Scotty.
Michigan, and Wisconsin. And Bob Bauer, who's the general counsel to the Biden campaign, is already beginning to talk about lawsuits and the fact that the Trump campaign
Bunny, but we pretty much know that Colorado's lost, and we know it.
So far, but the president
because you've gotten way too many California people moved there in the years.
That's a terrible decision by the Supreme Court.
Was it
to allow counting of the ballots after Election Day in Pennsylvania?
Up in the mountains there, not too far from
back in the courts, and
where there's all the cities that almost touched each other now.
Because Barrett is going to be on there. She wasn't
because
making
of all the growth from
those
California
decisions
people
in the first place. So
the housing boom is
because
insane for California people.
So, as much as we
North Carolina
happen,
should call soon.
A lot of this may be
worried about that one too.
I think listen, you've got Pennsylvania, you've got North Carolina, you've got Ohio. Ohio's starting to look a little bit better for President Trump. North Carolina seems like it's looking a little bit better for Joe Biden. But again,
I cannot believe there's 47% of people in Illinois want to give the morons in the Illinois government the right to just tax whenever they want.
Ads, but actual time.
You know why it is? Because people are stupid. It's all the fair tax label on it. Fair tax. Oh, I like fair. I like fair. Hey, dummy, read what it really is. They did it.
Hillary Clinton lost.
They voted for the word fair, which is why the government called it a fair tax.
Trump
it's not
tripled
fair
his
at all.
Over Biden as to what he had beaten.
Chris, if you were trying to
Bunny,
pick out
that means he knows he's
where
up a
people
creek.
would be most concerned about coronavirus, Florida, with a heavy senior population, would seem to be that state.
Robert, I'm with you. I'm worried too, but there's still a good chance.
We all believe
he still has a real chance
in favor
of winning.
Joe Biden, and yet Trump.
I do like how they call the Biden states right away. But
I'm now
sit on the Trump ones.
With the Fox voter
they
analysis.
Should have called Florida a good while ago.
And the Fox News voter analysis tends to show, the women, big margin for Biden, men much more close. So, I mean, if you look at these numbers, it would seem in almost every state that Biden was headed for victory. The actual votes haven't counted.
Kilbride in Illinois
that a poll is one thing,
and
actual
really
turnout on election day is a different
he's
one.
Very
and
dirty.
That, as we've pointed out,
my opinion. But he votes for the
get out the vote
House leader
of the Trump campaign.
Pretty much the leader of the Illinois government. All the time, even when he does dirty stuff, he always rules in his favor.
Shy Trump voters, including women.
Even when he breaks laws, it's insanity.
Because among women, he was thought to be unpopular, and he was thought to have offended more women than he ever did men.
Biden is 54%. Trump is 43.
May be more of an issue
I didn't think Illinois would be anywhere near that close for Biden, for Trump.
Obviously, I mean, I think for anybody, right? I mean, a lot of people just didn't want to.
I know Trump's going to lose Illinois, but wow, to be that close in Illinois.
And I also think, look, Laura Trump and the folks on the campaign, Kimberly Guilfoyle, you think Mercedes Schlapp, they had that
probably stay.
Women for Trump. And
I'm sorry,
they made
Judge,
concentrated efforts. They knew they weren't going to win all women. They knew they were going to lose a significant amount. But it'll be interesting to pick through all the bones and see how that really turned out.
I can't wait to see a lot of these states whose economies depend on stuff Trump helped. I can't wait to see if Biden wins this, which I don't. There's still a chance he's not going to. Decent chance by the other states left. I can't wait to see if he does win, though. You all get it in the ass and whine about it. Because we will all remind you of it every second.
And it's possible that those things, and we're only looking at one of these battleground states so far in Florida.
There's still a lot left.
But it's possible that,
now, I cannot believe Minnesota's gone that far for Biden so far.
Also plays a role.
It's hard.
What is wrong with Minnesota?
The only time it's happened
you guys are
recent history,
idiots.
Ronald Reagan and Bill Clinton, enormous personalities.
Unless it comes back,
totally change the dynamic of the presidential race and get voters to say, I'm going to leave this person behind and switch gears and go with this person. So as difficult as President Trump is for some voters,
Bunny, I'm almost with you, hon. I still got breathing treatments due tonight and everything else.
Decided just to stick with the horse, or to stick with the one who brought him to the dance, or whatever.
I just think did the horse come to the dance? Ride him. But
I'll tell you this right now. I'll make a
kind of presidential race.
I'll make a guess. Let's just say Biden wins, which still a good chance he won't.
But I think that
if Biden wins,
is his own.
I'll bet there's a chance Trump runs in 4 years and beats the shit out of Kamala. Because we all know Biden ain't going to make 4 years. He ain't going to make the first year.
And it's
I'll bet in 4 years, if Trump does lose, he runs again and kicks her ass.
But I think
people will be crying for him to come back.
Even as we question them, you see white men really stick with President Trump no matter what. The question then becomes
I wish they'd call some of these other states they're sitting on.
Vote for Trump. If you look at, as I was talking to earlier,
Pennsylvania's way up for
race, the Latinos
way up for Trump, and so is Texas. So why aren't they calling them
still go
suckers?
for Biden, but by a lesser margin than even Hillary Clinton.
So there's a good chance Pennsylvania and Texas are going to go Trump.
To me, we come back
they're not really calling
Trump
like crazy.
Brand. It's in some ways
sitting on them.
Impermeable. I mean, it's Teflon, But I don't quite comprehend it. But I do think it's different than when we say.
I admit I don't understand it. Biden doesn't say I'm not going to understand this country.
But in these times, there's so much pressure on the country, so much anxiety. And it looks like some people just say, that's my
uneducated morons. And yes, if you are that
ignorant
of what Biden and Harris really are, and you voted for them,
but
then you're going to whine the next 4 years. You are morons.
Going to go. Nobody's taken one that's a surprising stop. The National Republican Senatorial Committee is saying, Britt, that they right now are outperforming their modeling going in. And so they are looking at races like North Carolina optimistically. They are looking at races like Susan Collins in Maine optimistically, even though it's early. And here we go. We can make a projection. The Fox News decision desk can project that Republican Tommy Tuberville will unseat Democrat Senator Doug Jones of Alabama, the first and possibly only Republican pickup of a Senate seat tonight.
Well, that was the
short remember,
wolf
this is
race.
the Jeff Sessions seat that he was trying to get back, lost to Tuberville in the primary.
Oh, and that they went by the Iowa governor race real quick, barely even showed it.
Square one in terms of moving that balance of power in the Senate. We can also now project Louisiana Republican Senator Bill Cassidy.
Court the problem is that's because illegals are voting in Arizona.
As well.
Arizona is one of the states that sent out a bunch of ballots to places where people had already died. They found a bunch of ballots going out to any place.
They need to pick up.
So yeah, Arizona's got a huge dirty election. And I'm sorry if you're in Arizona, try to refute it. There are people in Arizona coming forth. Their pets got 3 ballots in their names.
Who do we have?
Dead people got ballots.
Sure do.
Houses where people hadn't lived got 15 ballots for the people that don't live there anymore. Arizona was filthy in elections.
With you, my friend.
Yeah, I love listening to you guys.
Scotty is going so-so.
But I tell you, there's some phenomenal things happen on this map, guys. Something's moving out there. I don't know if it sticks. I don't know if it
I know, Rich.
I left off a moment ago before we
looking a little ugly,
Sorry
honestly.
about that, but I was talking about blue-collar
I'm not hyperbolic, guys.
This is Mahoney
I really
County.
believe
This
that if
is
Biden wins this,
Ohio.
you're going to see the economy crash, a bunch of crap hit the fan.
And Donald Trump is
illegals going to get free reign. There's going to be lawlessness. He doesn't support the police. He's going to repeal all the tax cuts, all the trade agreements. He's going to enact the Green New Deal. We are going to have huge
in his favor, maybe in Pennsylvania. Put that to the side. But here's what we're seeing in Michigan.
Stop putting it to the side. If you got the numbers, give the numbers.
Michigan had a poll from, I believe it was ABC the other day, that Donald Trump was down 7. Well, you've got almost half the vote in right now, and Donald Trump has a clear lead at the moment. Got a ways to go right now, not even quite halfway. Pop over here to Wisconsin. I was listening to Dana talk about, mothers and suburbs and kids and law and order.
He needs the Michigan and Wisconsin.
2 points I want to
Minnesota's
make
a bunch of
60%
morons.
of the vote counted in Wisconsin.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to mince words. You're morons.
Very, very close
you are in
race.
States that Trump saved your butts. You are really?
I mean, that was razor thin.
Really?
2,000 votes. So
gonna vote for the guy who screwed you.
He is in this part of the country.
Yeah, I know, Corkboard, but the problem is Arizona.
This is Milwaukee.
People, that's been in the news. Even some of the leftist news couldn't hide all the crap going on with the ballots in Arizona and some of these other states.
This is Kenosha. Not a ton of votes, but here's the point to be made here. Law and order. That was the message he was taking out here. You saw the protests in Kenosha. You saw the rioting and the looting.
Yeah, Wisconsin. Wisconsin. Look,
is turning
so far it's looking like so far.
What's that tell us?
Wisconsin's got a brain. We'll see if it holds up.
In 2016, he barely won.
So Wisconsin voters may have paid attention to facts.
This is how far.
Stop showing us the past.
And this county has moved. 56% from 2012 for Barack Obama.
No, Biden's over 192.
It's come to this year and
Biden's at 207.
He's going to easily win this
Trump
county. It's not a ton of votes, but it's a point to be made about the message that he has carried to the upper Midwest. I'll just show you this right here. This is the what-if scenario that we've been, I mean, Brett, Martha, I mean, how many times we've been looking at this thing, right, for months. You know, how do you get to 270?
Sorry, I'm looking here, guys.
Well, we called Florida. Right now, he's got a lead in Georgia, a lead in North Carolina, a lead in Ohio. I just showed you Michigan and Wisconsin. You wonder if you can turn the trick tonight with Pennsylvania being off the board. I just checked the voting in Iowa. Joe Biden has a lead there, but again, it looks like it's one of those.
I cannot believe that here in the county I live in, on the ballot, they had a thing at the end saying, do you believe that we should support the Second Amendment and the right of the people to keep and carry arms?
If you look at the numbers
Why the hell were they even asking that?
Joe Biden has a lead.
Well, so far it shows 92% of the people in the county said, damn right.
I am told that some of the rural votes for Donald Trump have not yet come in, but he's got some.
Honestly, a lot of people that voted for Biden are better off now than they were before Trump.
Hold on to this,
but they're being stupid and not paying attention to facts.
By 10 points.
They are voting against their own well-being because of hyperbole and not paying attention to actual facts.
At this late hour, but
it's like how the fair tax is doing so good in Illinois because they just look at the word fair.
I don't want to start ticking these off yet, guys. I think it's too early.
Uneducated voters are the biggest problem
but what
in America's
is this
elections.
Happening here? Why is Arizona blue? Did we just call it? Did we make a call in Arizona?
Well, let's see.
There's a check mark.
Yep, Arizona's
decision does make it. Arizona, 11 electoral votes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, if that's the case, then guys, when we come back, we'll fill this in. If you lose Arizona, where do you win now? You got to win up here in Wisconsin and Michigan and maybe even Minnesota.
You're not going to get Minnesota.
In order to pull this out, and that's leaving Pennsylvania off the map. And I'll leave that with you guys.
Okay, timeout. This is a big
show
bet.
Texas.
Yeah. The Fox News Decision Desk is calling Arizona for Joe Biden. That is a big get for the Biden campaign. It's also signals that it's a good night for Mark Kelly, the Democratic Senate candidate against Martha McSally there. But Biden picking up Arizona changes the math, and it is the first of the night that goes into the column of somebody else's bucket that they thought last time was going to hold on to Arizona. There was a lot of effort
the average
spent
American
by the Trump
is going to
campaign
lose about
to get to Arizona, to play there, to have
the average
there.
Joe American.
And we are calling now the former
Biden's
vice president.
If
you look at the race to 270
plus he's going to do a bunch of other stuff to raise
Joe
prices
Biden
and
is
everything.
ticking closer
You're going to lose a lot
at 218 to 148.
And it breaks apart that Sun Belt strategy. If you've got Arizona going to Biden and Florida, at least, is the one that we know of so far in the rest of that Sun Belt area. We also have called Mark Kelly over Martha McSally in that race in Arizona as well. And just to mention one of the dynamics in Arizona, just one of many, but Cindy McCain came out in favor of Joe Biden. Her
of course, Arizona.
Friend.
Come on, Arizona.
This is obviously a
so
state that has been very purpley. Sent Kristen Sinema to the Senate as well in a tight race. For Martha McSally, she was appointed to that post twice.
When dead people were getting 15 ballots sent to their houses, and they've been dead for 10 years.
A senator of the United States now, so that is worth mentioning as well. Mark Kelly, the former astronaut, has secured that.
So again, that is a pickup for the Democrats. We just went to 0. Now it is a net +1. We need to digest Arizona, which is a big deal. Chris?
This is, well, you know, to use the sports metaphor, this is the first break of service. Wow. This is the first time that a state that the Democrats had won in 2016,
right.
or the Republicans had won in 2016, has flipped to the other side. Arizona, Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton. Now Joe Biden has beaten Donald Trump. Now it's 11 votes, which is not nothing. It's not a huge state, but it's obviously important, and it would conceivably make up in case Biden were to lose one of the Democratic states. So it's a significant
California's gotten closer
for Joe Biden.
We're back, say 65 to 33
in the presidential race.
But still not enough left for Trump to win.
That has floated around quite a bit, about 269 to 269, and there's a dynamic that I'm sure that Bill Hemmer could demonstrate better than I, that would potentially,
Biden
if
is
the
such
president
a
wins Pennsylvania, which we're
liar.
probably not going to know.
He's blatantly
for some time,
lied, and they've let him
question.
do it.
It's possible.
That's
right,
another thing. The
Bill,
news
that
never
we could
called
get
him
to
out for his lies.
269 situation here?
You could do that. Yeah, Martha, I said I wasn't going to do this.
Be prepared for YouTube to change, guys.
We can't resist, right? Okay.
The Democrats been trying to do a bunch, and so the owners of YouTube, a bunch of these tech platforms.
I don't know if you guys did
been trying to limit speech and a bunch of things on YouTube and everything else.
Sorry about that, but won't happen again. Promise. At least tonight, anyway. Before midnight. So here we go now. Let's go ahead and play this out, okay?
How about we start calling some races for Trump when he's ahead in these states? You guys are sitting on these things.
Probably by 1.5, okay? Is he going to win Ohio?
They're making every state for Trump go clear up to 90+%, but they're calling states for Biden when it's on like 50, 60%.
Montana and Alaska. Now let's go ahead and start filling some in here for Joe Biden. He's probably going to win New Mexico. I don't know about Nevada. It's considered a battleground state, but we'll see which way it goes. So leave that off the board here and come back to that upper Midwest that I was just talking about, Michigan and Wisconsin. You know how hard they've campaigned there. I mean, they've been trying to flip these states.
He needs Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
And hold them this year. And they're also working super hard in Minnesota. I don't know what gives there, but just for the moment, 247. If Trump goes into Michigan, he's at 263, and if he wins in Wisconsin, that would do the trick.
They're doing projections, guys, so don't look at those numbers. Think they're real. They're projecting certain states.
Okay, all right.
So there's still a very, very good chance Trump will win. But this is way too close, and they're really holding on to some of these states. When it comes to Biden, they're calling states at 50, 60, 70%. But for Trump, when there's a state 91% in, they're not calling it for him yet.
So then it's Pennsylvania, but even if Trump wins Pennsylvania...
Rebecca, I haven't checked his Twitter, honestly. He's probably puckering up like the rest of us right now.
2 congressional districts. So
let me check his Twitter here.
Hawaii, sorry, we got to get Hawaii.
Shut up and get off.
We do not want to forget about Hawaii, right?
I would like to be there, right?
James Woods, thanks, Florida.
Okay, so I'm...
Dan Bongino has a lot of pollsters. Pollsters also change this election.
Okay, so I gave him Maine too, right? And I gave Biden.
Right now, so far, American futures on fire, and the Chinese yen is tanking.
Yeah, but what?
Because they still worried Biden's going to lose. If Biden loses, the Chinese are screwed, and they know it.
I mean, I'm giving him the 3 Midwestern states.
Gotcha, sorry.
Bill O'Reilly says CNN and NBC are beginning to panic. I don't know about that,
really
Bill.
Sorry, Brett, just to be clear, you gave him Minnesota,
Jack Posobiec
and Michigan.
Says, who told you all along that Pennsylvania was the keystone? A lot of people, including Joe. Or Jack Posobiec.
Mississippi Senate yet? I don't think so.
I'll get back to you, Britt.
James Woods. This is simply as nerve-wracking as can be. One element in the race that was overlooked, in my opinion, is the Hispanic swing towards Trump. That culture is one that celebrates conservative values of family, hard work, and religion, so it shouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Postmark in Pennsylvania is my guess. We'll see.
All right, Dana, what do you think?
Oh, here, Andy No. Andy No, you know him? He's big at covering all the riots. Antifa in Washington, D.C. are assaulting people with cameras.
Is at the board
says walk away or it gets worse.
He's like, wait, what?
So it's already started. Antifa people are assaulting people with cameras in Washington, D.C. right now.
I thought it was user error, Dana.
This was 17 minutes ago from Andy No. NGO, if you don't know him.
The calendar, and this is what we can tell you. If you have contested races in these battleground states...
9 minutes ago, James Woods. I'm posting this at that point in Election Day evening when anything can ultimately happen. At this very moment, we simply do not know. One thing we do know for certain, however, is that pollsters are a bunch of monkeys. Ridiculous, biased, utterly inept, poop-flinging monkeys.
They'll count it 6 days from now. Minnesota and Nevada is a week. North Carolina is 9 days. And Ohio is a full 10 days.
This just in, Biden carries Ukraine.
This could be something that we have to start thinking about.
Oh, crap. Nice.
Okay, that's good stuff. Chris,
fights are breaking out at BLM Plaza in Washington, D.C. Someone hit a person in the head with a metal bat.
I'm really quite disappointed in both of you.
These are the Biden voters, everybody. To you on the West Coast, nice job, you idiots. These were all you Biden people voted for, is these people.
Postmark of
right there.
Your ballot could
This
be
is
received by November
insanity.
13th in Ohio, and it would still be counted.
I know I'm not looking at the chat. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to check some of this.
If it's postmarked today, it can be counted.
MSNBC is really, Rachel Maddow looks worried.
There are not going to be a lot of those that take that long. But, I mean, for instance, Pennsylvania.
Yep.
It has to
Pennsylvania is up a good amount. Trump, this is according to MSNBC right now. Trump, 56%, Biden like 41 or something.
Make or break.
They say Michigan has it 56 to 43 so far.
Since they stopped counting it.
They are worried. Wisconsin, 50% to 48%. This is according to MSNBC, guys.
Yes, they're normal people, Martha. They're
Jason Miller just said too soon to be calling Arizona. This is 2 minutes ago. He said over 2/3 of those outstanding election voters are going to be called for Trump. He can't believe they called it so soon.
Without Ohio, North Carolina, or Pennsylvania, it would
wow, maybe Arizona was called too soon.
We have no reason to believe Pennsylvania's callable tonight, do we? Or do
we? Here it is. In D.C., another one talking about Antifa has mobilized, is marching in very large numbers. Go look at Indy knows.
If you're looking at
and Elijah Schaefer's. Elijah Schaefer just tweeted this 10 minutes ago, but he's showing huge
that North Carolina race
Antifa things has burned down the American plantation. These are BLM Antifa people in Washington, D.C.
But if he holds
North
Carolina, that's just a
crap.
Right, that's not a shift.
So
all right, so let's
need to know. I mean, Pennsylvania,
MSNBC says it's still too early to call Arizona.
We always knew they would, but maybe
so what is going on with Fox
we
News, guys?
have some explainers about
MSNBC says too early to call Arizona.
With the voter analysis, looking into
I don't know.
Arizona and why we maybe called it for Joe Biden.
Yeah, we got a little information for you guys. New data from our Fox News voter analysis on why Biden won Arizona. As you've pointed out, this is the first state that flipped from Trump to Biden, or from Republicans back in 2016 now to the Democrat. So in 2016, President Trump won by just over 3 points. He has not taken Arizona for granted this year. He was there 7 times at least. A lot of people retired to Arizona, helping seniors make up 30% of the voters of there.
I'm actually checking this out, guys.
Hispanics, of course, an important and growing group in Arizona, key to the vote there. President Trump had hoped his conservative views would ring true with them, but 6 in 10 Hispanic voters in Arizona decided to back Biden. Arizona was hit hard by the coronavirus there, and few voters feel that the spread there is under control. Indeed, a majority said the virus is still out of control across the United States. An Arizona resident drew national attention during the Democratic convention when she told of how her father had died of COVID-19 after putting too much trust in Trump. That was her story. Now, slightly more think that Biden would be able to handle the pandemic, while 4 in 10 voters believe Trump would be able better to deal with COVID. But you can see those are some of the key issues, the key voting groups there that apparently gave Arizona to the Biden win column tonight, guys.
Okay, Shannon, thank you. We have another call to make, and that is in the presidential race. The state of New Mexico we can now project will go to former Vice President Joe Biden. So that's 5 electoral votes for Biden.
Pennsylvania,
look at the race for 270,
Wisconsin, and Michigan go for Trump, though it's over.
Up here, and that is 223 to 148.
They are really hanging on to these states for Trump. I mean, they are sitting on them.
Calls to make.
Montana's probably going to go Trump, and they know it.
Texas, let's take a look at that. This is the race.
They know others, but they're sitting on them.
44%.
They are really
53%.
boning this. It's like they're dragging it out.
I think one of the storylines tonight is about Texas, which we've been told up and down.
Do you highlight someone's name on YouTube? How do you highlight it? You just type the at symbol, and then start typing that person's name. So, like for you, Scotty, I would type the at symbol. Then start typing Scotty,
of course, for the
and
rest
it comes
of
up
Texas
like this.
to come in tonight, but John Cornyn has secured his seat.
So as you start typing, you say the add symbol.
Then you look at
then as you start typing SCO, it'll pop up. As long as you're not on a cell phone.
Winning there a stiff challenge.
If you're on a cell phone, that doesn't work.
There was a lot of money spent on this race in Mississippi, and there was a hope on the Democrats that they could pull this off. They haven't.
Yeah, on a computer, you type at, then start typing the person's name.
Right now, D+1, and that largely is Mark Kelly.
Yes, Urbexy, that's
Arizona,
true.
which we just
but right
called.
now, almost the
Democrats
voting's over in all the states.
To take control of the Senate, and we'll see the
yeah,
races
on a phone
in
it doesn't
Maine,
work.
Again, Michigan.
Scotty.
and we've got a lot to look at.
Buckle Bunny, I think Trump's going to win too, but it's almost like Fox is really dragging this out because they called stuff before the leftist channels have called some stuff for Biden.
And which looks to be closer than ever one might have thought about any race presidential race down there in any recent cycle.
Arizona has only got.
Trump is leading.
They got Texas up a good amount.
Like
Why haven't they called that?
Lead.
They call Arizona at 73% for Biden, but they haven't called Texas for Trump when he's at 76%, and he's up even more. This is a load of shite.
So I'm wondering when we'll be able to.
Biden's only up 5% in Arizona at 75%, and they call it. Or 73%, and he's up 6% in Texas at 76%, and they don't call it.
I guess we haven't called North Carolina. Have we ever called? Did we finally call Georgia?
You haven't called a lot of states.
Georgia, North Carolina.
You are sitting on the Trump states like crazy.
This evening.
It's like they're doing this on purpose.
Texas, because the Texas Democrats.
Seriously, I think they're doing this shit on purpose. To keep people watching, or just
than they have been.
Just to be dirty about
it. Because
I'm sorry, when MSNBC seems to be being a little more honest
on advertising in Texas. And there was this real push on the Biden campaign.
Sorry, I'm going to refresh Twitter. I'm going to see what's going on.
You know, there are a lot of easier ways to get to 270. They didn't trust it. Yes, they sent Kamala Harris there, but the vice president
Trump wins
didn't
Mississippi
go down.
3 minutes
ago. They didn't put a lot of new
ago.
money into advertising there. A lot of Texas Democrats were disappointed.
Beto O'Rourke among them.
Among them, especially, or as Karl Rove would say, Robert Francis O'Rourke. But the fact is, you know, it's one of those states. It may be a little bit like Florida for Democrats, that you push and you search and you hope. The Democrats did put a lot of money in Florida. They didn't in Texas. It looks like they were wise not to in Texas.
Yeah, why hasn't Texas gone in the Trump's category? You're giving Biden ones at that percentage.
And a Fox News contributor, Sarah. Good to have you here tonight. I have a couple specific questions. Before we get to those, though, I want to just get your overall take on what you're seeing out there tonight.
Well, I think we still have a long night ahead. Obviously, Florida's a big win for the president. I think one of the big stories out of that is the way that the president has done so well in the Hispanic community. Florida being sort of one of the ultimate battleground states, also outperforming expectations with in the suburbs and with seniors.
Let's see what Donald Trump
says.
says.
Those are big things to look
he hasn't
at.
tweeted
big indicators as we look at other battleground states that still have yet
I just
to call.
refreshed. He's not tweeting anything during the election right now,
really. I'm sure you're there.
At least not that I see.
What is the feeling inside? I mean, what's to lift the curtain for?
Yeah.
There's certainly, I think people are cautiously
He's being quiet during the election. He's probably dead tired after yesterday.
Some of the key states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, still need to see what happens in those places. I think a lot of people still aren't totally sure about Arizona either. Some people think that may have been called a little too early. I still think Florida is one of the big states. That was a big night for the president there, and certainly expanding that Hispanic
I'm checking, see
is a big story for the president.
Let's go home.
So Sarah, some of the states that the Trump campaign at one point thought might be additions to their portfolio. New Mexico, as you say, you know, we just called it for Joe Biden.
California movie star.
New Hampshire also went to Joe Biden. Minnesota and Nevada were also in that category of possible additions.
No kidding, Jim Patterson, exactly.
On
this is where, they got the Biden horse coming across that goddamn line. Everybody tears up the tickets.
I think the
and then they go, oopsie, the Biden horse was disavowed because he got a false start. He was on some roids.
That you talked about,
so oopsie, he goes to the Trump horse.
Major shift for the president, much bigger margin than in 2016 in favor
of the
president.
Good, Corkboard. At least they held on to it a little bit
in
so
those
far.
places. I think those are going to be the key spots to watch moving forward through the night.
Oh yeah, Scotty, he's more than that here in America. Our channel shows.
There's a lot of time.
They got it off the screen,
and it looks like the count, Sarah, is going to stop tonight, and there's going to probably
they're showing
a lot of questions.
They're showing Wisconsin going blue over here on ABC.
You think that's how it's going to come down?
You know, it certainly doesn't seem like they're going to come to a
ABC
conclusion.
showing Wisconsin going blue.
not great.
When
for the country,
Biden right now is down 5%, there's a lot of the vote left. But still, what the hell?
I was in Pennsylvania just this week. There was a lot of energy and a lot
of
enthusiasm for the president there, and I think
they're really just holding on to shit for Trump. And Jim Patterson, you are 100% damn right.
President,
release it, you fucking idiots.
I haven't talked to him in the last little bit, but I think there are some very good data points for the president.
Bunny, I agree.
These numbers again, I think he's
once again. We
in
talked about it earlier.
That people didn't expect
I do not understand the stupidity, especially of California fucking morons who screw their state so bad. I can't stand it. I'm getting out. Then they run to another state and vote the exact same way. California people are a special kind of fucking dumb.
I think there's some people that
to do that.
Might have been a little bit early.
And sure, there's people from other states. Illinois is losing people. New York is losing people. And they're running the states and screwing the vote. But California is the one losing more people than any state.
Particularly in
they're running and screwing other
states
states.
and Wisconsin.
Well, we appreciate your time here out on the North Lawn. We're going to get Chris Stirewalt back here and ask him all of these questions, including Arizona.
Scotty, you got to try being in our country and thinking about it. We're really puckered up here. They are sitting on the Trump states.
It's now retreated.
They'll call a state for Biden when it's like 50%, and he's only up 4%.
So that's a big one.
But Trump is up like 6 or 7%. The state was 76%. They go, we're not calling that too close.
President Trump winning the state of Florida, losing the state of Arizona, a state he won in
2016. Now call Texas.
Race to 270 at this moment stands right here.
They are going to run Texas right up to the end.
We're standing by on
they do not want to call Texas.
That really could go either way tonight. And we're going to grill our decision desk. I'm getting bombarded with questions.
Yeah, I bet you get bombarded with questions.
More of our Democracy
People are going,
2020 coverage.
Hey, jackasses, why haven't you called Georgia? And why haven't you called Texas? They haven't called Ohio either, have they?
You know what's good about this? Your sign's pointing at my sign. So people are going to look at my sign.
Yeah, Rebecca, see, Wisconsin's decently close, but they've called a Biden one's quicker.
Switch to progressive and you can save hundreds. You know, like the sign says.
Our retirement plan with Voya gives us confidence.
We can spend a bit now, knowing we're prepared for the future.
Surprise!
We renovated the guest room, so you can live with us.
I'm good at my condo. Well planned, well invested, well protected.
Voya, be confident to and through retirement.
Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe.
Pennsylvania is a big gap. Only 50% of the voting, but a big gap, guys.
In my Father's house are many mansions.
Mute. I'm sorry, Jim. I'm getting there. Sorry, guys. There we go. Mute. Muted. We are muted. Let me see about Twitter here. See what we got going on Twitter. Decision Desk HQ projects Trump has won the state of Ohio. So Decision Desk HQ, whoever that is, says that Trump has won Ohio, is what they're saying. They just called that 23 minutes ago, according to this people. At 11:19 p.m. East Coast time, America. I am worried about the absentee ballots. Wow. Oh, this guy in Arizona says, if you are in line, stay in line, especially in rural Arizona. These early calls cannot swing this election. Polls have barely closed in places. They're still open in parts of Arizona, guys. This is 2 minutes ago. They are still open in parts of Arizona, but they're calling the state. This guy's saying, don't get out of line. Stay there and vote. Yeah. Wahoo. Yeah, MSNBC. Joe Biden wins California, Oregon, and Washington. Well, duh. In Oregon, I'm going to call you a bunch of dumbasses. 173 days of your people rioting and tearing your shit up, and you're going to vote for the people that are all for the riots? Dummy. Idiots. Sorry, catching up here a little bit. Trying to see if there's anything you guys should know about. This guy says that the absentee ballots in Pennsylvania is going to switch it over for Biden. We'll see. Could happen. Ooh, they're already bitching at Cindy McCain going, thanks, you helped cost us Arizona. Of course, her husband was a piece of shite. Catching up. I'll make mine sense. Oh, some late reporting errors in North Carolina. Oops. Oh, Robert De Niro says thousands of protesters now marching in Portland chanting, everybody come out of your house and into the streets. No justice, no peace. Hey, Robert, you cocksucker. Those are your people. If Biden's doing so well, why are you people marching and burning down Portland? Guys, if you go to Robert De Niro's Twitter and look in the background, there are already people starting fires. There's people rioting starting. You dumb sons of bitch, goddamn Robert. These are your people. How is this getting any better? This is what's going to happen under Biden. Dumbass. God, these people are fucking dumb. Tell you what, I'm using up a lot of salt right now. I can't even read anything Cortez writes. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah. They are, MSNBC, 16 minutes ago, is giving, they got Trump up more in Pennsylvania than Fox does, guys. So, I don't know. This is stupid. These people are all over the damn place. Scotty, I agree. Oh, God help us. You want me to unmute yet? Here, I'm going to unmute.
This is the scenario where which we've talked about quite a bit, that he has to take one of those three. He's got to take either Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin.
Well, with Arizona gone, if I'm Trump, Pennsylvania
I know that, Urbex. See, that's the problem. The absentee ballot is what the Democrats depended on because they knew they could rig it.
We haven't called Minnesota yet. We haven't called Wisconsin yet. We haven't called Michigan yet.
Robert De Niro can suck my dick.
Pennsylvania is the state where he seems to be the closest.
They are tearing up cities in America already over this.
And he's really got a lot riding on the Keystone State.
These are your people. Those of you who voted for Biden, you voted for this shit.
It's too close to call. Look,
you voted for this unrest. You voted for riots. You voted for murders.
If you're looking at the map, you're trying to figure out how this goes.
You voted for death and violence.
The very fact that we cannot call three southern states, three very traditionally Republican states,
Jim Patterson,
Georgia
well
and Texas,
stated.
The fact that those are too close to
well
call,
stated.
That is a real dark cloud on the horizon for Trump.
Jim, I love how you sit back and come out with nuggets of either
the fact that Michigan's still out,
or just
the fact
pure
that Wisconsin's
salt,
still out,
man.
that's the saving grace for him. That's what still keeps him in it.
All right.
You need to start the Salty
Chris,
Jim channel.
Virginia. You're good with Virginia?
Virginia is for lovers, and I love Virginia.
My wife's going to love it, but I won't be able to talk to her.
All right, so come back often, because we'd love to make some more race calls.
You bet.
Well, Corkboard, I think it's more the other way. Fox is trying to string this out. They're trying to get the drama, and they're also, remember, they're under new management.
Okay, I mean, it's coming
they're
up
under some very lefty management.
And what Chris says, first
no,
of all,
because if they wanted to get it right, Corkboard, they wouldn't be calling Joe Biden shit so
they
early.
Think it was called too early. They think
but waiting until Trump stuff is dead, ended.
We'll see throughout the course of the night whether or not
Arizona hasn't even closed all their polls, Corkboard. I was just reading tweets from people in Arizona telling people to stay in line and vote. Because a lot of the rural areas are still open in Arizona. Those are Trump voters. If they're seeing this, they're going to leave the line possibly. Go, no, it's over.
How do you do it? How does the president do it right now?
That's stupid. They've called it before the polls are all closed.
North Carolina.
2 minutes ago, a guy was saying stay in line.
Iowa looks very good for him right now. Montana and Alaska will put him at 247. I'm not going to put Pennsylvania into this. And a moment ago, I showed you what was happening in Michigan and Wisconsin. It's real up there. These are very close races in both of those states. So keep Pennsylvania out of the equation here. If you're at 247, And tonight you take Michigan.
Wisconsin, Trump saved your ass.
That's enough. You're at 273 and you got yourself a second term. Why do I make that case?
Yeah, Washington. Yeah, exactly. I was just saying, Scotty.
Right now in Michigan,
in Washington D.C. and in Oregon, they're tearing up the cities now.
Half of the vote in,
they're marching.
Of the vote here. You're up 11 points. I was just
every
over here.
Biden voter. This is on your fucking head.
Votes for Democrats.
I will say it. You did this. You voted for this shit. So I hope every one of you are happy with the shit that's going on, and the people that may have their lives ended tonight because of what you did.
Just to give you a sense of comparison here, Hillary Clinton, 70% of the vote, 517,000 votes. Tonight, Joe Biden's got 164,000. So there's still a lot of votes to be counted in Detroit. Just come out wide to the state now. And is that margin in Detroit enough to cover the rest of rural Michigan that is just red all over? Now I'm going to pop over here to Wisconsin. There was a poll from ABC the other day.
Bill O'Reilly, 2 minutes ago, said Trump wins Ohio, he'll win North Carolina and Texas shortly. So if he wins Pennsylvania, then he'll be in.
Right now.
So they are sitting on a lot of the Trump states.
You know, Trump's got a lead here by 4 points.
Team Trump just voted.
Rural counties that he's been
2 minutes ago, Trump wins Ohio.
Campaigning in so hard for, you know, not just the last couple of weeks, but the last couple of years, frankly. And I showed you the margin from 2016. It was razor tight in Wisconsin. Here it was. In the entire state, Hillary Clinton lost by 22,000 votes. It seems yet again 4 years later that we are in the exact same place.
Oh, boy.
In Wisconsin, and I would argue,
some Black Lives Matter people tweeting how they're gonna
we're in the exact same place.
Take things out. If they don't get their way, they're gonna burn. Even if they are getting their way, they're gonna burn stuff down.
10,600 votes in Michigan, and look where we are tonight. In 2020, half the votes in.
Bunch of stupidity
and again,
here.
We'll see how it goes in Detroit and Wayne County down here.
Sorry,
in
I'm trying to read
southeastern Michigan.
Stuff.
Well, here's Kent County.
I had to bring Twitter over, but I want to. I bounce it back and forth. If you guys really want to see Twitter, I can bring it over.
In fact, at midnight on Monday night, I've got my days right here, my calendar years, during COVID times here in my head.
Well, Scotty, in a couple of those states, the National Guard aren't there because the Democrat leaders of those states don't want the National Guard to stop. They let these riots go on.
Right now, comfortably ahead there. 4 years ago, so
Scotty, there is no National Guard people called up in Oregon or Washington State. Maybe in Washington, D.C., but I don't think so there either. Remember, that's Democrat-controlled also.
About the rallies
they
on the
kicked
last day,
out the National Guard from a bunch of these
areas. Not a ton of votes up there just yet, but you know, he had a rally there.
Maybe be a Scotty, but the National Guard isn't there.
Refresh my memory here. 47,000
The National Guard was kicked out of most of these areas by the Democrat leaders.
2016 and 2020.
National Guards in Chicago, Jim.
34,000
everything going on there.
So it's coming in for Trump.
And I'm going to depend on you guys because you guys can look at other stuff that I can't while I'm streaming.
This campaign by
it's hard
up
to
here
skip
in
back and
Traverse
forth.
City. Pops over here to Wisconsin, to Kenosha.
Fox News says the Electoral College could end in a 269-269 tie.
It's almost as if the people who were living there got up and moved over
which would leave it up to the House.
Right? 2012,
but there's a way to do that where it still might be Trump.
This was the state of Wisconsin, and that was the county in the town of Kenosha. In 2020, it's a very, very different story.
Why do Democrats see everything in color? Mark Ruffalo is so happy because a black lady won House seat in Missouri. The first one.
Wayne County in Michigan there.
As far as I can see, only Democrat liberal loonies give a rat's ass about color, sex, sexual orientation. I don't see any conservatives or Republicans giving a rat's ass. All it is can you do the job and do it well.
I'll take you back to 2016.
That sickens me that one side really gives a rat's ass about that stuff and the rest
Trump had about 250,000. So you got a difference there of about 200,000 votes from 4 years ago.
A lot of idiots.
So in 2020,
all four of the
here we
squad
are.
Idiots won
a
their
lot of votes
shit.
Still out there. The margin at the moment, depending on which precincts are reporting, the margin is a lot less in terms of difference between Biden and Trump. So that's Martha, you're right. That is the place to watch.
And the guy who won governor in Arizona, in my opinion, he only won because his wife got shot in the head.
Is the place to watch tonight. This is Milwaukee
County. He got a little
County,
sympathy vote there.
African-American vote there is about
That's
37%
my opinion once again.
I do believe. And Joe Biden has a comfortable lead, about 2-1.
And what was 2016 there?
In 2016, Hillary Clinton.
Sorry, I'll come back to
you
guys.
Up around 70%. All right, so just do the math,
Fireworks
guys.
going off in
288,000
Washington.
raw votes
Problem
for
is,
Clinton,
Scotty, a lot of those fireworks probably being
126,000
pointed
for
at
Trump
somebody.
4 years ago.
That's a lot of these idiots
Just watch
use. They
it
use
now.
big fireworks.
Biden's at
including some
128,
commercial
Trump's at
fireworks.
84. Okay, do the math here. Listen,
Stop
there's a lot
showing
more
us
votes
4
out
years
there,
ago.
but is
Nobody
the
gives
margin
a
enough?
shit about 4 years ago.
Now we're overtake.
Yeah, the Trump people are bullish right now.
Urbexy,
They're bullish
if there's a
on Wisconsin,
269 tie, here, let me mute this. If there's a 269 tie, the House of Representatives chooses the president, but that sounds bad since Pelosi runs it. But that's not the way it works. It's not like they vote and choose. It's the electors go in, and the electors end up nailing it, which would probably still vote it for Trump. Barely. So, yeah. Hey, look, they just called Texas, finally.
President.
It is changing. The electorate in Texas is changing. The fact that it was this close and it took us this long to call it. But there you see the race to 270.
No, it was steady for a long time.
Now with the big
you guys have called Arizona when all the polls aren't even closed. You shit.
As we head
By the way, as far as you guys know, not all the polls have closed in parts of
Michigan,
California
just
either.
talked about, and we've
sure,
been
it wasn't going to turn, but Arizona's a lot
James
closer.
against the incumbent Gary Peters. Let's take a look at that board, maybe.
Jim Patterson, yeah.
In that race.
Yeah, trust me, Illinois would love to get rid of Chicago.
Now, it's only half of the precincts in. We also want to check
more
Senate races.
Urbexy, I'd love to see that.
Susan Collins at 52.1 and Sarah Gideon, 41%. Obviously, a lot of money's gone into this race as well. Susan Collins trying very hard to hold on to her seat in Maine. That's a quick look at some of those hot Senate races as we head to...
I got Maine votes for Biden, but votes in the Republican representative.
Let him
what the hell?
We're here to see our grandson.
We don't have to answer to you.
Diane Lane.
I won't be coming back here without him.
Mute. Screw you. I'm sorry, I don't even watch a lot of movies or celebrity crap. I'm so annoyed with all the celebrities. Rich, mostly white people, telling all of us how we should vote and how stupid we are when they don't live in the real world. Laura Ingraham, Trump wins Texas. Yeah, no kidding. Trump wins Ohio. Yeah, that made a big jump. I bet a lot of Democrats just puckered. Oh, fire the pollsters. Texas is now rated as a toss-up. 34 seconds ago. You're saying Texas is a toss-up. Jesus. Oh, my Lord. There's better outs in the Senate. Overperforming. Well, hopefully Trump takes the rest of this and gets this done. Biden wins Virginia, huh? Shite. That is CNN 2 minutes ago. I better get back there. So if that's true, then Biden will be what, at 230? 233? Whew. Oh, boy. Boy, these Senate races are getting real close. Corkboard, you got any more in the Senate race? Yeah, Scotty, you guys are behind. I'm watching Fox News Channel in America, Scotty. Rebecca's watching BBC Scotland. So maybe Scotland's ahead. Robert, it's going to be higher in a second because CNN says that Biden just got Virginia.
Look like.
Casino has, as we mentioned earlier, has retreated a little bit from its view that that Trump was the likely winner. Let me see if I can bring up the current numbers. 60% for Trump. Now, you know, it's seesawed around. It got all the way up to 78%.
What state are they pulling
for
back
Trump
from Trump?
Betting odds, and
Texas.
Retreated. Now it's
They're going to
57.
take Texas away from him?
It's shifting around quite a bit. But remember where we started this election night with Biden a prohibitive favorite in the betting odds, 65 to 35. So that's completely turned around. But I think what we're seeing now is an outline of the fact that Trump still has to win a lot of places where it's
what are they trying to take away from
certain that he will win. With Wisconsin and Michigan and even North Carolina still out, it seems to me that people are becoming a little more sobered on their.
Well, you were talking about Michigan, and obviously we just talked about the spread there.
Right.
And we also just showed John James, who's outperforming where anybody thought he was going to be, based on the vote that's there.
Right.
Sorry,
guys, that's right. I mean, and he was another guy who was favored. Now the problem is, we're looking at this.
Trying to check my home state real quick too.
We would always weigh late polls, exit polls, and all that sort of thing. After 2016, we've all become very suspicious of those things. So we're waiting for more and more of the raw vote than we ever used to have to, because we don't necessarily feel that we can trust the polling to guide us as to how to assess these races. So here we are, counting votes.
There's a lot of pushback.
Yeah, let's take a look at Arizona and just put it up on the screen for everybody, because there is a lot of sentiment out there that it should not be called yet, that there's more vote coming in. We just heard from Chris Direwalt, who said that he believes that they stand firm on that call. And I think there's only about 22% of the vote in Arizona at this point.
There's still polls open.
74.
It shows. There we go. It shows Joe Biden at 53%.
ABC News doesn't have the numbers near as high as Fox.
Quite a bit of vote out there that is still.
ABC News is way below Fox.
Yep.
Right. Meanwhile, I actually have some news. The Pennsylvania court has agreed to hold a hearing tomorrow on a GOP effort to invalidate some votes in Pennsylvania.
ABC is a lot different than Fox, guys.
Or cured in legal jargon, where apparently that these were
Robert, is that true? Because they're just saying in the background here too.
Somehow they were altered to be counted. The GOP is making an effort to invalidate those counts. I'm also told that in Pennsylvania, a significant percentage of the vote has yet to be counted in Delaware County, Allegheny County, Montgomery County, and Philadelphia County, which are all Democratic strongholds. So Pennsylvania, one, very much up for grabs.
A lot of people are pissed at Fox for calling Arizona.
Lawsuits in Pennsylvania. There seems to be no
polls were still open in Arizona. People are still tweeting from Arizona live right now saying, hey, stay in line. Polls are still open.
They're working on 8-hour shifts.
And a lot of it's rural areas.
It's worth not stopping.
So I think they've kind of jumped the gun because these guys have not called it. ABC, MSNBC have not called Arizona.
That is to say, the law passed by state legislators says are the rules and regulations of an election. And some states some state legislatures adjusted their rules and regulations to accommodate
They're ahead on Texas, too.
Some states did not.
These guys say more votes in Texas are in than here in Fox.
The authority to set election rules to state legislatures, not state courts.
I don't know what the hell's going on with Fox News being so far off.
So what these Republicans are worried about is monkey shines of the kind that might be suggested.
ABC is way different, guys.
Votes are being altered to make them count, which otherwise would not have.
Yeah, Corkboard, there's a lot of people haven't called Arizona. These guys just had to answer questions. Because a lot of people are getting a hold of them going, hey, why are you calling Arizona? There's polls open.
And there's
still a bunch of stuff going on.
Which is that every state,
and a lot of the polls are in rural areas. They're Trump zones.
For elections. So, Pennsylvania.
And he may not win it, but still, wow.
Different, and that's completely
legal.
Jim,
you're right.
If it is done by state officials. And
I'm telling you guys, this is nuts. Fox and ABC are way different. And usually you depend on Fox more.
You
gotta see ABC. They almost look a little more sane.
Confers the authority.
I almost feel like switching to them.
State officials come along later.
I'll be right back, guys. I do have to go wee-wee.
And isn't it awful? They don't have authority to change that.
But then you have to interpret what the legislature has done in the midst of this pandemic and all that rest.
That's right.
And then you get the courts involved as to say, did you in fact violate what the that takes us down a road of great contention.
Well, I know, but if you have a deadline in law, right, and somebody says, well, we're going to count votes that are after the deadline, there's not a lot of interpreting to be done there. But votes are late.
It's
they
more
don't count.
Complicated than that, because look at Texas, where a couple of Republicans tried to block Harris County, Houston, which put in drive-through voting places. It wasn't the state legislature. It was Harris County election officials. And the state Supreme Court and a federal court have struck down the Republican efforts to invalidate 127,000 votes. All I'm saying is this is complicated, and we'll see.
It's very complicated, and it's a federal office, but there's not a federal standard.
That's right.
For every state. They all handle it differently, which is why it gets so complicated.
And in Harris County, the question was whether or not they had the authority to institute drive-in voting.
Right.
And that was the question that was raised by the GOP, and it was overruled.
But not to say it's not going to go to the Circuit Court of Appeals or even the Supreme Court. And there's it won't matter in Texas because Trump won.
That's right. Okay, well, it's past midnight. We should point that out. And we do have a call there. Hawaii, no surprise, is going to former Vice President Joe Biden. So those electoral votes go into his column. And joining us once again right now, Tucker Carlson. Tucker, there has been pushback to our call for Arizona to be in the Biden column, and my phone is lighting up with Republicans saying you can't do it. And you just heard me kind of grill Chris Starwald on that. They're standing by that call as of this hour.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a great deal of pushback from the president, his staff, the governor of Arizona, apparently more than 1 million ballots still to be counted. I'm not privy to the math. I'm not certain how that.
What a change on my workout pants.
The explanation, Chris.
Well, my workout pants this whole time.
Decision was made, so I'm sure there was a reason for it. I don't know what it is. I do know that people are very concerned about the media in general.
What do you start doing at 9?
Trust us, but people are concerned. I do know it's a factual matter.
Hey, corkboard. If you're going to go coffee, you go to Death Wish.
Polls were really, really good. It's just not true.
Hey,
if that were true, then the New York Times
sorry,
given Joe Biden a 70% chance of this morning.
It's instinct to call you that.
Some polls
I know it's
good,
Christina. Hey, sorry about that.
And I know that the impulse always for everyone.
I apologize.
Is
that was just reflex,
etc. But I mean,
I see the last name, you know.
And I'm not specifically talking about Fox News, but
no offense meant.
More broadly, we should be
honest. Thank you very much. I hope he wins too.
We were wrong, and some of these polls were wrong. And I think many of them probably were wrong for honest
I told you,
reasons,
Robert, they've got jumped.
But wrong nonetheless. And that's a problem. That's misleading, and we should cop to it, I think.
But one of the reasons that they may be wrong, Tucker, is
these people have pushed things and cost
us Trump vote, right?
Cost some states.
Look at Florida, look at Ohio, look at Texas. You've got the president winning those areas by, I don't know, roughly 4%.
They still haven't called a lot of states for Trump. You know, he's way ahead, guys. Take a look.
And every one of the polls that we looked at, even the ones that tightened in recent days, had them in razor-thin margins in all of those areas.
Sorry, still looking around and checking out. So
how much is the Trump vote, right?
Right.
Is it just that the people that they're talking to are telling them the truth? They're just not talking to the right people?
I should turn
I think you're absolutely right. And
captions on my TV.
The question it raises is this a free country?
Figure out how to do it.
If you are afraid to express a legitimate political view in public, if you believe you could be fired for it, or banished from polite society for it, is it a free society? And the answer, of course, is no, it's not.
Sorry, guys, I don't need to use these
And that's a betrayal of the basic promise of America. I'm not overstating this. And by the way, if this were happening to Joe Biden voters, whom I did not vote for, I would say the same thing. You don't want to live in a country where you don't feel free to tell others who you're voting for, especially if it's a major party candidate. So that's a huge dysfunction at the center of our society, and the fact that we just accept it as normal, I think says something bad about us. And we really should, no matter who wins tonight, work to make this a free country going forward. Can I say something really quick? I just think we should pay attention to the realignment underway. Again, this is separate and distinct from the ultimate winner of the race. There's a county in Texas, many counties in Texas, but Starr County, Texas, which is right at the bottom of South Texas on the Mexican border. It's one of the poorest counties in the country, I think the third poorest.
Here.
The per capita income is $7 grand a year. Crap. And it's the most Hispanic county in the United States, 96%.
Exit.
So 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton won this county. A Democrat
I'm glad I didn't mess this up.
Benjamin Harrison.
Well, my remote for my other TV, LG, did something to my Westinghouse.
Joe Biden won it by 5
Sorry,
points.
this screen is a TV.
So that's in the most Hispanic county in America, a swing of 55 points over one presidential term. So that is a huge change. And the thing, from my perspective, that it tells you is that not everything is racial. White liberals tend to racialize everything, but for most people, economics and culture make the difference. And you're seeing
Jim Patterson, Hawaii is probably the one you can call for Biden.
In a way that it never has been ever since Abraham Lincoln started it.
Scotty, this ends when all the ballots are in, and it's actually considered
come out of the Trump
official.
Term
So I don't know. We don't know what exactly
it's something that will kind of define politics in this country for a long time, and we should pay a lot of attention to that. Again, people are voting along economic lines, not along the clean racial lines that intersectionality and all these other dumb theories suggest that they would. People who make less are voting Republican in bigger numbers. That's just a big thing. It's never been that way. Now it is.
Yeah, I sit at the back of my couch here.
You know, I really hope so, and I could name some of the people who should be fired immediately, and I think I will. I just need to calm down enough to get their names on paper. But clearly, look, the instinct of every, I mean, this is true in every industry, because this is a function of human nature, but you cover for yourself, and you think of an excuse, your children do it. Well, you know, there's a good reason I did. Okay. No, you screwed up, and you have to acknowledge it in order to get better. But we in the media, I think, are particularly good at pretending that there's some reason that we misled our viewers or our readers. And we really should stop doing that.
Problem is, there's a lot of absentee ballots
is by holding the people who screwed up accountable, and that's just by firing them. And they can go do something useful, like hang drywall, or learn to paint, or do something else. But they cannot keep discrediting the work of the rest of us.
This is the same election from 4 years ago.
I think that's a fair ask.
Yeah, Jim, 4-year election.
I mean, I would just mention with regard to your earlier thought,
Macy, Christina,
this
is
Trump vote,
Trump has a very good chance of winning. You know, the numbers don't look like it right now, but
so many front lawns during the course of this.
It's
signs for the Republicans.
It's a toss-up, but I think he's going
to ticket, but not a
But we do have to worry about the mail-in ballots that are a load of shite.
Voter, you know, up and down the street because they are afraid that if they put a Trump sign out, that something might happen to their house, or they don't want their neighbors to know who they're voting for.
I agree, Robert, but they may still try to flip a few
a lot of these pollsters
because of mail-in.
No matter what they do, they're not going to be able to reach some of these folks.
Hey, actually, I like Tucker.
Do you know what I mean? Learn to fix
Tucker's pretty honest.
And that's great. Those are honorable jobs.
Tucker, as always, thank you. Congrats on the ratings. Let's go to Bill Hemmer. Bill, you still up there?
Sure am, guys.
Tucker has better ratings than all of CNN.
Again,
together.
Because we are in the what if territory
Yes, we are.
All right, you know, I have my board, you have yours.
Okay, right.
Hey, Iowa looks like it's going to go to Trump.
Let's just say.
Did they already call Iowa? I didn't even pay attention.
Let's just say Georgia, North Carolina, Iowa. Okay,
Iowa, come on. 92% of the vote is in, and Trump is up that much. Call goddamn Iowa, you idiots.
Let's not touch Pennsylvania, but let's go out.
Anybody know how the peaceful protests are going across the country here?
Maine, or Nebraska.
I'm gonna check Twitter here right back.
Nebraska, Maine congressional district goes to Trump. Okay, now Wisconsin. And then we go to Minnesota.
Maybe.
And then
I'll tell you what, Hillary should have been in jail a long time ago since now we've proved she was behind all that BS in 2016.
Oops. Let's say Republican Michigan, he wins. Donald Trump wins if he wins 2 of those.
Yeah.
He also wins if he wins Pennsylvania. If he wins Wisconsin.
Another tweet from Arizona. It's far too early to call election Arizona.
And Michigan.
Election day votes are not fully reported. We haven't even started to count early ballots dropped off at the polls.
Here's what I did a moment ago.
Arizona, we protected the election, protected election day. Let's count the votes, all the votes for making the declaration.
Here's what I did a moment ago.
A lot of people in Arizona are saying,
apologies about my math. I'm doing it on the fly. So I got out the calculator a moment ago. Martha, we were talking about
they're still too close to call on goddamn North Carolina. Come on.
300,000 votes back in 2016. Separated Hillary Clinton from Donald Trump. 300,000.
I think we can kind of call Pennsylvania, guys.
Statewide in Michigan. Bear with me now.
Can we call Pennsylvania?
Have roughly a 300,000 margin in the state of Michigan at the moment.
Hey, MSNBC says Arizona's too early to call yet. They're Fox.
Here. Let's just see.
I'm looking at something live here. They're saying it's too early to call.
4 years ago.
What the hell's wrong with Fox?
They're all red. This is red. No, sorry. Berry County.
Oh,
so
crap.
That was a difference of 10,000 votes from 4 years ago. And as of tonight, Berry County is not checked in yet. All right? So that's an outstanding vote, clearly.
Boy.
It's
a bunch of votes are just carried in sealed boxes in Virginia, guys.
Got out the calculator.
Here goes the shit hitting the fan.
I wanted to make sure I could get this thing down here, 2020, all right? Milwaukee County from 2016 now was decided by Hillary Clinton by a margin roughly of 160.
I don't understand what the courts are thinking allowing this.
It'll come out statewide.
There's nothing affecting the vote to do with the
Where
virus.
are we now in the state of Wisconsin? By my math, we're about 124,000 votes that separate Trump and Biden in Wisconsin tonight.
I mean, that's not a small margin.
CNN, yeah, no, Iowa should be called. I can't believe Fox has their head up their ass.
In a massive way.
92% of the vote is in Iowa. He's way up, but they're not calling Iowa. But they'll call Arizona with almost no votes in. 50% of the votes in
out there. We'll see if
and not even all the polls closed.
But
what in the name of
Phil, you know what's really great about you?
They've got Iowa up there. This is because his little projection thing. He's not calling it yet.
Fox News Decision Desk can make a call.
Oh, they're going to do it. Iowa?
And that is Iowa.
Hey, look at that.
Trump. He will win the state of Iowa.
With 93%. You waited till 93%.
That was tight at
that's not that. That's tighter than it should be.
He will win Iowa.
At 93%? Come on, you idiot. You called things earlier than that.
We haven't made a call in that race yet.
Actually, if you look at ABC and the others, they're showing Pennsylvania a lot farther apart than Fox is calling it.
There is a pollster out there that is doing a good job tonight.
Did they call Pennsylvania, Robert?
Weekend, guys, and I remember
no, this is
projections. In Miami, right on that Saturday night before the game. The Des Moines Register was coming out with this Iowa caucus poll.
No, I think this is projections. They haven't called Pennsylvania.
Remember, it was the gold standard. It was never released. The next day they played the Super Bowl. The next Monday we're in Iowa. They never give us the results.
Has totally different numbers in Pennsylvania than Fox is showing. I mean,
the day after that, we're in D.C. for the State of the Union address.
They show Trump way up in Pennsylvania compared to these guys.
We forgot all about Iowa. I thought
that
poll on Saturday night, a 7-point advantage.
They called Iowa. Of course, they waited until they had to call
it. Was substantial. Ann Seltzer.
You know what, Urbexy? I think you're right.
She was very embarrassed.
I think Fox's production is arranging this as a thriller. The M. Night Shyamalan. Here's the twist.
Spot on. And tonight, at the moment, it's exactly what they said.
It's strange that MSNBC, who loves Biden, is calling things for Trump before these idiots. It says a lot.
Race board here.
They would think, you think ABC and MSNBC would hold off.
Look at this.
There we go.
Not these guys.
6
Something's
points
going on.
At the moment. 92% of the votes been counted. See that guy?
Republicans are feeling confident about that race. If she holds on, that's a big, big get, and one of the vulnerable senators that will get by.
Just watching this here, if you guys want to hang with me a moment, Wayne County, not a ton of movement right here. So in Detroit, so, well, okay, you guys ready for this? I mean, I just showed you from 2016 the counties in Michigan that were still outstanding. One was blue. That was right here, Muskegon County, Michigan, from 2016 and 2020. This just clocked in. Trump with a 4,000 real vote lead along Lake Michigan. Listen, right?
There you go.
Right, keep talking. There's that Senate race.
There we go. Good job, Joni.
Talk about it.
Yes, she needs to win. This chick Greenfield is, over 51%. In my opinion, corrupt as corrupt can get.
That was a very tight race.
Huge amount of Washington, D.C. money flowed in to help Greenfield.
And her seat.
Thankfully, people of Iowa are smarter.
The net gain, the 53-47 we started with. The Senate board now, with that win, that's a hold, obviously. So Republicans holding that seat, and it's still a net gain of 1 for.
Let me mute here real quick. Corkboard has a tweet from Kayleigh McEnany. Hot chick. Very smart. Can you imagine being married to a chick that hot and that smart? Whoa. There is no universe in which Joe Biden comes back. It was 100% confirmed presidential landslide. That's Florida landslide. Because I heard somebody say that maybe the re-vote in Florida would bring it back to Biden. I don't think so. All right, bring it back here.
In a big way, and we can't ignore it. You know, 10,600 votes from 2016 seems to be razor tight again this year.
What?
Interesting. All right, Phil, thank you so much. We'll be back to you in just a minute. We're going to take a quick break here. Iowa was just called for the president as the results continue to trickle in. It is after midnight on the East Coast.
Sorry, I'm not mute there when they go to this. But is anybody starting to think that Urbexy may be right? That there's something wrong with MSNBC, who's far far leftist, once again, as blue as a Smurf, and so is ABC, is calling things for Trump before these guys have totally different numbers. I'm flipping around once in a while and they say totally different numbers. Jim Patterson, Fox is walking a tightrope. Sucks to be on the losing side. What do you mean, Jim? You think we're losing? I don't know. They're sitting on the ones for Trump. And they're sitting on them until they absolutely have no choice to call them. They call Arizona almost right away, but then they wait till Iowa is like, poof, dead on. Scotty, I don't know. It's close either way. Did he just predict a Biden win and put on a fake sad face? I have no idea, Rebexy. I'm trying to look behind me here. They're talking about voting going until Friday. Oh, wait a second. Are they going to do more information as well? Count in Pennsylvania. Goes county by county. They got Trump way up in Pennsylvania right now. There's only 58% of the vote in, but they got him way up. Rhode Island is within a point, guys. And there's only 50% of the vote in. Something wrong in Rhode Island. Something's really wrong in Rhode Island. They called Rhode Island a long time ago for Biden. But they just showed only like 56% of the vote in Rhode Island in. And it's only 1 point difference. Something smells. Jim Patterson, I agree. A lot of people are saying OAN is the way to go. And I've been watching a lot of OAN lately. They do seem to be now what Fox used to be. You think Trump will win by 3 tonight, but the post-in votes will win that? I don't know, Rebecca. It depends how many states of the left go to him. Hey, Rich, they're going to wait until everything is over tonight and tabulate how many fake ballots they're going to need. Yeah, exactly, Rich. That's a problem. That's why this thing, especially in Pennsylvania, is a load of shit. Oh, we can accept ballots for 9 days. Yeah, you're going to see shit flowing, and it's all going to be for Biden. That there should be a huge court battle. Wow, see, Urbexy, CNN is doing a better job than Fox. A lot of things are doing better than Fox. The leftist stations are doing better than Fox. Shows you how far Fox has fallen, guys. Wow. That's insanity. I'll bring you back here.
How frank do you want me to be?
That whiny asshole there.
Pushback is a very light word to use. The Trump campaign is, how shall I put this, livid about the fact that Arizona was called. They say that there's still about 1 million votes out there. By my latest count, the AP had about 2,400,000 votes being counted. They say that that's about 74% of the vote, which means there's probably somewhere between 700,000 and 800,000 votes that are left to be counted. Those are day of votes. And the Trump campaign believes that there may be enough votes there to put President Trump over the top in Arizona.
If Fox called this early, this is going to be a big shot against them if it goes the other way.
That call, I'll leave that to the decision desk, but that's what the Trump campaign is saying. Clearly, they're very happy about the results in Ohio, very happy about the results in Florida.
Let me see, I'm going to check Twitter here, guys.
It looks like we're not going to know what happens in Georgia, maybe not even Pennsylvania tonight, North Carolina. They like the fact that the president is leading, but they do not know if that one is going to be called tonight either. It's very puzzling to everybody as to why it's taking so long for the counties around the Philadelphia area to have the votes tallied. But they do like the position that they are in Pennsylvania. They also like where they are in Michigan as well, particularly Kent County. President Trump is vastly outperforming what he did in 2016 in Kent County. Don't forget, on election eve in 2016, the president did his last rally in Grand Rapids, which is at the heart of Kent County, and he finished it up again in 2020. They believe that doing that rally in Grand Rapids in 2016 was the secret sauce that gave him Michigan, and they're hoping that repeating that, we'll see lightning strike twice again. But back to where we started,
The Trump campaign seriously.
Hey, Corkboard, do you know what the Senate race is at?
And that's a euphemism with our call on Arizona. But I'll kick it back to you, Brett and Martha, to figure that one out.
No, we've been asking about it. We grilled Steyerwalt about it. We have talked about it with Tucker and others.
Grilling him.
And we're going to get him back here and see what else the decision desk can tell us. But you're right. Maricopa County is saying there's vote out there.
Kayleigh McEnany, 7 minutes ago. Red County is getting more red in the Rust Belt.
There's only 74% that's in, and you've got about 3.5 million, or almost 3.5 million votes. 2.5 million
Grand
votes
Rapids,
counted. So
Michigan.
That leaves hundreds of thousands of votes that have yet to be counted, with the two candidates separated by a margin of about 200,000. So
holy crap, guys! Here's what's going on.
We're ask
this guy is tweeting.
Say, is it?
This guy is tweeting here. Jack Posobiec. Coverage at Fox News seems designed to impress the Murdoch social set while driving away viewers. OAN says thank you. Seems like a lot of people are pissed off at Fox News. If I knew Fox was going to be this bad, I wouldn't be there. Maybe I'll see if I can get the OAN feed. My Lord. Because this is pretty bad. I'm not going to lie. I'm really unimpressed with Fox at the moment. Holy Moses. Fox is horrendous.
Like it is going to take
guys,
a little bit
any of you
than
still
that
here,
for him to
thank
get
you very
there.
much for
What I
hanging
mean by
out
that
this long. I appreciate
They
it.
take a press pool that's been waiting at a hotel nearby. They drive them over to the Biden house, where the Secret Service sweeps or inspects all the stuff that they've got. And then they roll back this way.
Everybody just automatically say, hey, thanks for voting me in.
So
by the way, I'm stepping down. President, come on.
Ambitious time because they just left, and he lives about 15 minutes away. Even
Robert,
though
I agree with you. I think Trump is going to win.
As for the mood at the Biden campaign, a lot of enthusiasm about the Arizona call, which is
Fox is going past hedging their bets. When you will call Arizona
one of the
that quickly, but you'll wait on Iowa until it's absolutely pegged to call it for Trump. Something's a little off. From the tweets I'm reading, a lot of people are looking to stink eye at Fox. A lot of people mention what you guys are mentioning. Here, mute this. He's just saying nothing useful.
Yeah.
A lot of people are tweeting out there what you guys have said, that Fox has got horrendous coverage tonight, that even the leftist media are reporting better than Fox. So something going on. Sorry, I'm trying to catch Corkboard. Jan Brewer, Governor Brewer, 5 minutes. It's way too early to declare a winner in Arizona. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they declared Arizona right away for Biden. You know, there's a lot left. But like I said, Iowa, they waited until pegged up to the end almost. You know, Trump was way ahead. Fox has gone screwy when I'm seeing better shit behind me on ABC. And from what I see on the Twitter going on, a lot of people are shooting stink eye at Fox. It's crazy when they called Rhode Island a long time ago, but I suddenly go back and I see up here they're showing Rhode Island's not only in the upper 50% of their votes in. It's only off by a point. But they called that hours ago. Yeah, exactly, Corkboard. Yeah. You think somebody will announce who lost, Scotty? You talking about Biden or Trump? Probably neither candidate will announce anything for days. Because there's a lot of votes to count, the mail-in ballots and absentee stuff. Yeah, I agree, Corkboard. The problem is, a lot of these things haven't even called Arizona for Biden. It's strange that Fox calls for Biden before the leftist guys do. It seems like the leftist channels are actually being more careful. Now that is freaky. Scotty, I don't think he'll announce it. And honestly, I don't think Biden would or should. And I wouldn't want somebody to announce they lost before all the votes are in. I may be for Trump, but I'm not looking to be, I'm not like the Biden people looking for an unfair election. I want the votes in before anybody announces anything. Oh, they just called Minnesota for Biden.
A lot about, very near and dear to her heart, her home state. She said that she felt very confident that Minnesota would stay.
Minnesota, let me tell you
and
this.
indeed it has.
In my opinion, Minnesota, you are a bunch of dumb motherfuckers.
Now on the path to
dumb.
270.
Trump bailed you out.
And the president is at
idiots.
210 at this point.
Disbanding your police, having your cities tore up.
Thinking,
Trump bailed you out and helped you.
4 years of unbelievable.
You guys are morons. You just voted for more of this shit.
And so far, one state has flipped from 2016, right? One state is all. That's all that's happened so far. So people kept saying to me throughout the fall that this is the most important election in our lifetime. My view kind of was
even if Trump won, every one of the ones left got hugely big.
And it's kind of turning out that way, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's
they're going to fight it in court no matter what.
Tells you something about Arizona.
Well, I told Katie if
exactly,
you called on me, I wanted.
I got to check James Woods here in a second myself.
So I wanted Katie to talk about Arizona.
But the funny thing is, Rich, we shouldn't be looking for better reporting from the leftists.
We're hearing from the Trump campaign
who hate Trump.
Said that they are livid. I've also heard from a number of people in
Arizona
who don't believe that Arizona is at least this far gone this early. You also have the Arizona governor, Doug Ducey, tweeting. He said, it's far too early to call the election in Arizona. Election day votes are not fully
25% of the ballots are left
reported,
in Arizona.
They
didn't call.
To count early ballots.
That's about the same distance. They didn't call
in Arizona,
Iowa until
93%. Let's count the votes,
distance.
all the votes before making declarations. There are a number of votes in red counties that President Trump visited and campaigned in.
We're getting the wrong end of the
fox.
fox.
Working on the ground with the ground game there believe that with 2 million plus outstanding votes, that it's been too much of an early call.
All right. Thank you, Katie. I just want to mention there's some suggestion that Joe Biden could be speaking within a matter of minutes. We'll obviously take you there if that happens. That raises all kinds of questions about what he might say.
Where are you watching that with a dude with a Trump
he had said earlier that if he felt that he was ahead, he was going to come out and make that
declaration
that he was ahead.
No Trump person doing this.
Donna, why would he speak?
Go to bed.
I have no indication that he will speak, but if he decides to, perhaps is to tell everyone to be patient. I can tell you that
Bunny, that's a good question.
All of my other
have they
devices
counted the military votes?
I want to just mention about Arizona. I mean, if you look at where Donald Trump was, the president was 4 years ago, he won by 91,000 votes. Look at the votes coming in, Maricopa County, Tucson area. There's a likelihood that the numbers that we're seeing now in Arizona will stand. And that the Democrats will pick up that one state.
All right, Chris.
Thank you,
I have heard from the Biden campaign why he's going to speak. They felt that Al Gore made a big mistake in 2000 by not coming out early and speaking, and he's not necessarily accepting or declaring victory, but acting like he was the victor. And they thought that he was always in defense versus George W. Bush during that entire recount. So I think they expect that there's going to be some litigation that goes on here, and they want to approach it, to a certain degree as just PR, but from a position of strength.
Well, James Woods is getting a lot of love tonight.
To catch up.
This is the Biden motorcade, by the way, that we're looking at from Wilmington.
So
6 minutes ago, they're saying the Fox News retracted their call for Biden in Minnesota.
237. He is 36
I don't know where that's at.
votes away from the 36 electoral votes away from the magic number of 270. And I was just going through the states that are outstanding.
What's going on there? They were showing sirens
Nevada,
and lights
6,
and stuff.
Pennsylvania 20, Michigan 16, Wisconsin 10, North Carolina 15, Georgia 16. There are a lot of pathways. Not to say he's going to win it, but there are a lot of pathways there for him to get those 33 electoral votes that would put him at 270.
For all the grief, though, that the Biden people gave to just the story of President Trump coming out on election night and saying that he was going to be the victor.
Well, I don't think he's going to say he's the victor.
No, but he's going to say that it's not over. And
I think he'll be stronger than that.
That I'm going to win?
No.
Sorry, I'm checking some stuff.
Well, no, I don't think he's going to say that. I think one of the things some of the sources are telling me is he's going to pitch this as this was, he apparently won Lackawanna County, includes Scranton, and he's going to say this is Main
Joe
Street
Biden is
versus
expected
Wall
to speak
Street. And it's basically a
around
campaign
12:30 a.m.
speech,
Eastern time from Wilmington, Delaware. Well, that's right now.
Without declaring
11:30.
Okay, let's bring in Arnon Mishkin,
so it's
director of
12:30
the
now.
Fox
So
News
is Biden
Decision Desk.
speaking?
Arnon, we're getting a lot of incoming here, and we need you to answer some questions. Arizona, are you 100% sure of that call and when you made it, and why did you make it?
Absolutely. We made it after basically a half hour of debating, is it time yet? Because it's been clear for a while that the former vice president is in the lead in Arizona and was most likely to win the state. It has been in the category that we call knowable but not callable for about an hour. We finally called it. Right now, yes, there are some outstanding votes in Arizona.
Wow,
most of them are coming from Maricopa, where Biden is currently in a very strong position. And many of them are mail-in votes, where we know from our Fox News voter analysis, Biden has an advantage. We don't know exactly how many mail-in votes there are, but what I think we've heard from the White House is that they are expecting to get that they need just to get 61% of the outstanding vote, and there are 870,000 outstanding votes, and they'll be getting that. That's not true. The reality is that they're likely to get only about 44% of the outstanding votes there are there. We're right now sitting on a race that is Biden at 53%, Trump at 46%. I'm sorry, the president is not going to be able to take over and win enough votes to eliminate that 7-point lead that the former vice president has.
See what they think here.
Yeah, they have said that they believe that he will get 65% of the outstanding votes, which they claim are at 1 million to 1.1 million. You're saying that the universe of votes that's still out there is much lower than that?
We think the universe of votes is outstanding is lower than that, and we believe that, I'm sorry, he's not getting anywhere near 65% of that. And that's why we made this call. I mean, this is a call that's sitting in our statistical models at sort of at a T-stat of 4 or more in all the different ways we.
Speaking English,
slow shit down. 4 standard deviations from being
seriously,
wrong.
Guys, they are just.
And I'm sorry, we're not wrong in this particular case.
Okay, well, let's bounce around just a little bit, Arnon, since we have it here. Let's go to North Carolina. We're looking live in Wilmington, Delaware, waiting on the motorcade and the former vice president to say something, as Chris was talking about there. But let's talk about North Carolina and where we are. It seems like this is a very tight race. Where are you seeing that?
It is a tight race. The president seems to have an advantage in North Carolina. About a half hour ago, it looked like he had even greater advantage. The question in North Carolina that we have is how much vote is really outstanding?
Yeah, exactly.
How much of that vote is mail-in versus election day?
There need to be people fired anyway.
The interesting thing about this election is it's not just about figuring out how much Joe Biden is getting and how much Donald Trump is getting. It's also about how people are voting, because what we've seen today is that the people who voted by mail or voted early by a huge number tended to be Democratic. The people who voted on election day tended to be Republican. North Carolina is one of those states where they count the early vote first to a certain extent, and they count a bunch of it late. But right now we're sitting at something where the president has an advantage in the state, but it's not yet at a callable advantage, and that's what we haven't called.
You may be right.
While we have you,
he may win tonight, and then these damn mail-in ballots, the cheating crap is going to screw it.
What are you seeing in Georgia? It looks like the president has a very solid lead with 83% of of the vote in.
Yes, no, Georgia is one of those states that's close, and there's a debate going on. And really, is there any path for Joe Biden to get the lead in Georgia? And so far, we do not. It's not clear.
So why haven't you called it then?
It's a state that could easily fall into the president's camp.
I'm a little pissed off at the moment because
shortly.
They called Arizona with much more less evidence than that. They won't call Georgia?
I can try to bring my computer down here. If you want me to check, I will.
By the way, guys, Biden and his camp said that Trump should under no circumstance make any announcement on election night. But here Biden's going to damn well do it. This shows you, all you Biden voters, how full of shit your guy is. He'll say Trump should never, no matter what, even if he wins easily. But this asshole's probably going to make one here. He's probably going to say he's winning. I've won. If he announces his win before the numbers are in,
extremely well, according to our Fox News voter analysis. What's outstanding is a lot of the early and mail-in vote, which gets counted later, and that's why this is a state where it's really sort of a the final result is likely to be much closer. And yes, in this case, I think the former vice president has a much better chance than he has in, say, Georgia, even though Georgia looks
these goddamn bullshit,
roughly the same in terms of the top
ballots.
line. In terms of what's actually going to happen, it's different.
And Wisconsin.
Do you have the top line?
Yeah, we have the top line in Wisconsin, which has the president up. Hold on 1 second.
This guy says Arizona's a real
mess. The president is up in our models. The first
mail drop was Democrat +2 by registration. So
if you
the final electorate so far is showing Republican +3/4.
And the vote we're seeing and the way it's being counted, the former vice president has
the election day vote trickling in tonight will be very Trump
prevailing in Wisconsin.
After the late mail-in ballots definitely dumb.
How do you believe that you're going to be able to call Georgia or North Carolina, or do you think that those are going to be until tomorrow? What's your outlook?
We are hoping to be able to call at least one of those southern states this evening. I do not know about the Rust Belt states, and my team would kill me if I went further.
They're emailing you to get off the air right now. We can hear it. Either that or it's Karl Rove. Last thing, Pennsylvania. I think we're going to hear from the former vice president about his performance in Lackawanna County, as Chris Wallace suggested, and the Scranton area.
Is tweeting.
Where is Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania is a state that could easily take several days to count the mail-in vote. We believe there was a lot of mail-in vote. We believe, that it's one of those states where it can arrive a few days late. So far, according to the decisions, but it's possible that this is a state where you need to do two things. One, you need to get all the decision teams to agree who has won the state, you need to get the arithmetic right. But the second is that this is a state that could easily fall into serious litigation.
Sorry, I'm reading some tweets
But this is also a state where, this is one of those states where we knew
and
from the get-go, and we
talked
about it at the 5.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
This was a state where we anticipated that the
election
day vote would be reported very early. We anticipated a solid Trump lead in the early votes, and we suggested don't pay that much attention to the raw vote initially, because that could change. The same thing was true in the South, but on the reverse, where we said don't pay attention to the likelihood of a blue mirage, or that Joe Biden would be doing really well
some
in many
BLM
of the
people are
southern
standing
states,
on random
Florida,
people's cars and jumping on them and dancing and
frankly,
stuff.
North Carolina,
destroying
Georgia,
people's vehicles.
and so far Florida obviously fell to the president.
But the path to 270, when you look at it for President Trump, and you look at it for former Vice President Biden.
Great.
The path to 270 for the president is to make sure he wins Georgia and North Carolina, the outstanding ones in the South, and then that he gets probably Pennsylvania and Montana. And I believe then he gets over 270. Or he gets barely, and then he probably also will need to win either Wisconsin or Michigan. That's the path. The path for Joe Biden is win Nevada, winWisconsin,
Rich,
win
you're right.
Michigan,
It's a good outlook,
and win either Nebraska 2, which is still outstanding, and where Biden currently has a lead, or win Maine 2, which is also outstanding, but where currently Trump has a lead.
Can we finish where we started on Arizona?
Yeah.
You're 100% sure?
Yes.
Oh, I would love
and so all this pushback, you're going to say,
isn't, but I'd love
we made the right call when we made it.
We made the correct call, and that's why we made the correct call when we made it. I'm sorry.
Oh, Biden speaking.
No, you don't have to be sorry. We just want to be...
Well, just want to make sure you're sure.
The president is not happy.
Well, thank you very much.
Sorry, I'm going to turn my sound up.
Get back in there so we can make some more calls.
Yes, Chief.
Thanks, Arnon.
Bye.
So we're looking at the scene where Joe Biden is about to come out.
Yep, he's announcing his win.
To me, it's reminiscent of what we saw in the primaries, when states were not being called, like Iowa, right? And then we started to see people coming up on stage and giving sort of quasi-acceptance speeches that
he's
weren't
kind of announcing
speeches,
his win right now.
Really good about what happened tonight.
Hey, Fox, shut the hell up.
That's the
shut
pattern.
up.
Yeah, but there was a difference, because then you were in Iowa and you were...
He's kind of announcing he won.
There was a reason. Here it's a little different. I think he's really doing
exactly.
it just so
Shut
psychologically,
up, you morons.
if they end up in challenges, he thinks he looks stronger.
All right, here's the former Vice President, Joe Biden, with Dr. Joe Biden. Let's listen.
I know I'm a little behind because I'm streaming, guys, but Jesus, they talk forever.
Good evening.
Hey, put your mask on, asshole.
This is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do.
Yeah, because you rigged the mail-ins.
We believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient.
The fake vote.
Until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted.
Including the new ones just walking in. After the polls are closed, but shit's going to be walking in.
But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan.
Stupidity is strong with this one.
And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania.
The fact that he says that with such conviction says there's something nasty going on. Since he's way down.
And they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning. But it may take a little longer, as I've said all along.
He's saying that about Pennsylvania because they can take votes for 9 days and just pop up out of the blue. So no matter how many Trump has, a little more is going to pop up for him. You watch.
I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man.
Yep. If the Republicans have lost the Senate,
the poll workers,
if Trump doesn't win,
our
deep shit.
Everyone who participated in this democratic process.
Problem is, Trump may win tonight, but it's fake votes.
Here in Delaware and all across
and I hope
the
he
nation.
Fights every one of them because you can't have votes coming in with no postmark, no income for a signature for over a week after just popping up.
Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in
That's
Scranton,
a load
he
of
yelled,
shit.
Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
The fact that he says that with such conviction means he knows this is a fix.
Let's walk over here.
Former Vice President Joe Biden and his wife Jill Biden saying this race isn't over, saying he feels good, count every vote. He said one of the nets
something
Arizona,
smells.
That would be Fox News called Arizona, and we do not retract that. We just had Arnon Michigan on saying that they stand by that 100%. You heard it here live.
So the vice president, former vice president, saying we believe we are on track to win this election. That's about as much as you could say at this point.
Donald Trump does tweet, guys.
Positive mood for the evening and to assure.
Donald Trump just tweeted. We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Exactly. They cannot. That's what they're trying to do. Sorry, I'm reading here. Sorry. We'll come back.
By election day, should they still be counted? Because we're really down now.
No, they shouldn't. It's not in by election day, which is the goddamn deadline. It's been the goddamn deadline forever.
This is going to come down to
you should not allow votes that are not there by the time they're supposed to be.
That's the position that the Democrats are going to take as they enter these lawsuits and the public pressure. Again, they felt that Ford made a mistake in 2000.
IRS, if I'm late 9 days on my taxes after you give me a deadline, you're going to not have me pay
are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. We do have a call. That is, the Fox News decision desk can say that Montana will go into the column of President Trump.
They finally gave Montana to Trump.
So as you look at the race to 270.
And Brett.
Hold on, Brett. We'll just add up these numbers. 237 to 213.
Yeah.
Just a couple of things. Trump is probably going to make a statement, so we'll see.
He should.
What he says.
He should. This is a load of shit.
In Montana,
you cannot allow these ballots to come in
Republican
9 days after.
He's now
every justice on the court that ruled that way should be in jail. That is not constitutional. And I'm not saying it once again because it's Trump.
Looking at Pennsylvania,
it's bullshit because it's illegal.
You know, 60. There's a lot of vote.
Oh, is Trump making a statement? Hey, Fox, shut the fuck up.
Somewhere between 63 and 75% is in, according to one estimate I just saw, and Trump's up 15. Now, there's a lot of vote out, and that's not final, but you'd rather be him than Biden at this moment in that state.
Dana, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm just thinking about, you know, from a communication standpoint.
We're not showing it here
you're
either.
President Trump, and you're at the White House
two different
tonight,
channels that aren't showing.
and you see Biden go out there. I would imagine you're going to see the president within the next 45 minutes.
Within the last few seconds, he said, "I will be making a statement."
Well, see, I'm tracking. Exactly.
You are tracking.
So yeah, I think that makes sense. I don't think there's any way that you could go to bed tonight and not say something that you know, like. We'll see how they handle that. I think that the other thing is we haven't talked a lot about
I just think
any of the governor's races.
Judge
but I do think that in
that
Montana,
rule that they
the
can
Republicans
just
are able to pick that
votes
up as well.
just pop up out of the blue.
And in terms of communications,
you took an oath as
the
Supreme Court justice to uphold the Constitution of the United States and its laws. You did the opposite. You should be arrested. That is perjury and treason. Look up the statutes.
I think you will. I would, you know, not
cannot
that
have ballots
advice
flown
anymore,
in.
But I would tap the brakes on that a little bit. I don't
hey,
think
everybody, let's go
that.
post some more Trump
ballots. In a very
ballots.
strong position. They counted me out in 2016. They were going to try to count me out again in 2020. Look at where we are. I can be patient. You know, I'm going to wait till tomorrow. We'll let these votes get counted, but I can guarantee you I'm going to win, and I am not going to let any legal challenge go without my guys being on the ground, being able to fight it.
Yeah.
You know, Donna Brazil, you were around when Al Gore, as we talked about earlier.
Texas has 91% of the vote in. They still haven't called it.
And not conceding.
Oh, they got Texas. He wins Texas.
Pulling that back. Your thoughts on the Biden statement and now the president getting ready to talk
I'm sorry.
Well.
You know, when you have your supporters, as we did at the War Memorial in Nashville, Tennessee, I mean, it was raining, it was cold.
We
knew that the results would trigger an automatic recount. So as we drove up to the War Memorial, I'll never forget, Michael Hooley was back in the
You mean
in
War
the
Memorial, not a war memorial.
Up to Michael Feldman.
It's not a war memorial. It's a war memorial.
Step back. So it's important that I think the vice president made a good move in telling not just his supporters, but all Americans to be patient, that there's still a lot of votes to come in. We may not know the final results in several states until tomorrow. And now we'll hear what the president has to say. But here's the thing. The vice president has picked up all of the states so far that Hillary Clinton carried and possibly one that Donald Trump carried. So it's important that he continues to convey that message to not just his supporters, but the American people.
All right, let's come back here to New York for a moment. Britt, what are you looking at now?
Well, you know, I mean, here we are, as I've mentioned earlier. You know, it's late. It was getting very late tonight. You know, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. There were all kinds of predictions of, you know, Biden getting in excess of 300 electoral votes.
They're showing Rhode Island has 51% of their vote in, right behind me on ABC Live. They've only got like a 2% difference between Biden and Trump. But they called that son of a bitch?
One thing has changed. Martha McSally out in Arizona says she is not conceding in that Senate race to Mark Kelly, saying, like Mark said, every vote should be counted. With 1 million votes to be counted and no election day results reported from Maricopa County, the decision to make a call at this point is irresponsible. We will continue to wait for votes to come in. This race is not over. That is from the spokesperson for Martha McSally. That race has been called by Fox and won, as we heard from Arne Mishkin. Both the Senate race and the state, they are sticking by 100%.
Well, I think that what you're seeing here is posturing. And I think in some ways you could say that about Joe Biden as well. But here you have in Arizona, it's become kind of, you know, the Alamo, if you will, for President Trump and a number of Republicans, including McSally. I mean, right now, if you listen to the results, they would say they lost. They're saying we didn't lose and we want every vote to be counted. I don't think anyone's going to argue with that. The argument would come in where the president says that the Biden camp wants to steal, and here I'm quoting, the election.
Well, my battery's probably going
and
dead,
that kind of language at this moment seems pretty aggressive. You didn't hear that from Biden. He said he felt he was in good position and went through some of the numbers. I mean, said, you know, not the numbers, but said specifically he felt he was in good position in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania and still in the game in Georgia. I'd like to hear what President Trump has to say with regard to how he sees a path to 270. It seems to me, though, that when you start talking about steal, again, it's just pretty aggressive.
Sorry, I'm checking.
And at this moment, when we're all anxious, all wondering where we're going, I don't think it helps.
Yeah. I would imagine that the president is also going to obviously bring up the Arizona call when he comes out, and probably
may bring up Fox News.
We're ready for it.
We won't be called a network.
You know, beating the bushes and trying to make sure that that call is correct. You heard Arn in Michigan just moments ago explaining why they made that call.
It was a T4.
Wow, I'll tell you what. NBC is also way off the Fox.
4 variations from the standard deviation.
That's right.
As you know. If you'd like me to explain more, I'd be happy to go into it, but it would be boring, so.
I mean, way
Let's go to Bill Hemmer. Are you still there?
Yeah, sure am. I feel like I'm deviating a little bit right now.
Funny thing is, looks like the only thing that saved Minnesota from Biden are the morons in the places that got tore up by the rioters. Nice job, you
douches. We'll see what happens out here in Arizona. But here's what I've got for you guys. In Michigan, you got about 60% of the vote in. And you still have a 10-point lead for President Trump. And at home, you're saying, well, heck, call the thing, right? The reason you can is because there's an explanation for this, and this is Detroit, Michigan, Wayne County.
But a million
there's
people
just too many votes out to really know at the moment here.
Arizona, you can call it.
What did I say a moment ago? 300,000 was the... Okay, here's 2016. Here's Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump by about 300,000 votes in that one county. So in the city of Detroit. Come back to 2020. We're starting to fill in a little bit here, but still far from conclusion there. So by my count, guys, the difference in Wayne County in 2016 is just about the same difference we are right now, 300,000 votes between Trump and Biden in the entire state. So that's why we're hanging on down here
NBC just posted a thing.
There's a few counties
where even if you count almost all the votes left in Pennsylvania for Biden and the absentee ballots all for Biden, it's not enough for him to win Pennsylvania.
4 years ago. Now, what's going on in Wisconsin?
NBC is technically saying that Biden cannot win Pennsylvania.
You've got a 4-point advantage for the president with 83% of the vote in. 83% of the vote with Milwaukee County still somewhat outstanding, yet okay, I'll take you back again. All right, 2016, fast math here. That was a difference of 162,000 votes. Hillary Clinton's advantage over Donald Trump.
Trump still got
back to 2020
and
pop out here and see where we are. It's 100,000 votes.
NBC is right.
NBC is right. 100,000
Biden
votes.
cannot win Pennsylvania.
But still 100,000. So the president's hanging on right now here in Wisconsin. I can tell you the campaign feels good about Wisconsin. And I almost want to suggest they feel better about Wisconsin than they do Michigan. But we'll see as we work our way throughout
Just goes to show you how stupid people are in big cities. And I'm sorry, I'm going to say it.
Only because we haven't been there
yet. Big city people are dumb.
A few precincts were extended, so the results of the
you guys get your shit all ripped up, and you guys are going to vote for the guy who promotes it
electoral votes
and bails out people that tear your shit back up again.
Look, you know, 270 is the game.
If you give right now
Pennsylvania here on the East Coast,
Trump,
neither man is there. And I would expect the president to come out and make a strong argument out of Arizona. The campaign saying they got more than 1 million votes that are outstanding. That might be the case. It might not. We'll see how that transpires throughout the evening.
People on the ground in Arizona are saying yes, more than 1 million votes are still out, not counted.
President holds Georgia, holds North Carolina. Joe Biden, say he picks up Nevada. Seemed to be about 2 or 3 points pre-election day. He's at 243. Leave Pennsylvania out of it. What happens if the Trump team takes Wisconsin and we go to bed tonight and perhaps Biden comes back in Detroit, has a good standing, and he's at 259. I don't want to leave out Alaska. Sorry about that. All right. Love Alaska. Love Denali National Park. All that stuff. So we could,
and then you've got the 2 congressional districts.
That's correct. And it's kind of a push here. If you go Maine to Trump and you go Nebraska to Biden, you go, I don't know, no one's sleeping. So I was about to say, as we go to bed tonight.
All right, guys, what do you think is going to happen? What do you think's going to happen? Do you think he's going to win it or not? Well, Urbex, see, I understand why our elections the way they are. Because if you didn't have the Electoral College, you would have 2 or 3 states ruling our whole country. And I understand it. And the same thing if you had popular vote. If you just went straight popular vote, you'd have 3 states ruling our whole insanely large country. And those 3 states, 3 or 4 states, have nothing to do with the rest of the country. So we have it for a reason. What we need is reform on our news media and the pollsters. And also, this election has been beyond dirty. The mail-in ballots done early. The mail-in ballots on absentee that have been just, once again, when dogs and cats are getting 15 ballots to a fucking dog, a dog that never voted, I was getting 15 ballots. Come on. And when you're finding truckloads and bags full and other areas of Trump ballots just laying in the gutter, thrown away somewhere, come on. This is filthy. That's the problem we have there, Urbexy, is the dirt in this election.
He mentioned Scranton, Lackawanna County. I've been showing this throughout the night. Chris mentioned this a moment ago. Joe Biden came back to take a lead right there in that county of Lackawanna. Then I popped down here to Philadelphia. I find this interesting. This is Bucks County. There's a lot of votes out there in Bucks County. Bucks County is a razor-thin county, has been that way for 8 years. It really is a battleground within the battlegrounds. Now, you go back to 2016 to see the way it came out. Razor-thin margin here. Back in 2012, same story between Obama and Romney. In 2020, well, I mean, the president has a lead right now. You've got about 21,000 vote difference between the 2 men there. And I just pop around here quickly, Montgomery County, Biden with a slight edge there, down here in Chester County.
Leave you guys hang. I'm trying to watch some of my local
neck and neck here. But this will be the big one, guys. Philadelphia as we move out.
Pay attention, Iowa and Illinois.
Back to you.
Great, Bill. Thank you very much. It is almost 1 a.m. on the East Coast, and we are still at it. And I think we'll still be at it for some time.
For some time.
All right. Yeah, North Carolina's getting screwy, though. Something's going on in North Carolina. Robert, I think he might win, but the problem is it seems like some of this is getting a little screwy. Biden was way too ahead with himself. Way too happy with himself, honestly. Something's up. So, yeah. Yeah, he's way too happy with himself. He's talking about Pennsylvania. He's sure he's going to win Pennsylvania. They're way down right now. NBC just showed a chyron where the guy was up there. And this guy hates Trump. They're showing that as far as Trump is ahead, if they take all the votes left, give them to Biden, and all the absentee ballots to Biden, he can't make up the gap. So what the hell? So if Biden is sure he's going to win that state, something smells. Yeah, North Carolina shouldn't be close. There's something screwy there, too. That's another state that had a lot of election irregularities with stuff being mailed places and disappearing or something. Hey, Jim, all my animals are like that. Jax is a huge Democrat. In fact, I'm thankfully he's upstairs on top of my wife with the other animals. Ugh. All right, see what this idiot is saying.
It is the voters' place to do that. The president also tweeting something that already Twitter has slapped a disclaimer on.
Of course he did.
Let's punch through that disclaimer. The president saying, we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election.
They are.
We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed.
Yes.
Twitter saying some or all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed.
How's that
might
bad?
be misleading about an election or other civic process. So they're monitoring the president pretty closely, even
but not
at
Biden.
1 o'clock in the morning, though. It's
Biden just said he's going to win a state. He's way down
no
in.
idea
Says he's sure of it.
President Trump is going to come down to speak to the crowd that is gathered here in the East Room
Why is that
of
not
the White
getting
House.
slammed?
It could be any minute now. It may not be until perhaps Georgia is called. If we do manage to call Georgia, there's no timing on it. Again, though Arnold Michigan came down and stood 100% behind the call for Arizona, the Trump campaign still disputing it, insisting that the votes are out there to potentially put President Trump over the top.
This idiot Democrat I'm seeing on Twitter.
They just believe
count
that it was
ballots
too early
postmarked
to
by
say
election if they arrive afterwards.
But
That's
then
fine.
when you get to the other states,
but the problem
obviously
is
they're feeling
Pennsylvania's
very
going to
good
do
about the wins
votes
that
for
they had
9
in the
days
state
that
of
even aren't even
Ohio.
postmarked by
They
election
love the
day.
fact that they won
That's a
Iowa
problem.
again.
And a couple
Some of that
states
might
are
have had to do
allowing that.
with the sort of
Not even
relationship
make sure
effect
postmarks by the date,
of
no signature
Biden's
verification.
comments about the oil industry and fracking, because don't forget, for just about every gallon of gas that is produced in this country, there is 10% of that goes into it, made out of corn from
Somebody
Iowa,
saying
Nebraska,
Trump's
and other places like that, in the
soon.
form of ethanol. So what happens to Pennsylvania in terms of fracking, or what happens in Texas
John
in terms
Roberts
of
in the
fracking,
background.
or Eastern Ohio, also
gotta be pretty
affects Iowa,
fresh.
because they put out a product that is included in just about every gallon of gasoline. The Trump campaign obviously very happy with the results in Florida as well. The polls showed that that was going to be a very tight race. In the end, it wasn't. President Trump won it decisively. If Arizona holds,
I'd say
that means that
Pennsylvania.
the president has to win North Carolina, has to win probably Pennsylvania as well. If, as Arnold Michigan says, the votes aren't there for President Trump to win Wisconsin, and then win Michigan as well. This is going to be a nail-biter. There's no question about that. President Trump obviously is pretty anxious about what the outcome will be, though I think he feels pretty good about the fact that he made all of those campaign stops and held all of those rallies in the closing 3 days of the election, many of them in the state of Michigan. They like the way that the results are coming in Kent County, which includes Grand Rapids, and they're hoping that the lead that they see right now, which is a substantial lead in Michigan, will not wither away too much as some of the other results come in. And President Trump, if he prevails in North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, as Bill has been telling us, would have enough to put him over the top with about 274 electoral votes. So that would be a big comeback for the president in terms of what the polls were showing going into tonight. Brett and Martha.
Completely. And, you know,
Corkboard, I kind of agree. The problem is this election is screwed up. Somehow, because of Corona, we changed the rules of 200 years of elections just for Corona. Or they didn't even change them. They're just letting illegal shit happen. When you have a state where, once again, a cat and a dog are getting 10 and 20 ballots sent to them, dead people are getting them, and it's not just one ballot. We're talking 5, 10, 15, 20 ballots sent to these people in these states. That should have been totally scrubbed and restarted. Totally scrubbed and restarted. So the fact that we've allowed illegal shit, the fact that a court says in Pennsylvania you can have ballots that aren't even postmarked by the right date, you're not even going to verify the signatures, and you allow that for 9 days. That is illegal. And every one of those justices can, if you look at the law, be removed and arrested. That is perjury, and it's against the oath. It's against the Constitution. I said Pennsylvania. I said Pennsylvania, Scotty. I don't know what anybody else thinks. I said Pennsylvania. But the state rules right now, Corkboard, have been pretty regular until this year. And the Democrats really amped up the illegal shit. They really pushed it. I mean, really pushed it. A lot of this that's going on is illegal as fuck. I can't mince any words. It is beyond illegal. Our ballots must be postmarked by November 3rd. Must. Legibly and verifiably. Your signature must, by all laws, be verifiable. And there the court goes, nah, in more than one state. And strangely, Biden is really sure about those states. Yeah, something screwy. When even NBC is saying Biden cannot win Pennsylvania now, somehow he's sure. Well, Alaska's dead Republican. Alaska's as much Republican as Hawaii is Democrat. So that I get. I really do. NBC gave Texas to Trump just now. Amazing how different this is. Crazy. NBC says Alaska's too early to call. That was 2 minutes ago. It's crazy all the shit we're getting separate here. It's crazy. Ooh, Eric Trump just retweeted Donald's post. Said, since Twitter is censoring Donald Trump. Ah, shit. Alyssa Milano's up mouthing her ass again. Yeesh. Sorry, I'm coming back. I know you guys are probably tired of hearing my voice.
They're not going to get to 50%, so that'll be a runoff in the first week of January. You were going to say, Chris?
Well, I mean, that's interesting because conceivably, and I agree with you, it looks more and more like the Republicans are going to hold on to the Senate. The Democrats aren't going to be able to pick up a net of 3 plus.
Yeah, Scotty, NBC said that here just now, too. You know, Fox said a long time ago.
Winning. You know, it's interesting to see that
no problem, Corkboard. Thanks, buddy.
That the Republicans are going to hold on to that, and
remember to hit that thumbs up on the way out.
If it came down to that one race, we'd have to sit and wait for control of the Senate.
Please, guys, if you haven't hit thumbs up, please do.
To see in the special election
that makes a big
whether
difference.
Loeffler or Warnock won.
I'm not looking for this channel to really get huge, but please hit thumbs up.
He was going to come out. He said he was going to make a statement, Brett.
Scotty, I do too.
You know, I mean, I think we know the broad
doesn't happen. It doesn't happen.
He's made it pretty clear. I mean, he always gives us a preview in his tweets. But you know, I guess so much has been said about his tone.
I'll still be proud of voting for the man because I'm educated and read a lot.
Well, it's always all about him, of course,
and about what Biden wants to do.
He will see.
Look on Biden's own website what he's going to do with guns.
Himself and his race, and of course, you got to say the guy really did work. I mean, he got out and campaigned
left it all in the field.
Hindquarters off, while his opponent was, for whatever reasons,
so do I, Robert. But we do have to worry about those damn mail-in ballots, especially in the states that are allowing fudging on the postmark for the date and the lack of signature verification.
About that. I think that the campaign wanted the
Scotty B, yellow colors mean they're not sure.
And Trump didn't mind being the issue. So they were both actually
that means they're not sure.
Doing the same thing or working on
the same strategy. Corkboard, please do hit that thumbs up.
I think some of the Biden people tonight might be thinking
only
maybe
6 thumbs up.
Gotten out there a little bit more and worked a little harder and not been so ratiring throughout the course of the campaign. The president, I think, will be kind of a exuberant, and of course he'll be combative about what he thinks is the potential for fraud. Now, look, you're looking at votes being counted in some of these big cities.
Yeah, usually if you have red and blue, any color between there is what they either call a toss-up or maybe edging one way.
Changing the outcome
on the
of elections
channel. Every channel does it
many
differently.
years in this country. We haven't
Some of it's like yellow. That just means they don't know.
A presidential race.
Some yellow actually is edging towards the red side.
Indeed, if ever.
Every channel's a tad different.
Past century or so. So I don't know how well-founded his suspicions are, but I think, you know, they're not completely unreasonable, and I think we're going to hear some of that tonight.
This late,
whether that'll sit well with the public,
Jim will definitely take something flowing from the still.
You know, I'm sorry, I just want to say that we have been reflecting on the fact that the
Bunny,
polls
I'm not religious,
been
and I'm with you. I'm
by several percentage points in all of these battleground states. And the Biden team, it appears, took the cues from the positive polls that they had, that it was working. The strategy was working for him to stay at home and not to campaign.
My own suspicion, Martha, about this is that I'm not sure they had a choice. I mean, Joe Biden.
I hear what you're saying.
He's elderly, and you know, he had some dark moments on the campaign when he didn't quite remember what state he was in, and then he suddenly would lose track of his thought in the middle of a sentence and so on. I don't think they wanted any more of that, because I think there was a concern that the public might look at that and say, gee, that guy's too old.
We go triple A batteries.
The polls were telling him that the strategy wasn't working.
No,
so
the polls
and
there was no reason to look at the polls and think this wasn't working. You're right, exactly.
But speaking of the polls, Kimberly Strassel
I'm going to bet white means they think it's edging towards Biden. Red thinks they mean just edging towards Trump.
Had Biden up 4. Emerson, Biden up 1.
None of my channels have
again, late, Biden up 5. With 94% in Ohio, Trump is up 8.
That makes my remote stop blinking.
8. That's a 12-point swing.
Quinnipiac is having a bad night. Quinnipiac polls.
No, but I mean, pretty much all the polls except Trafalgar.
Des Moines.
Jim Beam voted red. I like that.
But I mean, he's up 5, 6, 7, 8. More than 8 points. That's a 12.
You know, what's interesting about the
Robert
poll, because we've all learned through the long years of covering the Iowa caucuses that they do a great job out there on that poll. That's a very well-regarded poll and with good reason. And when it came out and said that, you know, Trump suddenly was up 7 after having been, you know, up slightly or
my wife is going to love this tomorrow because I'm not going to be able to talk.
Democrats.
My remote is doing something really weird.
It was off base or whatever, but I wonder if that shouldn't have been more of a wake-up call to the nation's pollsters than it was.
But what's interesting is that I think, you know, we talk about some of these public polls, but all of these candidates and campaigns have their own internal polls. And from what I've heard from friends that work on a lot of those races, and I will include Iowa in this, that when that Seltzer poll came out on Saturday,
that's the Des Moines Register.
The Des Moines Register poll.
Over on the couch.
Thank you.
I know
it was dead on with what the Republicans were seeing in their internal polls. So it could be that sometimes your internal poll might be a little bit better. I don't know.
Those of you still here, hey,
you don't get to see those.
If any of you guys
they always tell us
if you're done for the night, guys, let me know. Other than that, I'm staying on.
But you know, the thing about the Biden campaign is they had a lot of money.
At least for another hour.
When you have a lot of money, you can put a lot of money into polls.
We'll see how long I can stay awake.
Their internal polls.
I do still have 3 breathing treatments
to get tonight. What you do see in this moment is that if Minnesota goes for Biden, and we've said that, then you have Wisconsin right next to it. And you have, as we've been discussing, that pocket of votes still to be counted, not only the mail-in votes, but the votes that were
Wisconsin goes for Biden.
The actual people
Wisconsin's
voting
a bunch
in Detroit.
Of fucking morons because Trump went up there and saved your ass during those riots. He sent in people, saved your ass, bailed your businesses out.
But the key here, to my mind, is the president coming out.
Oh, no.
You know, here we are in the wee hours of
Woo, Scotty, yeah, you guys are a totally different zone
over there.
What
he has to say about this, because all the polling now, it's in the history.
Yeah, I'm
books.
with you, Scotty, or Buckle Bunny. I'm tired of hearing about the 2016 shit.
And exactly how you go about properly counting the votes and people contesting votes, and I just hope things don't get ugly.
Yeah, I mean,
what do you mean? It's already gotten ugly. Your people are already out causing shit, you dumbass one.
Kind of a terrifying thought.
I can also,
it ain't Trump people out causing trouble.
Is the worst
it's
nightmare
Biden voters.
Of those 9 justices on the Supreme Court.
Stop it.
I talked to a few of the justices after
Scotty, I think maybe Urbexy
and they were
died.
very unhappy that they were put in that position.
I don't know if he's still here or not.
Regretted the vote they had taken, given that.
Urbexy may have succumbed. He does that. He stays on until he just absolutely goes.
One of the things John Roberts, as chief, has tried to do is to keep the
paging Urbexy. Are you here, Urbexy?
The Supreme Court as out of the politics business as possible. You've sometimes seen him make decisions
like
Urbexy's
hardcore. He will stay up almost 24 hours, stay on somebody's stream. He was doing it. Not just mind anybody's stream until he almost just passes out.
Political fray.
Then he wakes up, goes right back to his life.
Deadline,
crazy.
They are not.
Well, they would say, I mean, in his ruling, he said,
Scotty, I think Urbexy actually works from home.
My only point is, it may be forced on him, and they may have to make that decision. But they don't want to do that. I promise you, none of those 9
justices think his
wife
will,
wants to sit there and basically decide who the next president is. And with the litigation you're talking about, Martha, that is possible.
Brett, Martha, Twitter has now taken a stab at explaining himself about the warning that it put on President Trump's tweet about the election.
Which is very 2020, by the way.
Yes, isn't it, though? This comes from accompanied by a statement of their civic integrity policy. Quote, we placed a warning on a tweet from Donald Trump for making potentially misleading claim about an election. This action is in line with our civic integrity policy. This has really reached a kind of a stage of absurdity, because anybody who's covered political campaigns over any long period of time knows that they are full of statements on both sides that are arguably true and arguably false. And they're filled with exaggerations.
They never go against Biden. Biden just said he's on the path to win.
With pride and viewing with great
alarm. He says he's going to win. He's going to win Pennsylvania. No, he's way behind. Hey, Twitter, why don't you go against that being possibly false?
This social media outlet, which is deciding it's going to be careful about potentially misleading claims. I mean, there's
and it's a claim that's about to be made to the entire country, and it's in the public domain anyway. So
I mean, it certainly defeats the claim that they are an open platform and not a publication which they are editing.
Well, sorry, Scotty. That's a saying over here. Died as he went to sleep, fell asleep, totally.
Now can call that former Vice President Joe Biden will win the Nebraska second district. That again is one of 2 states, Nebraska and Maine, that pulls out the 1 district. So 1 electoral vote.
I already got one person annoyed with me by
the rest of the
went
votes
PC
in Nebraska,
on me.
But 1 electoral vote will go to Joe Biden. Maine, that district has not been called yet, but we were told by Arna Michigan
you guys got a lot of sayings over there that we don't have here.
That's 1 electoral vote, but guess what? It all adds up.
One could make a difference.
No, Urbexi's pretty healthy.
And when we come back, we're going to check around the horn about all the states that are still yet to be called as the race to 270 and the race for the White House continues at 1:18 a.m.
If he croaked, I'm sure I'd know. I hope. I'll tell you what, they call the Biden states real early. But once again, they're still hanging on to a bunch of god-dang Republican states that are showing for Trump. I cannot believe the Democrats have probably taken control of the Senate because it's tied, and then you got 2 independents that usually go Democrat. That's nuts. That is nuts. Wow. Whew. That is crazy. I don't know, guys. I wish they'd call one of these for Trump that he's ahead in. Scotty, I don't know. Until all the results come in from all the states, then there's a time we relax while they do all the recounts for the next couple days. So, I don't know. It just depends when they start announcing the states. When they say, all the election numbers are in, here we go. But then we have to go through all the absentee stuff. There's going to be recounts. But at least when they get the states done, we'll have an idea. Oh, Esther Joy King lost. That piece of, in my opinion, piece of crap Sherry Bustos held on to win. Not by much, Sherry. Maybe you should pay attention then. See, NBC is still not showing Arizona or Nevada or Wisconsin or Michigan or Pennsylvania or North Carolina or Georgia. There's a lot they're not showing. Oh, goody. Lester Holt. Hi, Jax. What's up, Jackson? What's up? All right, sorry, guys. Just looking at a few things. Are you sleeping before 3 a.m.? At this moment, it's 12:22 a.m. here. I don't know. By the time I get my breathing treatments are, add my therapy time to it, about an hour and a half to do those. the 3 I have left and do the little chest percussion and cough with it. So I got out. Even if I started right now, I'll be done at 1:32. I'll be done at 2 if I started right now. So, well, Scotty, maybe you should go to sleep, buddy. Oh, Urbexy's back. He's still alive. There you go, Scotty. See, I did not take out Urbexy. He's still here. I'm just trying to hang on until we see some of these states come in that Fox and some of these others are really sitting on. You know, Trump's way ahead of him.
The governor of Arizona is saying that there's still 900,000 votes that are not counted in Maricopa County, and they feel like they're going to get a good chunk of those. We've heard the explanation from our decision team.
The governor of Arizona said Maricopa County was a heavy Trump county, has 900,000 votes
on the Trump campaign side about the way that
Biden's not up 900,000.
This is rolling out tonight.
And Martha McSally has refused to concede in Arizona. So let's bring in Darren Shaw, part of our decision desk, Republican pollster. Darren, let's just bounce around. First of all, let's start where we did with Arnon. He said he was 100%, and all you guys were on board with Arizona when you called it, how you called it. Just reliving that.
Well, you know, I appreciate Arnon's effort to get T statistic trending on Twitter. The reality is that the estimates we've heard from the White House, and we have heard them, is that you know, the president needs to get about 61% out of the remaining vote. We think that's right. That estimate is actually pretty consistent with what we're seeing. However, our estimates are that he's on line to get about 44–45% out of the remaining vote, which leaves him well short of what he needs. And so when Arnon talks about 100% confidence, you know, I think our standard is a 1 in 400
Donald Trump does not have
probability
enough votes,
that the call
same
will
day
be
votes
wrong.
To beat the mail-in
and we've
shit.
actually raised that in this instance to I think about 1 in 1,200.
I'm going to call it
so where are you
not
on
because
Georgia?
It's Trump,
I mean, if we were close on Georgia, it seems like it would be T something by now.
Mail-in votes, and you're not verifying jack shit.
Y'all, even though we're in the witching hour of the T statistic, but right now the president's in pretty good shape in Georgia, but there's a big chunk of vote outstanding in Atlanta and in suburban Atlanta, and the counties sort of surrounding Atlanta proper. And our estimates are that it's going to narrow. And we've had some
NBC is saying that Trump will not have enough
votes,
same-day votes,
in from these
to
areas
overcome
in Georgia. So we think
bullshit,
it's going to tighten.
Fraud,
you know, if you had to put money on it, I think the president probably retains an edge in Georgia, but we're not comfortable right now. You know, Farn's talking about 100%. Certainly, we're not near that right now. So, unfortunately, I know everybody wants resolution, but I think we're going to be waiting a while on Georgia.
Non-verifiable ballots.
It's possible. You know, you never know. One of the interesting things tonight, Brett and Martha, is that the pattern of counting has really changed. It influences what your viewers are seeing. It influences what we're seeing from the decision desk point of view. And the flow has been uneven in different states. We're sort of expecting tranches to come in that were pro-Biden.
Not even verified signatures.
Sometimes, you know, instead they would release the election day vote a little early, and that would skew pro-Trump. And so we're dealing with that. You know, you saw that in Virginia, where, you know, for 50%, 60% of the vote, the president was actually ahead. And then in the end, it went the way we thought it would. But we're dealing with that situation now in Wisconsin and in Michigan, where the early vote has been pretty much the president's vote. We expect Biden's vote to come in. The question is it enough to make up, you know, the deficit that Biden faces right now?
Let's talk about North Carolina and also Michigan. Pulling up North Carolina first, and then we'll go to Michigan. Arnon, your thoughts on that and when you might be able to call North Carolina?
Yeah, in Carolina, you know, the president retains a slight lead. You know, we're adhering to our not only, you know, traditional standards about levels of certainty, but we're also, you know, keyed in on things like, you know, there's no automatic recount. But, you know, there are provisions for recount. There are provisional ballots that are sort of in play. And so there's both the raw number and then, you know, when the raw number separating the candidates isn't very great, all these other factors come in. So we're being pretty conservative with respect to those calls. The president's position in North Carolina is pretty strong right now, but we're not comfortable calling.
How are the liberals being more conservative in their calls than you?
The other state I believe you asked about was Wisconsin?
Michigan.
Michigan. Michigan, again, we expect a lot of the vote to be outstanding. You know, and in fact, they've sort of let us know that it probably won't be until around noon on Wednesday until they hit, you know, a very considerable portion of the vote. There's not going to be that much outstanding. We're not sure when they get to that point tomorrow morning that there's going to be enough difference separating the candidates that we're even comfortable calling it then.
That's stupid.
You know, Trump has been surprisingly strong in these upper Midwest states,
and
that's that's
I don't care if
in
it
the
was
votes
for,
that you guys are looking at right now.
If it was for Trump,
we expect the mail-in
I'm not a
votes and votes that are counted after the fact. The
if
ballots
those
that are
fake
open,
votes were coming in for Trump, I would still be pissed off.
Weeks ago, to skew
Unverified votes and votes after the date should not be allowed.
And we're not sure we're
in the election. We have
enough
laws.
difference, enough daylight
the fact
between
that
the candidates
throwing the laws
to
in
make
the
a call not
fucking
only
toilet
tonight, but maybe even
shows
into
how
tomorrow.
much the fix is kind of in against
now
Trump.
you're saying Georgia
it's the same thing he's been
probably
saying
not
ever
tonight.
since he got elected.
Michigan is probably
That's why
not
he ran,
tonight.
because of the
Wisconsin's
dirt in our
not
government.
Tonight?
The fact that we are shitting on all of our election laws, and we're using an excuse
strongly signaled both before and during the counting that, you know, they're not going to have enough
that does not
of the
change the fact that you can drop your mail-in ballot in fucking time and
North
sign it
Carolina's
right.
not tonight?
Signatures and date that you drop in the mailbox has nothing to do with
North Carolina tonight.
I should not say tonight. I should say this morning.
Nothing to do with it.
Yeah, no, that's good. And actually, I should be careful because this morning runs all the way up to noon
Bunny,
tomorrow.
I don't
you know,
like Papa John's because of the stance of the company
you know,
and the crap they took on
you
some.
You guys are in touch with these folks about their counting.
Yeah.
It's possible that we're looking at 5 states.
We got one here called Harris Pizza, which
I
is
think that's
epic.
Right. And
another one called Pizza Joint,
Nevada
which is
is still
epic.
out there, and they've only begun to count. Nevada tends to count their vote pretty quickly, but yes, that's the situation we're in. And remember, this is a function of, in some ways, the pandemic and the adjustments in the voting rules and regulations that have occurred in light of the pandemic. A bulked-up mail-in program means that, you know, these election administrators are, you know, by state law, you know, in many instances, not able to count these until Election Day or sometimes beyond as mail-in ballots come into their possession.
Your
so
collar.
That's all factoring in. Close elections. Right, plus significant mail-in votes and slightly different election laws create the potential for this.
Dude, how much tighter can you get that
this
not
might
have
be
your
the
head
case,
pop off?
And in fact, I think it's playing out right in front of our eyes.
Is there anything that has surprised you so far tonight, Darren?
It's like he's using the collar to hold his head on. If he loses it, his head falls off.
It looked like, heading into this night, that the president needed to run the table in 5 or 6 states where he was kind of trailing a little bit in the polls. Right, so you know you're
any
Florida,
state that
North
Trump
Carolina,
bailed your
Georgia,
ass
Texas,
out,
et cetera, right?
The economy
Ohio,
or during the riots, you voted
about.
against him. Fuck you.
He's managed to hold most of
those.
Are
morons
we
and
think
deserve
he's
every
not
screwing you
in
get
Arizona.
if Biden wins.
And he may hold on in Georgia, but those states are sort of out there. If he loses those states, he's in a tough position. Pennsylvania obviously continues to be decisive. I think
they're not.
Georgia still surprises
At
me
least
a little
2
bit,
states are already saying they are going
Georgia
to
is still a possibility
totally
for Biden.
not even look
and
at
Arizona
the post
basically ended up exactly where it was polling.
It can be days after. They're not even going to look. They're not even going to verify signatures.
Could be the president's
we have
undoing
laws
ultimately.
about verifying
but as I said,
signatures.
You know, we got a long way to go. And I still think Pennsylvania, in a lot of ways, is going to settle this.
Let me say something here for a second.
Because
this guy, we don't need to hear bobblehead. Piece of shit fucking judges that voted, oh no, we don't have to verify, they don't need to verify the signatures. Hey, shitheads, explain to me how the coronavirus will change why we don't have to verify fucking signatures. Coronavirus has nothing to do with somebody's signature being verifiable. Just like it never has the last 200 years. We had tons of illnesses going on. We had gone, oh, well, you know what? Who cares about signatures? Now, suddenly, once again, because Corona, we don't have to verify post date or signature. That is bullshit. Corona has nothing to do with somebody dropping your goddamn letter in a mailbox by themselves in time, or a drop box for the verified drop box, or signing their goddamn thing right. The fact they're not going to verify signatures says a lot. It says bullshit. Says huge bullshit.
We're down to counting individual votes.
Huge bullshit.
It's completely up for grabs. The presidency of the United States is completely
yes, they have it on record.
We're going to have to cut the polling.
You have records showing the signatures.
Profile
to
analysis
vote by
gets out. It goes down to
signature,
counting
you
individual
have to have
votes,
on record.
and we will know when we know. And my
when
guess
you
is we
register
probably
and
won't
shit like
even
that,
know
your
tomorrow.
signature doesn't match.
With Pennsylvania,
but
and
of course,
remember, in a lot of these states, I mean, in Pennsylvania,
who needs
count
signatures?
Ballots, unless there's a change in the court situation, that have a postmark of today until Friday. In North Carolina, they could count ballots that have a postmark of today until November 12th. So this could
9
go on
days.
For a while.
Well, not only that,
you can postmark your fucking ballot 9 days from today in North Carolina, and they'll accept it.
Ballots that came back.
What does Corona have to do with not being able to get your shit mailed out
in each one of these
9 days late?
That didn't come back.
But that has to be postmarked
fucking
by
crap.
Or
these are, well, this is why Biden is saying he's going to win those 2 states because ballots are going to pop up.
I think a lot of people simply didn't vote. I mean, when I got my absentee ballot from Florida to vote, I said...
Sorry, I'm going to mute this cocksucker. What they just said is true. The postmarks are going to be late, and they know it. Whatever. Explain to me. I want one son of a bitch to explain to me how Corona affects the postmark date. Affects the fact that somebody signs it, drops it in the mailbox, or drops it in one of the registered ballot drop boxes by the right goddamn date. How do we do it 3, 5, 10 days after the election? Means they won't be there for 12 days after the election sometimes. Where in the fuck does Corona affect that? And let's go back to signatures. Show me how Corona is going to make somebody's signature totally off. Thousands of signatures aren't going to match because, Corona's out there and I'm stressed. Bullshit, bullshit, and bullshit. This is a rigged election, and I would say it if Trump was winning. This is rigged. We have laws. Your ballot must be postmarked by yet date. Your ballot signature must match. But a couple states are saying, nah, screw 200 years of laws. Screw making sure the ballots are right. This is bullshit. They just mouthed it. It is bullshit. It's stupid that we are going to allow ballots to be postmarked 9 days after today, which means in North Carolina, Trump's got to win. That's it. And suddenly out of the blue comes non-late postmarked, non-signature verified, all Biden votes got to pop up. Bullshit, bullshit, and fucking bullshit. And the Supreme Court don't strike this down, fuck the Supreme Court. They should be all jailed. Because they are mandated to follow the Constitution of the United States. If they don't, there are laws that say they can be removed and arrested. Look it up. That is treason. And yes, I'm pissed.
Looks like Tillis in North Carolina.
Bullshit.
Tough race. It looked like
Cunningham
had been in the polls leading
bullshit,
all along.
Bullshit,
within a margin
bullshit.
Of error, but there,
no
Cornyn,
signature verification allowing shit to just be mailed out.
Jamie Harrison
not
in
arrived
South Carolina was
mailed
like the
out
Beto
9 days
O'Rourke
late.
of 2020.
So they can look at the
results for 9
fucking
come close to beating Grant.
They're going to be a look at North Carolina. North Carolina is going to count all the ballots, including the absentee ballots and the mail-in ballots they already got. And when it comes out for Trump, suddenly you're going to see a whole line of Biden ballots coming in. And they get to do it because they say, oh, we can just postmark it 9 days late. So the vote will be done in 4 or 5 days. Then suddenly there's going to be tons of late postmark ones coming in just for Biden. This fix is in. That's why Biden stood up there and said, oh, I'm going to win North Carolina. I'm going to win Pennsylvania. Yeah, the 2 states where voter fraud was held up by courts. The Supreme Court don't overturn this, fuck them all. They just screwed our election. That means our elections will be a goddamn joke. Sorry, guys. That was just, it's bullshit. Anybody that's for
president tossed out
I
of
don't
office
care. I would not
everybody
be
down
if Trump was
the row with them, regardless of the outcome at the presidential level, is simply not playing out tonight.
You can call it just feeling crappy because my guy's down right now. No.
Even is the impeachment.
You have a laws on your ballot.
It was never part of the campaign issue. I remember Nancy Pelosi saying with such confidence after it happened, he will always be impeached. Not to mention the fact that he will always be acquitted as well. But the point is that sank out of sight. And you would have thought in any normal year that if a president had been impeached and was up for re-election, that would carry through the election, and it didn't. It was an
Yeah, and the FBI sat on the laptop. They had the laptop that would
it didn't work.
Into the impeachment. They sat on it.
The Democrats at all, and I don't. They didn't run on it.
I do not know, Scotty. It depends how long they sit on these goddamn things.
I mean, it's impeachment.
The fact that the East Coast
didn't even get mentioned. Okay,
we're
going to head to break. Let's put up the Georgia numbers real quick because getting word from DeKalb County elections due to technology limitations, the precincts accidentally reported 0
we should know
of
Georgia and North
191
Carolina
until
by
all
now
precincts were
sure
uploaded and tabulated. We're working diligently to compile all votes, and we'll continue the effort of processing absentee ballots at 11 a.m. Wednesday, November 4th.
That's another state that is not going to be reporting.
Right, DeKalb is right outside Atlanta.
We'll be here at 11 a.m.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm waiting for those results.
I just want to mention the city of Milwaukee says that they will have all of their votes counted by 3 a.m. So it's possible that we might get a call tonight
Scotty.
in Wisconsin.
What do you mean by we?
Yeah,
they just said Milwaukee just says I'll have all the votes counted by 3 a.m.
Who's also probably gone to bed.
And remember, 3 a.m. Central Time. That's 4 a.m.
Correct.
That's 2.5 hours
That's my bedtime.
Joe Biden has called a lid. We're going to take a break. We'll try to keep Britt here. And on the other side, we're going to talk about the legal efforts with some legal experts
Scotty. I understand,
about Pennsylvania and whatever else. Keep it here.
Who all is still here, honestly? It shows I have 8 viewers.
I heard you the first time.
So who's here? By the way, thanks for the likes. I do appreciate it.
Now available at Walmart.com. World-class rechargeable hearing aids for hundreds, not thousands of dollars, including our new app-controlled hearing aid that gives you full control of your sound environment. Try them in the comfort of your home for 60 days. Our full lineup available with free 2-day shipping now at Walmart.com.
Hearing assist will change your life.
Stupid.
After social distancing and less workouts, it's time to rebuild.
I can't believe you didn't talk up during my little speech here.
I found Rejuvenate to help you gain muscle strength.
This is pure election fraud, and anybody with half a brain, my cat can see this election fraud coming.
Clinically proven to help
any ballot postmarked 9 days after the election results is going to be a fake vote. I don't care if it comes in for Trump. Here's the numbers, and suddenly it's going to be a flow of votes.
Hello, I'm Michael Youssef.
You
know
bet
the
me and lose.
COVID-19 virus
Bet
has
me that
infected
Pennsylvania
millions around the
and
world.
North
But
Carolina,
the virus that
well,
has infected
Biden is sure he's
every
gonna win
human
somehow.
being on the face
You know,
of
he's
the earth
behind him,
is
Bo.
called sin.
Bet me you
and
will
the
not
only
see votes
vaccine
just flow
against that
in
virus is the
fucking
blood
late.
of Jesus Christ shed on the cross. Will
I
you come
mean
to him for
fucking
healing?
late.
Find out more today.
North Carolina,
Visit us
goddamn
online
postmark 9 days late. That can come in 10 to
12
12 days after the election, guys. Almost 2 weeks after the election.
Investors, the best hedge is hard assets with low risk and high
after the numbers are posted,
including
that
steady
means,
cash.
hey, here's how many we
The
need.
NRIA Prime Realty Fund pays a 10% monthly
Jackson
distribution
Fluffy are
plus
going to be
targeted
voting in
returns
North
to
Carolina,
21%.
Pennsylvania.
Our fund is pro-growth with $1 billion in new construction
People's
development.
dogs are going to be voting in
the Fed
Pennsylvania
has plummeted
and Carolina.
interest rates, so hedge against inflation and receive our free report. Flow with the Fed. Call 201-210-2727.
It shows our government is so far gone. It's maybe, even if Trump does win, I don't know what's fixing it.
Welcome back. Looking live at our board, and there you see Pennsylvania, which will not be called tonight. We've already come to that conclusion.
Or today.
Or today. I'm sorry. Today.
Oh, Pennsylvania won't be called for the next 24 hours. The biggest one that might be edging toward Trump, of course, because they got to get in those illegal votes coming up.
And constitutional attorney. And
people right now are seeing. Okay.
Both are Fox News contributors.
Let me hit this real quick.
Jonathan, do you have any calls to make?
There are Democrats right now seeing that Trump is ahead. That's what they're doing. The political machine is seeing Trump is way ahead in Pennsylvania. So now, here come all the new votes coming in. You're going to see postmarked late votes flowing in Pennsylvania. You watch. They keep counting. They keep counting, Scotty. I don't even know what's going to happen anymore. This is beyond dirty. I don't even know what to say because, wow. They're going to just keep counting ballots that just pop up. I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck who you are. Your
really controversial decisions that have been made in Pennsylvania. And it's going to be a very difficult state if it's going to be the focus of this type of judicial review.
Jonathan, can you talk
judicial review my ass?
About
here's our law.
The fact that this is a federal office,
these
but there is no
breaking
federal standard for elections. And it is done basically by each jurisdiction.
That's right. The Constitution leaves it to the states, the state legislatures, to establish the rules for voting. And part of the controversy that has been growing with this election has been the intervention of state and federal courts in changing those state election laws. Pennsylvania is indeed the most controversial. It not only allowed for an extension in which they would accept ballots, but they also said that there would not be a requirement that signatures match effectively. That it basically did away with
that's why Biden sure is going to win this
condition for accepting ballots. But also it said that even if the date, the postmark date on the ballot was unclear, you would give the benefit of the doubt to the voter.
No.
All of that really begs for challenges. And this is not like, in 2016, we were up this late. I was up with you this late. But this reminds me more of 2000. I mean, it has that feeling, and it's not a good feeling.
Tell us about it.
It's fake.
Andy McCarthy, when you look at how this is stacking up tonight and the potential litigation that could come into play in Pennsylvania and perhaps even in other states, what's your take?
Well, I agree with Jonathan.
Something should be done and people should be arrested.
What's really infuriating is that it was an avoidable mess. I started writing out, I'm hardly the only one, in the middle of October, imploring that the Supreme Court needed to decide this before the election.
Yeah.
Because if they decided before the election, it would simply be to dictate or to set what the rules of the voting tabulation in Pennsylvania would be. Whereas if they waited until after the election, it would look like the court was deciding the election, which, as Chris Wallace said before,
still showing
the court
them
shouldn't
way
want
up
that,
in those
doesn't
states.
want that, the country shouldn't want that. So I think if they had taken this case beforehand, as they should have, we wouldn't be in this position now. And I think Chief Justice Roberts made a very risky bet, which was that maybe they could dodge this bullet completely.
Yeah, the Chief Justice, you're not supposed to dodge shit. You're on the fucking Supreme Court
there was a very
to do your goddamn job
end up being decisive
and make these rulings, not dodge shit.
Yes.
Well, there's been two decisions. It came to the court first on the basis of a stay. They were asking for the state Supreme Court's rewrite of the rules to be stayed. And at that point, Chief Justice Roberts voted with the three liberal justices on the court to create
should be
a 4-4
this
deadlock,
guy's guy on Twitter.
which meant the court
they should be tossed.
wouldn't do anything, and the Pennsylvania ruling would stay. Last week, the Republican state committee
anti-Trump voters
asked
attacking
the court
people with
for
American
an expedited ruling on the merits of the case. That is, whether the state Supreme Court was allowed to change the rules the way they did and the way Jonathan just explained. And at that point, the court said, it's too late at this point, 5 days before the election, for us to make a ruling on the merits. But Justice Alito, in an opinion that was joined by Justice Thomas and Justice Gorsuch, said that doesn't mean that we can't preserve the status quo ante. So what he said was, take all the ballots in for the 3 days after the election, as the state court has said, but segregate them so that we can make a ruling if we have to about whether those votes will count or not.
Did not
and that's
win.
where we're headed, I think.
Yeah.
That chick
You're looking
won
live, by the way,
time.
at Philadelphia, where they are still counting. We're told by the Secretary of State there that they're on 8-hour shifts. And you can see them in the
Baltimore,
back
you just
doing
screwed
the
yourself
ballots.
for
They had a
some
bigger
more,
staff earlier,
more
but they're
alacrity.
rotating crews in, continuing the count. Jonathan, so that brings us to the fact that Justice now, Amy Coney Barrett, is in this position in this court that is now 9.
She should
rule.
Rule by the Constitution. Doesn't matter who put you in there.
Rule by the Constitution. We're saying you have to recuse yourself if an election case comes to the Supreme Court after November 3rd. I assume we're going to hear that more.
We will, and it's utterly ridiculous. And it's also incredibly insulting. There's no reason under the usual interpretation of the standard for recusal for Justice Barrett to
I wonder how many states and counties are going to come back with more ballots than they have people.
She doesn't have a financial interest in this case. She didn't work on underlying litigation or cases related to any appeal. None of those conditions exist. I know of no case in history where a justice would recuse herself simply because she was nominated shortly before an election, and some people view her as some type of judicial shill. That I don't expect that's going to happen. I would be very surprised if the liberal justices would even support her.
And now Georgia has a lot of pop-up votes, something popping up too.
How she will vote on
this is fixed
these
election,
types of issues.
Bad by looks of
they
it.
are difficult. You know, the conservative justices that Andy was referring to noted that there are both state
Portland
and
just
federal
elected a
rights
chick
of
who, in her
voting,
political ad, wears an
just because a
Antifa
state-
outfit. Sarah Lanarone just got elected to mayor in Portland, and she's in her ad in a Antifa outfit, acting like a superhero, pulling off its own Antifa underneath. Wow. We're in for, a rough time no matter who wins this. This is getting insane. Ye fucker. Trump is about to speak. Well, good. Maybe Fox will shut up enough and show it to me. Yeah, Jim, I'm worried. You're right. Because with the fake bullshit, it's nuts. There's a lot of fake crap. Hey, Rich, have a good night, man. Yeah, among the unknown, still alive for now. But yeah, there's this. I hope the Supreme Court goes in and just rakes this shit. You cannot have this type of election bullshit going. Votes are due by a certain time. They have to be have the right signature.
Already
I'm not going to verify signatures, so
I
can send in a ballot or somebody, and I can just sign it Bob Jones, and I'm not even close. They're going, that's okay.
You bring the challenge in case the vote is closed, and you have a foundation to try to challenge the result.
Yeah, it's insanity.
We have a lot of challenges, including one out of D.C., where the United States Postal Service failed to comply with an order of a federal judge to do a nationwide search.
Judge Sullivan.
Yeah, and that judge is Judge Sullivan, who many conservatives feel is anti-Trump administration. So that could be very lively.
Jonathan, you know, I look back to 2000. I covered Tallahassee.
So many Democrats even ignored judges' orders.
Days and nights and hanging chads. And I remember at the beginning, Democrats felt that their PR message, their talking point, was that you have to continue the count. You have to count every vote. We're already hearing that from the former vice president tonight. Count every vote. And it does sound like a good thing to say. Sure, count every vote. But Republicans, in some cases, are going to be saying, no, stop the vote.
Yeah.
That's right. And when you hear that line, some of us who were involved in covering 2000 crawl into fetal positions because it's a real nightmare. And part of the problem, by the way, of these challenges in places like Nevada, the Republicans are arguing that the way that ballots are being handled is going to make it difficult for them to essentially walk this cat backwards, to try to look at balloting that might be improper.
Yeah,
so
because
there are layers of challenges here, which are going to create
Democrats
serious
set this up good. I'll give you guys that. Democrats.
When people say count every
you Democrats set this
in
fake bullshit
like
up
this,
real well.
It could prove utter madness.
Nasty.
We're talking about millions of ballots that have come into these polling centers in a fairly novel and new way. It's not that mail-in voting is new. It's just mail-in voting to this degree.
And mail-in voting when you're allowing stuff after the election.
And then you get
after
into the
results have come in, so ballots can just pop up for somebody.
Whether or not they're valid, you know, whether the signature matches, like the instance in Pennsylvania and in other states as well. I mean, you know, Andy, there's going to be
the signature doesn't have to match. Who can it be from?
In the
it
question of whether or not all these ballots
that
are
son of a bitch can be from anyone.
Yeah, and I
if
think
the signature does not have to match, it can come in
you know,
up
a
to
lot
2
of
weeks
times
late,
things
postmarked
get
late.
sort of sketched out in front of an appellate court.
You cannot say that's not rigged.
It'll work just fine.
That is beyond rigged.
The fact that you represent to the Supreme Court,
the Supreme Court doesn't do anything. They should all be fucking drug out and done.
The votes that come in after November 3rd.
And they should have done something before. Roberts blew this off.
But whether as a
this shit was known and he blew it off.
He'll be able to carry that out. We're already hearing some rumblings there that at least some places it's hard to canvass and segregate at the same time. I've wondered from the start, what happens if they come back and say, gee, we goofed? You know, sorry, we couldn't segregate them. Then what?
Yeah.
So we have a bunch of, disaggregated bunch of ballots, and they can't segregate it.
Because then the ballots will be out.
The one positive, I suppose, is we are at 1:50
they have a hard
in the morning East Coast time, and
re-verifying them
there aren't
later
any riots or looting, even though we're boarded up here in Manhattan and Georgetown and Washington and other places around the country. But as this protracted effort goes on, Andy, the potential for stuff happening goes up.
Revote all the states where
of course it does, and I think, obviously the reason that all the preparations were done was because there was an expectation that it would be
Jim Patterson. I'm starting to feel
President Trump were elected, that would be the main thing that would precipitate a lot of violence, just because it's thematically consistent. The Supreme Court doesn't do anything about what we've seen the last 5 months or so.
Fuck the goddamn Supreme Court.
And that hasn't happened yet because I guess we're all still on tenterhooks. Let's hope it doesn't happen. Because we haven't shown that we're famously good to this point at controlling all that.
Anybody, whoever puts you there, puts you there to rule.
Just, thank heavens for peace for one night.
Rulings on our laws.
Yes.
You piece of shit.
Jonathan Turley, Andy McCarthy, thank you very much. Some tells me we'll be talking a lot about this in coming days.
You should be put back in kitty court divorce court.
On all of these decisions in the days to come. Let's go to Bill Hammer, who I believe is still up there.
Still am. Yeah, I think Carl's with us too, by the way.
And Carl as well. Thank you.
We socially
Roberts
distanced,
has done a lot of dumb shit.
A couple hundred miles.
Pretty much.
Carl, why don't you come to this conversation here and let's talk about
something
Michigan,
where they should impeach him.
I've been looking at Detroit and Wayne County. These numbers really haven't moved for a couple of hours.
They should have done it.
I don't know how they do. Just put 70,000 votes, separate the two.
The fact that he didn't do anything on this.
Statewide, if you look at the balance here, you're about 300,000 difference. Okay. Well, Wayne County from 4 years ago was exactly that. It was about 300,000 difference. If you were to examine this now, Carl, and just do the math with these Upper Peninsula counties just chipping in here, they went red. Does it appear that Trump has an edge in Michigan at the moment? What do you see inside the numbers? Then I'll move you to Wisconsin.
Go mail in.
Yes, I do. But the question is, how much is out in Wayne County, the city of Detroit? And how much is out in the UP? And my suspicion is that there are going to be more votes in Wayne County that are out than are in the.
They're going to go mail in. The mail-ins are going to do this, and Roberts and the Supreme Court.
So far today, it seems to me, at least where I'm looking at the New York Times county list.
Democrats fixed the election in 4 states. The Supreme Court did
votes are left out in the county, and I've taken a look at a couple in North Carolina and tried to see what would the relation. They would say, 25% of the vote is in. So, what is the 100 equal? And it's pretty good, but it's not reliable. But so there's got to be a big difference between Detroit. They're going to be
you just mentioned
lot of
North
votes
Carolina.
Out there.
Sorry, you just went to North Carolina. Did you go there for a reason?
No. That was where I did my little experiment to find out how good they were doing on estimating, saying we think a quarter of the vote is out, and they were there, but it wasn't like you could just say, okay, this is 25%. If the total is 100,000 votes in, that means there's 400,000, or if there's 10,000, that means there's going to be 40,000 eventually. It'd be off a little one way or the other. So, the one way to do this is to take a look at how much we think is out there, and I just think it's going to be hard to do that given the fact we can't look at past patterns to divine what's happening in this election.
You don't think we can?
I think it's harder because,
maybe from now to 2012 it's harder, but it doesn't appear it's that difficult between now and 4 years ago.
I'm just sensing a lot of shit here.
Maybe.
I'm smelling a bunch of poop.
I still think the reason this election is going to be hard to call is because We don't know
because of
what we don't
illegal
know.
shit.
And
Come on
so
and say
many
it.
things are different this time around
Illegal
and the way
shit.
that people vote,
You do
state by
not
state. Some states
allow
adapted
votes
more easily
after,
to
2 weeks
having
after.
a lot more mail-in ballots.
You do not
Other
allow
states
votes
had
without
less
verifiable
adaptation of
signatures. That could be
ballots, mail-in
You
ballots.
got
but
Democrats
moved
just sitting there
easily into
scribbling
early
shit in
voting.
right now for these states.
So I
scribble whatever and post.
Go ahead. Your gut tells you what? Go ahead.
My gut tells me that as you're looking at how to resolve Michigan, it's more important to look at Wayne County than it is to look at the Upper Peninsula.
Okay, absolutely. That much is clear. Can I move you to Wisconsin?
Yes, let me pull up my version of Wisconsin.
Go ahead.
The fact that he's not out and out saying it
on
because
my
he just wants
map
to keep his job
is
here
in,
at Fox
12% outstanding. I'll let you get that queued up. You got a 4% difference between Trump and
Oh,
Biden
I'll
right
bet
now.
some other people on YouTube are
I think you're going to talk about Milwaukee County. That would be my guess. That would, well, the difference 4 years ago was 162,000, and we haven't moved a ton here. Statewide, the difference is about 100,000, 110,000. What do you see there?
I got 107,000.
Pretty close.
Yeah, close.
So can that break for Trump?
It could, because we're looking about, look, I'm just going to try and simplify it. Milwaukee, what the New York Times is saying is 41% of the estimated vote is in. And right now they've got about 220 some odd thousand votes in. But then take a look at the Republican suburbs next door. 76% are in Waukesha. 83% are in Washington. 98% plus in Ozaukee.
Real quick.
And so, you know, you have to do some math and scribble around. But you know, are there more votes in the city of Milwaukee to offset what's left out there in Ozaukee and thereby reduce Trump's margin?
Okay, fair point. But this is where it was 4 years ago. It was 22,000.
Yeah.
I mean, right?
Right.
Take it back to Michigan. 4 years ago, it was 10,600 in Michigan.
Yeah. No. Well, here we're trying to figure out what's left out there, and what's the predominant color. It's what we've got 10 guys sitting there and 10 guys and gals sitting there in Nerdville, doing right now that we're just talking about what they're doing.
They're still awake.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm looking for something here.
But look,
ignore you guys.
My gut tells me that this is why this thing is going to have another couple of twists and turns. We mentioned Georgia. You've got all that, the mostly black inner city suburbs of Atlanta that are still out, more heavily out than the rest of the state. Milwaukee's got a higher percentage of its vote left out than rural Wisconsin. The city of Detroit, the Wayne County, and some of the suburban counties have a lot more vote out than the Upper Peninsula or rural northern Michigan.
We're just looking at DeKalb here, right? I mean, they said they had a bit of a problem counting. It looks like they're counting pretty much right now.
I'm trying to find somebody here, and I'm having a hell of a time doing it.
Carl, thank you, sir. I'll let you get back to the internet and all that stuff that you look up and find.
Come on. Oh, give it a rest, you dicks. I'm not wanting to sign up just to find somebody. It's a load of shit. Oh. Oh, shit. Trying to find something to show you guys. Uh-oh. I lose my stream? Hang on. Well, that's interesting. Where'd that go? What happened here? Uh-oh. Hang on. Maybe I was on so long. Let me grab the link again and pull it over. Let me go see if it'll play on the actual thing here. Just a sec. There. Is that it? Is that where I was? Yes. Okay, let me go to here. Let me see if it's got to play over here if I drag it back over. Hang on, kiddos. They might be getting ticked off as I've been playing so long.
Counting, it looks like
they're still playing, so hang on. I'll just redo the link. Since it's acting up here, I'll just remove right here, remove, add source, web page, Control enter. Now we'll puff and go. Fox News.
Yeah, two reporters and the Nation.
Don't know what that was all about.
John, can you hear us?
Here comes Trump.
Hey, Brett. Yeah, the press pool was just called in. That's what they call the head-on camera that you can see there. So I'm just looking at the screen so I can tell what's going on.
I hope he says he's
the president will be coming
Court.
down in a minute. We do, well, more like 4 minutes.
Really?
We don't know exactly what it is that he's going to say,
Court.
but we can get an indication from his tweets recently. He said, I'll be making a big
this
statement
is
tonight about an hour ago.
Here,
a big
Robert.
win, the president calls it. And then in a tweet that was flagged
and we're not
by
sure
Twitter for potentially containing erroneous or misleading information, he said, we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed.
They never should be cast.
We saw Joe Biden come out not long ago. Immediately after the president tweeted big win, Joe Biden tweeted that it's not up to the president, it's not up to Joe Biden to declare who wins the election. It's up to the voters to do that. I expect that the president will probably thank the people who are there in the East Room. He'll say that they're doing well.
They won't declare
if you look at some of the projections, Georgia, according to one projection I looked at, is now projected to be in the Biden column, which means that if the president were to lose Georgia, he would have to run the table of North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin in order to get above 270 votes. Otherwise, the election goes to Joe Biden, who would come in with about 270, 271. So the president's got to hope that those early numbers in Georgia last, and that nothing crazy happens in Pennsylvania, because nothing crazy happens in North Carolina, because when you look at both Georgia and North Carolina, the president is ahead by about the same margin, which is just about 2 points or so. So there's not a lot of room for more votes to come in for Joe Biden. We are going to all, it looks like, get whatever sleep we can in the next few hours, not knowing who the winner of this election is. And as you were pointing out with Jonathan Turley and Andy McCarthy, this thing could go on for days, Brett and Martha, before we know actually who won. And as this begins to tighten up, I think that's when the potential for legal challenges increases exponentially, particularly in the state of Pennsylvania, which has got until Friday to count votes. And North Carolina got another 9 days to count votes as well. So,
well, I know it's lower because people wanted it lower.
This happened to us in 2000, and I remember standing there at an outdoor amphitheater in the rain in Nashville, waiting for Al Gore to come and concede.
But yeah, I was trying not to overrule because I'm sitting back a ways.
The election to George Bush, and we were left standing in the rain because Al
Gore
never showed up to concede. And it wasn't until 37 long, torturous days later that we finally learned that there would be a winner of that election.
If he doesn't say he's going to invoke the Supreme Court and go through this and get this shit
I was there
fixed,
in Nashville too, and then got on
right
a
now
plane
he
to
will win.
Tallahassee.
Right now, that's it. It's over.
John, what's the over/under that Fox News?
But they're not declaring shit because of all this bullshit in Pennsylvania and North Carolina.
What do you mean?
They got to wait through all this bullshit.
The president talks about Arizona.
They know shit's going to be showing up in 2 weeks.
I think the likelihood is
or else
probably pretty high.
It's one. But
I've
we're
been proven
talking
wrong before.
Win,
you never know where the president is going to go,
fraud.
but if he's got a grievance, it's a pretty good chance you're going to hear it.
And obviously, Michigan and the decision to stand by that call and when they made it.
Yeah, my audio goes
lower. You can see when you look at the calculus now why they were so instantly concerned about Arizona, because they probably had some concerns about Georgia at that same time, and they need to balance that out in order to get to 270. And you can see the camera on the door. This is in the East Room, as the president is expected to come out any moment now.
If he doesn't call this open
fraud, what we saw in 2000, you've got several states that are up in the air.
Supreme
tonight,
Court,
and
are you paying attention?
Any kind of conclusion.
You refuse to go after the fraudsters because it'll balance out.
2:03.
Now look.
Time tonight, Brett.
John, this is in the East Room. They had to set up.
If you look at the numbers, the states he's ahead in.
Yeah, there's about 400 people who were there. I was invited in to be part of what's called an expanded pool, but I've got to be out here on the North Lawn speaking to you. We were not able to do any unilateral broadcasting from inside that room, which is why I stayed out. To stay with you.
Because of this fraudulent bullshit.
Explain why they're there, because there was a battle about whether it was going to be at the Trump Hotel.
because of this fraud.
Initially, it was thought that the plan was to have a group of people at the Trump International Hotel, but Mayor Muriel Bowser of Washington, D.C. has been putting a lot of pressure on the Trump Hotel to not hold an event that more than 50 people are gathered at, because Washington, D.C. is still in phase 2 coronavirus reopening, which means that crowds have to be limited to 50 in terms of size. But here at the White House, you're able to do different things. It's federal property. It's not administered by, at least doesn't fall under the jurisdiction of Washington, D.C. So the president was able to have more people. They thought about having it somewhere else, but the president has done a number of campaign events at the White House. There's also a campaign war room that was established at the Eisenhower Executive Office Building, which is the big building that's just across West Executive Drive from the White House. No taxpayer money, we're told, was spent on putting the campaign in that war room. The campaign took care of all of it. But here you have, that's the situation here in 2020, where we have to live by, to the best of our ability, these COVID restrictions. Although a lot of people would say that the president flaunted, if not violated, those rules with the airport gatherings that he had across the country with campaign rallies. But the decision was made to bring it here to the White House so as not to run afoul, at least the Trump International Hotel, the COVID restrictions imposed by Washington, D.C.
So, John, Joe Biden came out at 12:31 this evening, a little over an hour and a half ago now, and the president was going to come out about 5 minutes ago. I mean, you have to wonder if there's ongoing discussion or what took them this long to do this at 2:05 in the morning in terms of how they're going to present their case here.
Yeah, well, I think the president might have been waiting to see if Georgia was going to be declared, and when it became clear that wasn't going to happen because of the suspension of counting in Fulton County, or at least a reduction in counting in Fulton County, that they probably got an argument together. And I think you're probably going to see the president lay down something of a gauntlet here in terms of the potential for, as he has been saying on the campaign trail for weeks, if not months now, that the only way that he is going to lose is if the election is stolen. And maybe sort of lay the groundwork here for myriad legal challenges to the outstanding vote or these extended deadlines that we see in many states across the nation. There was a thought earlier tonight that if the president looked like he had a sizable lead in places like Pennsylvania and North Carolina, that there wouldn't be any reason for a legal challenge. But as that vote begins to tighten, and we expect that it will tighten in Pennsylvania as well, as more results come in from the heavily Democratic areas around Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, that the likelihood of the probability of a legal challenge grows with every vote for Joe Biden that comes in, and every percentage point by which the vote difference begins to tighten. So I think the president may begin to lay the case there
North Carolina, I think, is one other state, are
that he has to go into court and start to challenge these votes for fear.
Because what's going to happen is they are going to count all the ballots. Here, let me mute this dickhead. What's going to happen is they're going to count all the ballots in North Carolina and Pennsylvania. Trump will have won. But then all of a sudden, over the next week to 2 weeks, ballots are going to suddenly pop up for Joe Biden. People go, oopsie, I just didn't get it in time. And they're going to go, well, the signature doesn't match. They're going to, courts are going, well, we said it doesn't have to. So I can sign a ballot and mail it in 5 days late. 5 days late. They don't care. I can wait to see all the things and then sign one for Biden, send it in 5 days late, and sign your name to it. And they're not even going to verify a signature. They're not going to look at your signature and go, hey, wait, it doesn't match the guy on the registration. They're not even going to look. That's the fraud going on in at least 2 states. The Democrats set this up, and the Supreme Court didn't do their job because they're worried about not looking one-sided. They were playing politics instead of being court people. So the Supreme Court deserves a big fuck you for this. And so do the states, the states of Pennsylvania and North Carolina for doing this shit and allowing it. Your courts in your states backed this shit. Said, fuck being mailed in on the right day. Fuck if the signatures don't match. Who cares? How can that be fraud? You're shitting me. I would love to have any judge come look at me and tell me what any of that has to do with Corona and what any of that has to do with not being fraud. I want some judge to explain to me how that is not fraud. It's bullshit. But it doesn't matter if you did a mail-in ballot among the unknown. Your state is one that's going to accept bullshit postmarks. Can be postmarked after the election. After everything's counted, we can postmark and send some in. And it doesn't matter. You could have signed anybody's name and sent it in 5 days late. And they're going to be like, okay. How can that be fraudulent? You could sign Scooby fucking Doo and send it in 4 days late or so, and they're going to go, sure. That's a Biden vote. That's what's going to happen. That is what they set up in Pennsylvania, like Arizona's one. So this is getting stupid and nasty. I hope Trump comes out and says, fuck this. I'm sure my wife's getting angry at me now. No idea. I don't know why she's asking me like I have no idea. I'm sure she can be angry at me because I've done nothing. I've been doing this. If she thought I was going to get up, she's out of her mind. Hey, Senate! Oh, good God. That's close.
To Purdue and Georgia, if he stays over 50%, that we may
can sign any ballot in Pennsylvania
be able to say that Republicans
and North Carolina
are going to hold on to control in the
U.S.
I was just going to say, if you want a pretty good idea what the president's going to say, I just got a fundraising appeal.
After all the ballots are counted in your state, among the unknown, after all the ballots are counted, poof, suddenly people can sign a bunch more. Don't even be the right signature. You can have one guy sitting there signing whatever he wants and just send them in late to give it to whoever he wants. And it's going to be Biden. We all know where the fraud's coming from because it's Democrats that set this up. So it ain't going to be Republicans doing this. Because honestly, I hate to say this, but the one side wants to cheat and the other one's not. So this was a set-up fraud. And it's not just your state. There's a couple others doing this. This is fraud, open and blatant fraud.
It's lining up that Mitch McConnell, after his victory tonight, will continue to be Senate Majority Leader.
Not by much.
And not Minority Leader.
And it's worth pointing out
that
concerns...
what 2000 proved was that we have institutions and procedures for settling these kinds of disputes. They held up then. It took a long time. A lot of different courts at many levels ended up in the Supreme Court, but it was handled.
And the Supreme Court didn't do jack shit.
We have checks and balances and processes. They worked then. My guess is they'll work now. They'll work now, and in the end, people, by and large, will accept it. At least they won't refuse to accept it on any worse than they refused to accept Donald Trump's clear victory 4 years ago.
Nobody's won, but it's... Okay, let's put it this way. Sorry, I'm trying to explain to my wife. He's kind of... Donald Trump is actually... If they would call the states he's up in, he'd win right now. But they won't call him because of all the mail-in ballots that came in late. They're going to count. And now Pennsylvania and North Carolina says you can send in stuff postmarked way after the election and not even the signatures match for up to 2 weeks. So it's fraud. And it's funny, as Biden come out and just said a little bit ago, oh, I'm sure I'm going to win Pennsylvania and North Carolina. Of course you are, because the fraud is in. When people can send in ballots after all the count is done, that's it. Here's the number. Suddenly ballots are going to flow in for Biden. And their court said, that's fine. So that's what's going on. And each channel's got a totally different count, too, going on. It's weird as fuck. There's a lot of fraud going on, and it's not cool. I've seen a lot of other YouTubers I've been checking out are just not happy. Blatant fraud. The U.S. Supreme Court did not do their job.
Monday that the country really does not need.
She was up, and thankfully she's putting up with me doing this, so I owe her big after this. Hope I hear the dog upstairs going, yeah, thankfully I got some food, jerks. Oh, yeah, he's jumping. Yeah, see, among the unknown, I know he's winning those. But the problem is the courts in those states, after the idiot Democrats in those states made new laws, new rules for ballots, said, hey, Jim, have a good night, buddy. Said, hey, guess what? Screw if it's Biden laws is begin on November 3rd. They said, hell with it. Don't have to be in on time. Can be in up to 9 days late. I mean, sent out 9 days after the election. Sent out. And the signature, screw the signature. Doesn't matter if it's right. Devon, you can send your ballot in and sign Scooby-Doo, and they're not going to check it in your state. They're going to go, don't have to check. And you can do that days to 2 weeks late, depending on which state you're in. That is nuts. Scotty, Trump can win. He's definitely got this chance still. But we don't know how much the Democrats can be able to get in fake votes late. Also, honestly, we may have to have the Supreme Court involved. The Supreme Court may actually have to get involved, get off their asses, and do their fucking job. If they don't do their job, remove the bastards and jail them. That is their mandate, and if they don't do it, that is actually treason and constitutionally illegal, and you can impeach a Supreme Court judge. You can impeach them all. If they don't do their job, remove the bastards, because then they don't need to be up there. Their whole job is to make decisions, hard decisions. It's the Supreme Court. This isn't fucking the People's Court on goddamn TV with fake bullshit. You are up there to make the hard decisions. We didn't put you up there to go, nah, don't feel like it. Do your job or get the fuck out. Among the unknown, the problem is even a recount will be bullshit if your state and a couple other states don't remove the fraud shit. Because now they can just have even more disappear. That's the problem. They know how many they need now among Devon to overcome Trump's number. So suddenly those votes are going to pop up. So people are going to go, I got to mail it in again. Suddenly even more mail-in ballots are going to flow. You're going to have more mail-in ballots coming in each county than you have people living in those counties. But the problem is you're going to have even more fraud. Because unless the Supreme Court rules on this, this fraudulent shit's going to stand. Antifa, 300 BLM Antifa people shut down residential areas of Portland. Had a motor blockade blocking people into their residences. Jesus. Armed security team. BLM has armed people with semi-automatic rifles and shotguns and bats, harassing people in their businesses and homes. Look this up. Andy No, 13 minutes ago. These are the people that you Biden people voted fucking for. This is the shit that's going to happen. Biden won't do anything about it. He likes this shit. The more they upset people and scare them, the more power they get. Are they there yet? No. Sorry, I keep checking, guys. I'm looking for something.
Is able to make their own rules for how the election is conducted within their
fuck you, Juan. He right now is backing up.
By the way, Martha, I was so impressed that you knew about Rutherford B. Hayes and Tilden.
He's backing up this fraudulent
how that decision was decided. It basically
I love the shoulder shrug.
Pulling troops out of the South. That's how we got President Hayes.
That's how we got President Hayes.
I am Coldboard because it's bullshit. You know. Anybody knows laws and elections, any election. Imagine your elections where you guys live in your cities. You're voting for mayor. Imagine if you count all the votes for your mayor. One mayor is one, and suddenly they just go, we wouldn't do ballots up to 2 weeks late now.
And the lawyers have a way that they want him to say things.
Suddenly ballots flow in the mayor one just
because you don't want him to say something that is going to be used against him in court if this does go to any sort of a court situation.
So you're saying this is not a freewheeling operation?
This is not a rally.
Pull the election back.
I would say that.
Yeah, that's
Trump right now is actually
Pat
won.
Cipollone and
look
others
at
are probably
pouring over every single word and don't stray off at this word and don't ramble and don't go on a tangent and just stick to this language. And that's not the president doesn't like to do that. He wants to just talk, he wants to tell it like it is. Let Trump be Trump.
And it was put that he would make a statement, not I will speak to the American people or any suggestion that there would
I hope
be
he comes out and goes, hey, this is a load of fucking shit. I hope he says it that way.
He tends
this
to
is a load of fraudulent bullshit.
And
I will be talking to the Supreme Court, and if they don't rule on this, I will get them removed before I get kicked out of office.
The Republicans are
I will remove their asses and make sure they never work again until they're in jail.
Control, but that they've gained seats so far, a lot more races to be decided and so on. But this is not where we expected to be with regard to the House of Representatives.
And a lot of that, I think, is because there's very little ticket splitting, and the president did better in some of these places. Exactly. And in those swing districts, the Republicans were able to get some of them back, including Abigail Spanberger down in Virginia, who was quite a pretty popular member.
I mean, I don't think they thought that Donna Shalala was going to lose down in Florida.
Right now, the rest of the world.
I'm sure you can find people who will say, I knew she was going to lose, but that wasn't on the radar.
America is
Colin
corrupt.
Peterson, moderate Democrat of Minnesota.
Every country right now watching this goes,
yeah,
fuck you, America. Your elections are corrupt.
They were finally able to do that with Michelle Fischbach.
Nobody's saying his elections aren't this corrupt.
So we sit here and wait
I'm a little
for the
behind you
president at 2:19 in the morning.
There's Trump up there, so he should be here any second.
What we are left with is what's left to call. Let's bounce up to, let's go out to D.C.
Here it is.
Donna Brazil, we haven't heard from you for a while. We're getting ready to hear from the president.
Come on.
Your thoughts on this night?
Well, first of all, I believe that every vote should be counted.
That far behind.
So that's the Democratic talking point, but that's a talking point from somebody who has spent decades out there trying to encourage people to vote. That's number one. Number two, I think Martha made this point, or someone else, that Chris made this point that this is not the first time we've gone in overtime. 2000, 2016, 2004, 1976, 68, and 1960. There are other points that I would like to make, but I'll defer to listening to the president. Election results are rarely certified on election night. And we need to make provisions not just for overseas military ballots and eligible citizens who cast their ballots today, but we should also ensure that all of these absentee ballots are counted as well. I'll let it go to the president.
Donna, thank you. The first family walking in, they've spent a lot of time on the trail, but now let's listen in to the President of the United States in the East Room of the White House,
so we'll turn this up so you can hear it.
Coming to speak to the American people.
It may not be time to be presidential. Maybe time to say, hey, just out now, this is fucking bullshit.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you.
Oops.
This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. I appreciate it very much, and I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight, and a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people, and we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement. We won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan by, I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, President Trump with a pound fist on his way out of the room, saying that he had expected that they would be in the East Room tonight as part of a celebration. He heralded the record turnout, talked about all the places where he said he has won by a lot, Florida, Ohio, among others. He did take issue, obviously, with the Arizona call that we have made here tonight. He said he believed that Arizona had, quote, a lot of life in that. There's still a lot of life in that, he said, in Arizona. So perhaps, maybe they're coming around a little bit on Arizona as those numbers continue to come in tonight. But then he made it perfectly clear that he sees this as a fraud on the American people. He said it was a very sad moment tonight. And he said, frankly, we did win this election as far as he is concerned. So
he said he won in North Carolina. He's won in Georgia. We have not made those calls as of yet. He is leading. And if you look at Pennsylvania, his numbers are accurate. He is up 600,000 votes in Pennsylvania. The other numbers that he cited in these other states are accurate as well. He is up there as well.
Biden can't win. There's not enough out there to win. They won't call the state.
By about
155.
Which is more than the margin of that he's winning in North Carolina. There you look at the numbers in Arizona. And again, we've made that call. But the president defiant, saying that this is an effort to steal the election.
It is.
And that, frankly, quote, we have already won this election. Vice President Pence was a little bit more retrospect in how he said it. The counting continues, he said, and will continue to make America great again.
If they called the states, he's way ahead.
He also said we're on the road to victory, not that we've
fake
won.
Late votes with no verification.
This is an extremely flammable situation, and the president just threw a match into it.
He should have Georgia, Pennsylvania.
Nobody is saying he's won the states. The states haven't said that he's won.
A couple others.
This goes right back to what Joe Biden said, which is the president doesn't get to say that he's won states. The American people get to say it, and the state officials get to declare it. And I guess, and I don't know whether he literally means it, but he said, we will be going to the Supreme Court because we want all the voting to stop. Well, voting to stop, yes, but vote counting? You know, these states by state law all have the opportunity, and
votes coming in after the election
are unable to count votes.
The election is
by
done.
election night or early into the morning of the day after the election, and it goes on for days. Now, there may be a question as to how long you can continue to accept ballots, but there's no question that all these states can continue to count votes for days. They don't have to certify for weeks who has won the state. That was what happened in Florida back in 2000. So I don't know if he literally meant that he's going to try to stop the counting of the vote, but I would think that that would be extremely inflammatory, and frankly, I don't think it's
go fuck yourself.
Something that the courts would allow.
Dana, but he was also saying they don't want them to find votes.
Yeah, exactly. Go fuck yourself, Chris. He wants to stop all the votes. He knows they're going to flow in out of the blue for days and weeks. Suddenly in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, a couple other states, the states have said, oh, the courts in those states that are Democrats said, nah. Once again, doesn't matter when it was mailed, doesn't matter who signs it, if it's even the right signature. That's what he wants to
say that he has. President Trump had some amazing victories tonight that he can take credit for on the Republican side of things. Look at this, that the United States Senate is likely to stay in Republican hands. The House races I mentioned just beforehand, not only winning in some of the swing districts, but a lot of the women that were he backed in this party, and Elise Stefanik.
I don't know, Scotty.
They have so many things that
honestly,
they can talk about.
No election in this country's ever been to this place.
In a posture of, I'm convinced we're going to win. I believe that these races are going to be called for me and for us and for our movement. Just hang with me for another 24 hours. Instead, now, what will the headlines all be tomorrow? What will everybody be saying? Is that he just went a step too far.
Yeah, that he claimed victory. He
really
walked
stupid?
into Hail to the Chief.
Hey, Dana, you stupid bitch. Really? When they are breaking laws and votes are going to flow in for 2 weeks, where the fuck is that overstepping by saying, no, we're going to take the Supreme Court because votes are going to be popping up? Fuck that.
Even though he said he predicted we would come to this moment in terms of having to have the courts intervene.
He knew it was going to happen.
He said it's
as soon as the courts didn't stop the fraud.
Suggesting the Democrats are somehow taking him to court. I was confused by this.
Scotty, it's still going. It's going to be going, man. You might as well take off, go to bed.
He won this election.
It's not going to be decided right now.
And that there's something being done by the Democrats to try to undo his victory.
Refusing to call these states
as taking the initiative here in terms of
states. Trump is way up and they won't call it.
But
that is beyond fraud.
The idea that
they were calling states much lower
he wants
when they're Biden
the voting stopped. I just don't understand it, and I think it's, I think it's.
Oh yeah, Scotty, I agree.
Well, first of all,
no election in this country's ever had this happen. This is blatant fraud. I lay it on the steps of the Supreme Court for not doing their job. This was blatant fraud. They knew it, and they just let it go.
Do you have any updates on the betting? No, I'm just kidding.
I feel like
no, Scotty, a lot of people thought we wouldn't.
That's my
part. We are in legalese now. We are going down a legal road. We prepared for this as you were getting ready for the Justice Barrett, now Justice Barrett hearings. They're
trying to shut her up so she can't say anything.
Now it really does seem like it is.
Yeah, especially if we're talking about Pennsylvania. There's been so much focus, and you guys had the legal experts on, Professor Turley and Andy McCarthy, talking about this earlier, that the Supreme Court did punt on a couple of cases that people now have been saying, if they don't make this decision, it is going to come back to them, and there's now a very good possibility that happens. The Secretary of State there, or as they call it, the Secretary of the Commonwealth, has asked for these ballots to be segregated out. They come in past 8 p.m. tonight and through Friday. And Justice Alito, as I think it was Andy McCarthy talking about, joined by Justices Gorsuch and Thomas, said this may come back to us, and that subset of ballots may be contested.
Because all those ballots coming in after the legal election day should be put somewhere totally separate, not mixed in with the other ballots. And even some people in the Supreme Court said we should do something. This is going to come back on us, and it is.
What about the Supreme Court?
None of those ballots coming in after the actual legal time should ever be put in with the others. And right now, the Democrat states are going to be throwing those in like crazy to hide them.
Well, what they did in one decision was to not give an injunction. So they allowed it to move forward without deciding on the merits. Then the GOP in Pennsylvania came back, some of the leaders, and said, well, can we get an expedited decision? And then they voted 5-3 against taking it up in an expedited fashion. So they haven't ruled on the merits of this thing, but Justice Alito and the two who joined him left this opening to say, you can probably come back to us and we can probably get to the merits on this on another day, probably hoping that it wouldn't come back to them, but now it looks very much like that's a strong possibility.
Yeah, the Supreme Court just fucked themselves, because now this is going to get real dirty.
Amy Coney Barrett is now in the mix on this. She was able to kind of say, I can't weigh in on a couple of items as soon as
any of you don't know, this is going to get real nasty from here. Because the Supreme Court fucked this up.
On any of this
the Supreme Court totally blew this.
Imagine, because it will
and even a couple of the justices said this is going to come back and bite us in the ass. And guess what? It has.
When she was still not yet.
This was illegal. And what Trump is saying is he wants the ballots that are coming in after the legal date stated.
Then that begged the question, well,
that those ballots should be put off separate. You can count them, but keep them separate from the other ballots, so they don't get mixed in. Because if the court rules this is bullshit, then that's done. But if it's not, then you can count them and put them in and say Biden won. But he wants them separate. The Democrats are going to want to shove them in there quick to keep those, and then go to the court and go, well, I'm sorry, we can't separate them now. They're all together. We can't tell which is which. That's what's going to happen. And the Supreme Court, part of the Supreme Court said they screwed up by not taking this.
Oh, yeah, there you are.
Hello.
The Chief Justice made the decision not to do this, not to do his job.
There you go. It is the Georgia, North Carolina. The president said he's won both of those states. We haven't called either one of them. Right. We obviously haven't called this election. But Georgia and North Carolina,
among the unknown, it may be the rioters. There's rioters in some cities.
But where are we in Georgia?
Washington, D.C., Portland, some other cities. There are Antifa and BLM people out ripping shit up.
About a 3-point lead.
They've attacked some people in some areas, blocked up neighborhoods, they've gone up to people's houses, banging on houses. There's a lot going on.
Think about the mail ballots that still may not have been counted. Could this change? Was 7% of the vote not counted? I guess it could, but right now it looks pretty comfortable for the red team. Here's Fulton County, Georgia, right? Biden, an easy winner, but that was pretty much expected. Here's DeKalb County. Well, we had about 2 hours ago, but DeKalb County had some an issue. Yeah, right, but they got it straightened out because this vote here is rather reflective of 2016. And Biden's up in the 80% margin, which is where you would expect him to be, just east of Atlanta. Now, how does this change? What else can be thrown in here? Where else do you go on the map for Joe Biden to try and overcome this deficit here? I mean, Cobb County, 2016, here's where it was. I mean, pretty much all that vote is in there in Cobb County. Maybe it's up here in Gwinnett. But again,
it could be among you know, remember, some of those BLM Antifa people use fireworks. They aim them at police or people's houses or other people.
It's a hard hurdle to climb for Biden this late in the night.
Scotty, I'm going to be up for hours
doing my therapy and breathing treatments. It's a slimmer margin here, just a bit more than a point. I'd say 0.4.
I'll probably stop here
94% of the ballots in here in North Carolina.
I'll probably stop at what is my 2 a.m. dead on. If nothing is going on or
I guess you can make the case it is because we haven't called it yet.
I will say I'm very glad Trump called this bullshit out.
It's difficult to say.
And Bill, just one real quick. Pennsylvania, 600,000. That's a big hurdle.
You're right. And you got 3/4 of the vote counted in Pennsylvania already. I thought, Brett and Martha, that we would be nowhere near this number of ballots counted in Pennsylvania tonight.
Right.
They've been warning us for days, right, that they were going to count for some time. And they still might. Remember, you get the postmark today in the mail. They count it as late as Friday, which is 3 days from now. Here's Philadelphia and the surrounding area here. I think this is really where the action is. This is Pittsburgh over here, Allegheny. I was looking at it a short time ago. I think that based on 2016 returns, we don't have all of the vote in for Pittsburgh, which is Allegheny County, but it's getting pretty close here based on the margins we're seeing as compared to 4 years ago. I'll just pop over here to Philadelphia again. I showed you Bucks County. There's a fair amount in now. These are all the collar counties around Philadelphia.
All this is being caused right now by the United States Supreme Court not doing their goddamn job. I'll say it. This is all being caused by the United States Supreme Court not doing their fucking job. They are put in that place to rule on constitutional and huge countrywide issues. and they decided not to. You know, some of the justices said, oh, it's going to come back bite us in the ass, and they're right. The Chief Justice chose not to take this up, and that piece of shit didn't do his job. They have just fucked our election and turned it into some clusterfuck. No matter who ends up winning now, it's a clusterfuck. And the other half of the country is going to be fucking pissed. They just gave this country 4 more years at least of huge division. And that is nasty. This is because the Supreme Court did not, and I'll say it again, did not do their goddamn job. Every one of the cocksuckers, I don't care if Biden or Trump win, half the country is now going to be extremely pissed. This country is going to be even more divided than ever before now. All because those lazy cocksuckers did not do their job. The one job they are put in the Supreme Court to do, they did not do. They should be, all of them, well, Barrett can't be removed. She wasn't there for that decision. But every one of the other 8 bastards should be removed. You didn't do the one job we gave you. I'm serious. I mean, it's stupid. It's like having a car that won't roll. You remove it. You get rid of that car. This is stupid. You have one job, and you decided, we just don't feel like it today. You just divided this country beyond belief. Because right now, Trump has won. If you look at the states, he's way ahead in. If you do not add in this bullshit that's going to flow in later, which is why he wants it separated, he's got it. But they won't declare it because of this shit that's going to flow in. Because that shit from the fraudulent court rulings. The courts that refused to take it up. Because they knew what they were doing. The Supreme Court didn't do their job at all.
Keratin debris, where nail fungus thrives. Nonox fungal nail clarifying gel clears out keratin debris. 90% of nails significantly improve after using Nonox. Pick up Nonox today at Walmart, Walgreens, and Rite Aid.
Sunday on Fox. Wow. Patrick Mahomes leads the Steelers against Teddy Bridgewater and the Panthers. Or the Raiders take on the Chargers. Wow. It all kicks off Sunday on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Stay tuned to get a free pan from Gotham Steel.
Tired of food sticking to the pan? You try to scrape it, and then you scratch it. You may as well trash it.
That's okay, Scotty. You can take off. And guys, if you want to take off, feel free. You don't have to stay. I'm probably going to leave in about 12 minutes if nothing changes, honestly. And it looks like we're going to be stuck here. I'm just going to leave. Because I'm not going to stay here and wax my weasel onto this either if they're going to be pulling this shit all night. They pretty much look like they stalled it and screwed us all. And I don't care if you're for Biden. They screwed you too. Because now, even if they give this to Biden, the country, he's going to inherit a country even more divided than ever. And I don't care if Biden or Trump win. I do not want a country that is now as divided as that piece of shit. Lazy cocksuckers in the Supreme Court made it. That's exactly what they've done. For either guy, either president now has a fucking shit of a job to do. They have taken a divided country and divided it more. That is unconscionable. Unconscionable. There is no ruling that's going to fix the laziness and bullshit that the Supreme Court didn't fix the fraud before the election. They were told and they said, nah, we just like our big, huge, fancy robes and say we're on the Supreme Court. We like our big pay and our power. We don't want to do our jobs. Nice job, every one of you dumb robed bastards. You fucked us. You fucked this country for Joe Biden. You fucked this country for Donald Trump. No matter which guy wins, this country is fucked now. It is too tired. It's irrevocably separated now, divided. No matter which way it ends up going, the other side is beyond pissed. It's not fixable. For at least the next 4 years, this country is hugely divided and nasty. There's no fixing. Because these cocksuckers did it. Yes, exactly, among the unknown. It doesn't matter which one wins. Whatever the ruling goes to, if it goes to Biden, the other half is beyond pissed. They know he frauded out and totally stole the election. And that's a fact. If they rule for Trump, the Biden people are going to riot, and they're going to say, oh, Trump stole it and only got it from the court. So no matter what happens now, we are fucked. The Supreme Court just fucked the United States of America into a muddle. All 8 of those bastards that were there and refused to do their job should all be removed and jailed. You can impeach Supreme Court justices. They should be, and they should be jailed. They broke their oath, they broke the laws of this country, and they should be removed. It doesn't matter who wins. And yeah, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, these other states, everybody's going to be shooting a stink eye at them. I'm sorry, Devon. Your state is right now getting a huge federal stink eye from the rest of this country. From both sides. Everybody's looking at these states. Even the people who knew the fraud was in is looking at the states going, you didn't do the fraud right. To say the same thing about North Carolina and Georgia and some of these other bullshit states. They're looking at them and go, hey, why couldn't you do the fraud right? We set you up. So everybody's looking at those states right now and going, fuck you. Exactly what's going on. This country will not be fixed for 4 years at least. In fact, I'm going to say this divide, no matter which president gets it, it's going to take another president or 2 after to even get close to healing this country. And like I said, I'm not putting this on if Trump wins. I'm saying no matter who gets it, Joe Biden is going to inherit a fucked country. Donald Trump is going to inherit a fucked country. Either one of them. I don't envy either one. And the only reason I'm going to give Joe Biden a little bit more of a fuck you on this is because that cocksucker and his people are the ones that rigged this fraud. Even though, well, just like Hillary, they frauded and thought they're going to win. He thought he had this right away, but now it's going to drag. So now it's going to divide the country even more. He's going to, if he wins this, he's going to inherit a totally beyond fucked country. Not a divided, annoyed country where Republicans will be like, well, that sucks, but we lost an election. He's going to inherit a country where everybody that voted for Trump is going to go, fuck you, you cheated. We know you cheated. It's obvious you cheated. Here's the cheat and the fraud. Now, Joe, you have fucked yourself. Even if you win this, you are fucked. If Trump wins it, he's just as fucked. There's no way of unfucking this situation. I'll say it. There's no way of unfucking this. This is fucked beyond fucked right now. If anybody disagrees, feel free to pipe up. Even if you're watching this afterwards, which nobody'd ever get this far in. Somebody deny to me that this is not fucked beyond fucked. I may cut this part later and leave it at the end. Do a shorter video. But because of what happened, I will keep saying it. I can't stop saying it. There is no way this country is going to be healed now. You thought we were divided before? The divide just became wider than the goddamn Grand Canyon. Went from hairline crack to a Grand Canyon wide divide. Joe Biden is going to inherit a fucked country of his own making because you guys cheated, and that's a fact. Disprove me. Disprove me with all the fucking shenanigans going on. And if Trump wins, he's fucked. Each person would inherit a fucked country. And it will not be fixable for 4 to 8 years or more. There's going to be violence. There's going to be nastiness. No side is going to work with the other now. And for once, I'm telling you, the conservatives and Republicans have been pretty good about shit through the years. When they've lost, they've lost. They've been annoyed, but they've lost. Right now, every conservative and Republican out there, every voter for Trump is saying, fuck you to the Biden side. They're looking at Biden voters and going, you know what? Maybe we should come beat your butts. They probably won't. And I would never tell them to. But they're going to be, you guys, it's going to be a lot more tense and nasty. Pennsylvania's fucked. Pennsylvania's thought of a useless state now. As of right now, everybody's going to shoot the stink out of Pennsylvania like they did for the last 20 years at Florida. Right now, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and a couple others are in the fuck ringer. Nobody's going to trust your states. Every election from now on is going to be made fun of and looked at with a stink eye. Every court is going to be watching the elections in your states for years after this. And they will not give those states to Trump. He's won. And yes, you're right, Robert. He should have 290. Trump should have this. They will not give it because of this bullshit. Because they know shit's going to pop up, days and months and up to a couple weeks later. Yeah, I'm going to cut this last part possibly. I might cut little bits. It's hard to cut bits out of a 5-hour live stream. So yeah, this is, I'd say that honestly right now, this country, I don't know how else to say it. We are fucked. The divide just got bigger. You thought the Democrats had felt angry about Trump? At least Trump won a fair election. Actually, he won a rigged election. The fact that Hillary cheated, which is undeniable, disproving. It's been proven now Hillary cheated. Obama helped, Biden helped. They cheated in 2016. The fact that he won was epic. So for all you pissed off at Trump, you thought you were pissed? This is a verifiably rigged election. So if Biden gets this, you think you were angry about Trump? You have no idea what anger is. Everybody voting for Trump right now is looking at this thinking, what a fucking joke. They're going to look at all of you in real nasty tone. You are going to be getting stink eyes and beyond. I hope there's not violence, but if there is, I understand it. I mean from the other side now. Maybe some of you have been throwing violence and causing problems. Better watch your ass. I hope not. I hope there's no such thing as violence. I would never call for that. But if it does happen, I understand why. They're still saying too early to call these states. He's way ahead in. Even NBC behind me admitted that no matter what, with everything out there, everything registered, even though late ballots aren't in yet, that Biden cannot win Pennsylvania, but they still will not call it for him because they know shit's going to be flowing in for over a week. Oh, son of a bitch. Among you known, it doesn't matter if you record it along, it's hard to cut bits out of a live stream. It just is. I don't know if I have the time to do it. Wow. Wow. Yeah, see, they won't call. They called states for Biden way early, no matter what was going on. But Trump, when he's got the state, they wouldn't call it. Come on, they waited until a lot of states were 95% or more to even call for Trump. But they're calling stuff for Biden at 40%, 30%, 20%, a couple of them. And that affected the elections out west. You got Trump voters saying, oh, Biden's gotten all these states. Maybe I won't even go. That was some shit. Let's see what these idiots are saying.
Americans voted in person yesterday. Now it's in the morning. You know, in the middle of a pandemic. So we can start there, that that's a really good thing for America. We're going to take a quick break. Top of the hour, we'll talk about the other options and look at these states if we get closer to making another call.
I'm going to wait till after their ad comes up.
I'm in a race against aging.
I know I'm not the only one still streaming. Steven Crowder is still streaming, so a couple others.
Over 40, Fight Back with Rejuvenate. It's clinically proven to help rebuild muscle that is lost as we age and help
this is your
prevent further
calling, and
muscle
you
loss.
pick this job to be president. You want to be in that position. Donald Trump has certainly outperformed. He has done more than any of us have asked of him. And Joe Biden has not done the bare minimum. They both said we feel pretty good. Joe Biden said, I think we're winning in Georgia. I think you're not. He said, I feel good about North Carolina. You shouldn't. And then he said Pennsylvania and Michigan. And Donald Trump said the same thing, only he said, we've got to make sure this is fair, and we're ready to fight. You think Donald Trump's going to bed? I think right now someone's getting fired just for kicks who will be back on the payroll tomorrow. And then he's going to be giving people hell to pay. That's what...
Not trying to steal from Steven Crowder, but that's what he's talking about. I'm not the only one pissed about this, guys. There are a lot of people right now out there pissed off as hell. A lot of people calling out this as fucking bullshit. The fact they will not call these states that Trump has obviously won says it all. Says they are waiting for the fraud to come in. They are waiting for the illegal shit to come in. Because he's got them. Once again, I'll say it one last time. NBC knows all the registered numbers that are still outstanding. They took and gave Biden all the votes left in Pennsylvania and all the outstanding mail votes, all of them. And they do not overcome the lead Trump has. That means Trump has that state. They know it. They won't call it for Trump because they know the fraudulent votes are going to flow in the next 3 to 10 days. They're waiting for that to overcome, just magically overcome that amount. Christina Macy, you're right. It's a load of shit. Every country in the world should be looking at America right now and going, yeah, fuck you. You guys are not the beacon of freedom anymore. Your election is a fucking joke. Because nobody allows this shit to happen in their elections. Except third world kangaroo court countries. And we have just joined their ranks. As far as I'm concerned, this is the biggest black mark on the face of the United States, you know, in probably the last couple of 100 years. I'd say the last 100 years. This just knocked us back to some piece of shit kangaroo country. When obviously he's got the win and they won't call it. The states that are doing fraud are going to keep dragging onto it. And when suddenly Biden talks about the states he's way behind in that have all had these fraudulent rulings, you know the fix is in. And the Supreme Court of the United States fucked the American people. If Biden wins, he inherits a fucked country. If Trump wins, he inherits a fucked country. We have all just inherited a fucked country for the next 4 to 8 years. This cannot be unfucked. I mean, seriously, this cannot be unfucked. Nothing. Can't be unfucked. If anybody on here that's left on this stream can tell me how this can be unfucked, I'd love to hear it. I cannot see a way to unfuck this. Yeah. Well, tell you what, Christina, our side's not the one that's been violent. The assholes been violent are the other side. And I'm sorry, when you sit down and try to play kumbaya with them, they'll try to kill your ass. You can't sit down and talk to these people. You cannot.
Over half of the entire American economy.
You're right.
I saw Angela whisper sweet nothings into Tokunawan's ear. Is there something that I should be knowing about?
She was just bringing me a coffee.
Oh, she's bringing you...
Sorry. I'm not the only one. I think Salty Cracker's still going on Library. There's a bunch of live streamers out there, and go look at what they're saying right now. Most of them are like, whoa, this is fucked. Even honest leftist streams right now are going, shit. Because even if Biden gets it, fucked. Look at the lead in Pennsylvania. There's not enough outstanding to overcome that. Call Pennsylvania or go fuck yourself. At least call that one. He's farther ahead than that one that nothing can overcome that except fraud. But they will not call it. You know what that means? That means they're waiting for bullshit fake votes to come in. Here's the thing, even if the country is fucked, who will be in a better position? None of them among the unknown. None. Because one thing is the leftists have already been violent, tearing up shit, burning shit, killing people, attacking people, going after people's houses, businesses, everything else, threatening people. In some places, if I wear this hat, I will be killed by a leftist. Now they're going to be even more emboldened. The problem is the right people are the ones that have more of the weaponry, shall we say, and are less soy. A lot more police, military vets, and everything else are right-wingers. These idiots now are going to come after enough where right-wingers are going to stand up. We could almost, I hate to say this, we could see a civil war. We could literally see a civil war if Biden gets this. If Trump gets this, it'll be nasty for about a month. And then it'll be over. It'll be worse if Biden gets it. We could almost see a civil war. As he removes tax breaks, as he changes all of our removes all the trade stuff, eliminates our energy independence, as he tries to take away people's Second Amendment rights, First Amendment rights. Shit will hit the fan. It'll be worse if Biden gets it. Scotty, it's still going, bullshit-wise. They're acting like it's still going, but they pretty much have shoved it up the American public's ass and said, fuck you. We're going to wait for 7 to 8 days until these fake votes come in. Pretty much, I don't know if they're going to call anything for the rest of the night. I think it's all going to be screw you, America, right now. Pennsylvania should be called. I'll say it again. There is no amount of already registered outstanding votes that could overcome the amount that he's ahead. So that means it should be called. But they know that. They won't call it because they know the fake is in. They know it.
Anything on the merits, but you can come back and we may still now rule on the merits of those 3 extra days of votes.
But in no place can you vote. You can't now fill out your ballot and submit it. It has to be postmarked. And I know, obviously, we've talked about what the Pennsylvania situation is with the court decision, that if the postmark is fuzzy, they're going to assume it was in there. But the bottom line is that no one can vote anymore. Your vote has to have been in the ballot. It can be in the circulation. It could be sitting in the post office. The fact is that you have, in some cases, as long as 10 days in North Carolina for that vote to make its way to the processing.
It takes 1 to 2
but you
days.
cannot vote after November 3rd.
No, I agree, but I think what he's suggesting is that Pennsylvania Democrats will suddenly find votes. Not that people are going to, the Democrats certainly wouldn't say, no, we want to keep voting.
700,000
but he's saying that they're going to manufacture votes, and they want to stop that process, which in effect means stop the counting of votes at a certain point.
Well, if you're manufacturing them, you're checking boxes after the vote is over in order to make up the difference.
Well, that's what he's going to claim.
Right, that's voting.
Well, and you have to remember, in some of these lower court decisions, there were courts that decided, and there were several that came in around the same time, Michigan and Wisconsin and others, there were courts that said, we're going to presume, even if there's no postmark on it or we can't read it, that it was postmarked and sent in by the approved day, by election day.
Pennsylvania.
So there are those who are going to worry, listen, if there's not even going to be a clear mandate on evidence of a postmark, then people, quote unquote, they're going to make allegations that they're finding votes and putting them into the mix. If we're going to say some of these can count without a clear postmark, we're going to presume that they were in on time.
I'm going to keep coming back to this. A lot of these states had a ton of ballots that were requested, and they only had so many that they got back.
Yeah.
And the difference is hundreds of thousands that have yet to come back.
And here they
come. They could have been postmarked prior to November 3rd.
Which would make them fine.
The vote would have happened, but they're not back.
But they don't have to be postmarked.
Could have said, I got an absentee ballot, but I'm not
forgetting the fact they don't have to be postmarked by that.
Instead, I'm
going to
fudge
it up and they go, oh, we'll take it.
Right, so I think
that's very possible. But it's hundreds of thousands. So the difference is, it could make a difference in a lot of these states. So that is where we bring in Arnon Mishkin, director of the Fox News Decision Desk.
No, because they already said they'll take them no matter what. If it's smeared up or a little unreadable, we'll take it.
I don't have much more to tell you than you already know. There are these states that are outstanding. Right now, Biden clearly has a lead in Nevada. There is some data that...
Has anybody noticed it's been hours now and no other counties have suddenly declared that count has barely budged? We were getting count upon count, guys. We were getting count upon count until this shit hit the fan that suddenly just stopped it all. Now they're sitting there going, nope, we ain't doing nothing until we get the fix in. Yep, the fix is in. So Trump and whoever F on Fox called out on the fraud. Yeah. Yeah, he come out a long time ago among you know and said, oh, I know I'm going to win North Carolina. I know I'm going to win Pennsylvania. I know I'm going to win all these states. And suddenly you're just sitting there. He knows he's going to win. Means they know they have the fraud ballots out there that's going to appear. You watch. They're going to appear. And remember, the postmark can be fudged. So can the signature. Doesn't matter. They already had this set up. If it came close, it was set up.
Have stopped counting. Then there remains the Maine 2, where the president is in the lead, the second CD of Maine, which is 1 electoral vote. That's a vote he won last time by about 10 points. He's up about 3 or 5 points right now in Maine too, and there's a clear chance that he could win that. I'd call that sort of also knowable but not callable. So we're not prepared to call it, but he clearly has a lead. And then the big mystery are the 3 Rust Belt states: Pennsylvania, Michigan,
Trump is
and
up
Wisconsin.
in Maine, but
let's just talk to Pennsylvania first of all.
Sure.
600,000 difference, and the president pointed to that.
Yeah.
And it's 70.
Why aren't they calling Maine
75%
or Pennsylvania?
Something to that effect.
Roughly. That's based on an estimate of what the total vote was today.
76% of precincts in total, or percentage of the precincts in. 600,000. That's a big spread.
Yeah. That is a huge spread.
Yes.
Here's the real weird thing that's gone on today. Okay, Democrats have voted early or by mail. Republicans have voted in person.
And they
on
held on to
day.
shit to wait.
And the skew
they made
is
up
huge.
fraud votes.
If you know, national numbers from our Fox News voter.
Remember, guys, there are a lot of states having disappearing ballots. Remember that. Now here they are. They sat down and drew them up, and now they waited to send them in like this.
The election day vote by 25 points. And this is true across the nation. I mean, even a state like Alabama, which was clearly a red state,
I would think that too, but that's why it's crazy that it's even that close.
The president was going to win. If you just looked at the early and mail-in vote,
among the unknown, the thing is they may have 750,000 fake votes ready to send in.
But including in
and
Pennsylvania,
since they're not going to verify the postmark date or the signature,
a strong lead for the president, it's not an indication necessarily that he's going to win this state.
So wait, does Pennsylvania count their absentee and mail-in vote later?
Yes. The way Pennsylvania does, they don't start
They're
counting
all registered.
or
they know the number.
Absentee
there isn't
and mail-in vote until election day. In many of these southern states, they started processing them several days ago.
They know how many ballots they sent out.
It is theoretically possible, yes, because there's such a huge skew. It is theoretically possible.
They know how many ballots they send out, guys. They don't just throw the ballots out. Every state elections board knows exactly how many fucking mail-in ballots they send out. They know that he can't overcome the amount. So everything else that comes in over that amount the state election board sent out is fake, and they know it. They're not calling it because they're just going to let those fake ones come in.
In the past few days, prior to the election,
they know
the ballots
in all these states exactly how many ballots they sent out.
Are valid ballots and should be counted.
They know anything over the amount they sent out is fake.
7 counties, I believe, that said that they wouldn't be able to begin counting the mail-in.
NBC admitted they know exactly how many mail-in ballots are outstanding. If they all came in for Biden, is not enough to overrule Trump. They know that by the elections board. So this asshole and these people there are lying because it is not theoretically possible. Any vote that comes in over that election board number is fake. Done. It's over. It's fake.
The early voting. And that's the stuff that we think is where Biden is going to do well. And so, you know, if the courts have said those votes will count, we have to take them into account when we make our call.
All right, let's turn to Michigan.
Was worried.
You were worried about Michigan?
Fine. The next election, the Republicans will pull the same shit.
It's okay.
They will set it up
Michigan.
So all their votes can come in up to months away.
Again, a pretty big spread, 73% in.
If this stands, it'll fuck our elections forever. It will.
Michigan is another state where we're waiting on the election, the early and mail-in vote. We believe it skews heavily. The entire team is in agreement on the decision team that the mail-in vote and the early vote is going to sort of skew towards Biden, and therefore, that the strength of the Trump lead, given what we know about the state and we know about voting patterns, is indicative of the fact that what we're not seeing is that mail-in vote and the early vote where we anticipate Biden has a solid lead.
And is that the same thing for the John James Senate race?
Yes.
Because that spread is pretty big.
Yeah. No, it's the same thing. It's these Republican
Somebody
voters
posted a
voted
picture of
on election
Portland,
day.
Downtown
And
Portland,
the
before
margins that
all
they
the 6 months of riots and after.
got
Holy shit.
on election day
totally
were huge. The Democratic voters voted early, but they voted by mail, and the margins they got there were huge. And that was true. It didn't matter what kind of state. That was true. I mean, I think the only state where in the nation where Trump didn't win the election day vote was such a blue state as New York. So in every other places, the Democrats were voting early or by mail, and that's why you have such a bizarre night where you're sort of looking at strong Trump leads, and you have my team and the entire decision team saying, not so fast.
So with Michigan and Wisconsin, do you have a time frame based on their counting rules and laws for when you should have a good sense? Or by noon tomorrow? Is that
possibly by noon tomorrow, but more likely it's going to take a number of days, particularly in Michigan. In Wisconsin, we were told, it's why I was slightly delayed, but the team was told before that we were going to hear from the Milwaukee, that they were going to do a huge dump of vote from Milwaukee at 3 a.m. Eastern time. They've now pushed it back to 5 a.m. So that pushes my bedtime back, but also the entire team's bedtime back. But it means that we may find out something at 5 in the morning, but we may not.
Don't tell Dana Perino.
But why does it take so long, Arnon? I mean, you've got 7.
Here's a tweet from Andy No. Portland Antifa group Youth Liberation Front has announced their plans for Wednesday. Fuck Trump, fuck Biden, death to America, we want something better. We're going to destroy shit. Whoever they are, wherever they go, are. November 4th, park blocks away. Oh, this is going to be nice. Let me see if I can get the whole picture up. So I can see. Nope. No, that's useless. You have to be able to see the whole picture, Jack Nugget. We can't. Oh, here it is. Whoever they vote for, we are ungovernable. November 4th, North Park. Blocks meet at 2. Move at 5. Block encouraged. It means they're going to start destroying shit. In Portland on Wednesday. Yep, nice. Real nice. Well, that's great. Yeah, I like how they say it's too early to call PA, even though he's way up in an unprecedented way. Yeah, we can't call it. All these states that are part of the fraud have suddenly just stopped. They were advancing and votes were growing and tallies were growing by the minute. Now suddenly everything's just frozen. Bullshit. Hey, no problem, Scotty B. Have a good one. Get some sleep, man. Thanks for hanging out. Honestly, really, thanks for hanging out. If you haven't hit thumbs up, please do. And hey, stay safe over there, man. I hope everything stays pretty peaceful over there, because shit gonna get nasty over here probably. Maybe better on your side of the pond. Oof. Ooh, 8 a.m. Wow. Yeah, I am going to be off here in 11 minutes, and that's that. I'm going to stay for 11 minutes. Just get off on the
So it feels like, they should have been ready for enormous numbers of people to mail them in, because we've been talking about it for
a long
months.
time.
Yeah.
But that's not your deal. Do you feel under
We don't
attack?
blame you personally, Arnon.
You feel under attack?
No, I don't feel under attack at all.
They knew there was no verification.
None of my team feels under attack.
Okay.
And the AP
we love you guys.
Confirmed your Arizona
we have to
call.
ask the questions. Let me just make clear. You're saying that some states, including Pennsylvania, Michigan, do the in-person on-the-day counting first, and then
doesn't matter. There aren't enough ballots. They know how many they sent out.
Second.
Yes.
But other states, like Florida, dump the mail-in ballot that's already been counted.
They know how many they sent out. They know how many are outstanding. They know if there's even a chance of
them winning.
winning.
And then they count the in-person, so then it catches up.
They're not announcing how many are out because they know there's going to be extras just up here.
Florida started counting ballots 2 weeks ago.
Exactly, and that's why in these states that Trump won early in the night, we saw solid Biden leads, but we said that's what is, I guess, the term of art is blue mirage. And we may be seeing a red mirage. We may be seeing a Trump victory in these northern Rust Belt states. We don't know.
I
don't know. You guys called shit a lot earlier for other stuff.
That in the next 6 hours, we are not going to be able to call this race for presidency of the United States. True?
I think that's true, yes.
That's unfortunate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for your honesty.
Out that AP has also called Arizona.
I just said that. Yeah. AP has confirmed the Arizona call. So
Arnon was right.
Go before
Arnon
he
was
got to
right.
give
And the White House was wrong.
And the White House was wrong. Which they sounded like they were figuring that out when he came out.
But to your point, I went back and looked at the words about counting and voting. It's
going to be more than that, probably, because once again, it's probably going to go into court, and whichever guy wins is going to
count. The vote needs to stop on Election Day.
If Biden wins, me wearing
still getting
his hat
criticized
in public
from his
can get
allies
me
like Chris
killed.
Christie. Okay, with
If
that,
Trump
we're going to take a
wins,
quick break.
The lefties are still going to attack people in there only for a short time because we know we can stand up to them. If Biden wins,
holding up.
Your freedom of defense
and
goes
Shannon
away.
we got.
Yeah, I'm out of here in 9 minutes, guys. But hey, feel free to pipe up, comment. Comments away. Let me know what you're thinking.
Stay tuned to get 2 rolls of Alien Tape free.
I'm feeling like
you heard that right, free. Finally, there's Alien Tape, a revolutionary new tape that doesn't use adhesive, but strong enough to hold an incredible 17.5 pounds on most surfaces. You'll love Alien Tape. The incredible new advanced grip technology tape that instantly locks anything into place without screws or anchors. There's more. Alien Tape is reusable. Remove it, rinse it, and reuse it. Use it again and it's just as strong. Use Alien Tape to hold stuff in place. Wow. It locks right down instantly. Keep things secure until you're done. Just give it a twist and it comes right off. Alien Tape comes right off because it doesn't use adhesive. But on drywall, it's a permanent alternative to nails.
Bad thing
no
is,
need to drill into
houses,
cabinets.
okay.
Alien Tape will stay
Guys,
in
I don't
place
need
until you decide.
Here's something else. A little piece of election analysis. The House and Senate now are so close that whichever guy wins, it's going to be hard to get a damn thing done. It's going to be very hard for them to even get anything done. So thank you once again, Supreme Court. You fucked this country. Because if you think the fake voting is only going on for the president, you're out of your mind. It is going on for the House and the Senate also. So the Supreme Court, once again, I'm not going to stop saying it, the Supreme Court fucked America. So did these judges. This should have been fixed before the election. The fact that these idiots stood back and let this happen. You fucked us. Alien Tape. Is that alien like from Mexico or from Mars? Is that friendly aliens or not friendly? Yeah, I don't even know what else to say. I am beyond woofed. And by the looks of some of the other YouTube streamers there, I'm not the only one that's woofed. A lot of them are looking at this going, what the hell? And where, does anybody know where the closed captions went for on YouTube? Used to be you could click and it'd come up under your under settings. I got no closed captioning. Anybody know? Anybody seen it? I can't find closed captioning on any of this shit. Boy, there's going to be some amazing YouTube videos tomorrow. Not from me so much, because I'm just a moron, but there's some amazing YouTube videos. Yeah, Steven Crowder's still on YouTube going. I know that, I think over on Library or D-Live, Saudi Cracker's still going. So are some others. And nobody looks extremely pleased by this.
In Alaska.
It's much earlier in Alaska. It's not even midnight. It's still yesterday.
We haven't called Alaska as of yet. And we haven't called the Senate race there. Dan Sullivan, the incumbent Republican, although we believe he's going to pull out a win there.
I thought they called Alaska
just quickly,
a
couple of Senate races that we're watching very closely. Susan Collins in Maine, you think we can pull that one up? That is a race where they're essentially, I think, punting for the morning and going to start again in a few hours on that. But Susan Collins leading, and the Republicans in the Senate, there it is. She's up 50.7, 89% of the precincts in. We mentioned John James in Michigan. We just talked about that one. But how about Georgia? There's the Michigan one. Georgia, the Perdue race. This is the incumbent, Senator Perdue. He is above the 50% threshold, and this is a big deal. If it's 94% in, if he gets above 50%, he's declared the winner and does not have to go to a runoff. And at that point, if the others hold, the GOP will officially hold on to the Senate. Tom Tillis, he's already declared victory. We have not declared victory for Tom Tillis in North Carolina. But he has already given a speech saying that he's won.
Well, you guys are going to give shit to North Carolina,
if there's a concession from Cunningham, the Democrat.
They refused to mention North Carolina because of all the fake shit.
In North Carolina, he was considered vulnerable. Tillis was to a loss.
Yeah, with 93% of the vote in. One of the interesting things to watch here when you look at these Senate races is how they reflect on President Trump. At the top line race in North Carolina and in Michigan, you see some pretty comfortable margins here for Tom Tillis and for John James, who was behind, 8 points just a couple of weeks ago. So he really worked to narrow that gap. They're also both places that the president spent a ton of time trying to drive up the vote in those final days. And
by the way, I think the Trafalgar Group is going to get a lot of attention in their polling because they were accurate on a number of these races where we've seen a difference of probably 5, 6, 7. In the case of Ohio, 14 points to the polls going in.
I think Wisconsin is. Didn't ABC Washington Post have Biden up by 17 points in Wisconsin?
17 points.
So that may be the record.
1 week ago.
That one looked like a serious outlier when it came in, and it has turned out to be
it's gonna be one
a real outlier.
Okay, let's go to Bill Hemmer, who's still here.
I'll tell you what, this is one to tell your kids.
Oh, wait, yes.
There was a time at 3:30 in the morning there was actually something to do.
People in other countries are laughing. And the funny thing is, once again, look at how none of these states, no numbers have changed in any counties. They're going, oh, the counties are still outstanding. But nothing's happened in the last 2-3 hours now? What's going on? Why haven't we heard shit from Nevada? We haven't heard extra shit happening here in Georgia. Okay, same as it did an hour and a half, 2 hours ago when he showed us. 94% in. Why are you not calling it? Can he beat it or not?
And DeKalb, Fulton County's Atlanta, East is DeKalb.
They are doing their best not to call any of these.
Votes still outstanding. Then if you throw in this county down here, Clayton County, perhaps there's a few more, and that's the reason why they're given hesitation as to make a final call here on Georgia. Maybe
see, they hesitate.
Tonight.
They called shit for Biden way early.
To make a final
here's
call
my
on
problem.
That. With regard to
the news media deserves a lot of fuck you in this. They called shit here on the East Coast for Joe Biden at 10 to 15%. Even ones he actually, if you look, he kind of lost. They were calling shit early, so people on the West Coast saw that and said, they changed the election. And the fact that they won't call this with 94% in says it all. That asshole there a little bit ago said Biden cannot make up the numbers. If you know the numbers in those counties and he can't make it up, then you call it, and they will not do it. This is some bullshit. They are, and honestly, Robert J. Fiengo, I agree with you, brother. I have lost all faith. In fact, I'm not even sure if I'll be how much more. I'm going to have to re-examine if I even give a shit enough to keep doing this after this. I may not give a shit ever again. It's going to be tough. I may regroup after get some sleep. Get some treatments in me, do a workout or something. I may regroup, hug my puppy, and maybe I'll change my mind. But Robert, I'm with you. I have lost huge faith in our government. I've lost faith in our republic. I've lost faith in our courts. I've lost huge faith in the people of the United States, not just the government. To you, the morons who voted for a guy that admitted he's gonna fuck your life and your state and this country into a mud hole. You voted for this moron just because I don't like Trump. You're not supposed to like somebody that's in our government. Are they doing the job? I don't care if they're brash, coarse, rough. I don't care if they wear pink tutus. Are they doing the job? You don't have to like anything about them except the job they're doing. And a lot of people were voting against Trump, even though he did best for you. You admitted you're better off now than you were 4 years ago. But you voted against it because you didn't like him. You didn't like his tweets. You thought he was kind of a meanie. So, Robert, I've lost as much faith in the American public as I've lost in our government. Fuck every one of you that voted for this guy when you knew it was going to destroy your state. Especially those of you in the states you know it's going to ruin. Minnesota, you are up near the oil belt and everything, and a lot of production. He's going to fuck you. Gonna fuck you. Oh, they're giving states to Biden.
Even if it's super thin, he holds on to 16 electoral votes. Maybe North Carolina doesn't move. Maybe it sticks that way even tomorrow when we start looking at this again. Now we're at 244 and 247. So what I just explained to you about the thin margins in Michigan and Wisconsin, if they go the president's way, he still wins.
And he's still not putting in Pennsylvania. Look at this asshole.
He's
refusing to even talk about Pennsylvania.
As we try and crunch these numbers.
Let's do it. Pennsylvania gives it way over.
Just to give a lot of people agita, just
he'll hit everything but Pennsylvania.
What if tomorrow at noon, Georgia flips? All right, now we're back below the number, and then the focus comes back to Pennsylvania, 20 electoral.
And I'll call bullshit.
So let's go to Pennsylvania really quickly. Brian Yennis, who's our interpretive reporter on the ground there, says that 1.1 million mail-in ballots have been counted already. There are 1.4 million mail ballots remaining that they have currently. So that's 43.56% of the mail-in ballots have been counted. So you got 1.4 mail-in ballots out there. Now, we talked to Arnon earlier, where the mail-in traditionally in this election has broken almost 6 out of 10 for Biden. We don't know that that's the case in this particular case, but let's just say it is.
It's not enough.
60% of 1.4, you could get to the number that you need to the difference, the 600,000.
Because 4 of those will go to Trump.
Pennsylvania.
If
now,
6 goes to Biden out of those, it's not enough. Trump will still be gaining, but less.
All of them were Trump counties in 2016.
He's doing shit math.
Except Monroe. So you've got Beaver, Cumberland, Franklin,
He's
Greene,
doing fake
Mercer,
math.
Monroe,
Listen to him.
And Montour. 7 counties have 155,800.
He just said if 6 out of every 10 goes for Trump or goes for Biden, Biden will get those numbers. He failed to mention the 4 that'll keep going for Trump when he's already way ahead. He failed to mention that. So while Biden will be gaining that 6 out of 10, Trump will be gaining 4 out of 10. That is not enough to overcome the number. He just gave you shit math and lied to you. He just fucking lied. That's not enough to overcome it.
Now, not a ton of votes, but in a race that's super tight that could make a difference. Come down here to Greene. Greene's one of those counties that's not going to count the mail ballots anymore. That's what they say. It's an 8,000
690,000. 2%. There's 1.4 million outstanding.
This is Franklin
give
County.
60% of those to Biden, but give 40% to Trump. Do the math yourself.
Margin
Quick
here between
fucking math. Show that
48,000
asshole just lied to you.
9,400 votes for Joe Biden.
And wait, where did that go in 2016?
I can show you here. Franklin County in 2016.
Fox News asshole just lied to you.
This is fracking.
Open line, hoping you
74%
shit at
math. Come back to 2020. Now you're at 82. Just to finish the equation here, I thought I had it here. Yeah, Cumberland County, right on. 70% this year from 4 years ago.
North Carolina's close because they're the worst of all the fraud states.
So how can you not call it? Is the question when you look at those outstanding counties.
Even she's starting to get pissy.
Heavily Trump counties.
2 reasons. This is Philadelphia.
Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
You know, I could show you again, guys. 2016. 560,000 raw votes for Hillary Clinton. So how is Joe Biden, based on the early vote here, he's at 73.5, 2016. So that's the margin. I'm going to keep drilling this home here. I'm just trying to find something to try and make sense of what's happening out there. Listen, that's the margin of difference that I just talked about in Detroit, Michigan. It's 10 points. I'll just pop over here and see what I find.
Okay. Trump will get 560,000 votes out of that 1.4 million at 40% of them.
We have time. Take your time.
Biden will not get enough to cross the 690,000 behind now, plus the 560,000 Trump would get. It's bullshit.
She was at 70. That's an interesting pattern.
Bullshit.
I don't know what it means.
So is it like is the inner city in some of these places performing under?
It would appear
Hillary was.
It would appear. I mean, that's what I find here. I mean, the smart guys might be able to fill in the blanks on that, but that's a clear difference to me. We just looked at 3 major American cities: Philadelphia, Detroit, and Milwaukee, and each time it came up with a 10% deficit from 4 years ago. That could be significant ultimately.
It's a very interesting.
Biden would only get 840,000. Okay,
end of the
guys, I did the
conversation.
math.
It just died.
Let me show you how much that piece of shit, I think his name is Bill Hemmer, just lied to you. He lied to you. Out of 1.4 million votes, let's say 6 out of 10 go to Biden. Biden would get 840,000 votes. That would make him overcome the 690,000 he's behind. Except 4 out of 10 of those votes would still be going to Trump. So 560,000 would go to him. So Trump wins by around 300,000 to 400,000 votes. And they know this. That cocksucker just lied to you, hoping you were all shit at math. He just fucking blatantly lied. He cannot win. Biden cannot win Pennsylvania in any way except through fraud. I just did simple math. Simple fucking math. There aren't enough outstanding ballots. There aren't enough people in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh only has 365,000 people. But the math I just did by their numbers show Trump will win by 300,000 to 400,000 votes. So yeah, he can't win it. But they won't call it. They just refuse to call it because they're waiting for fraud to come in.
Hour or two ago
and that guy Bill Hemmer just lied to you.
You know, we have been here
Biden will get
before.
6 out of 10. Yeah,
and at the moment when you're
Trump
in it, you think, man, how is this going to be figured out?
You want to add the Trump
but if you give it a little
vote to
time
Biden,
here,
but not
6 to
add
8
the
hours,
ones to
maybe things become a little more understandable. Here's a hitch in that logic that I'm trying to create.
You're a hitch in logic, you asshole.
We went back and tried to figure out what the state law allows now in some of the battleground states. And I think everything on the map behind me, I think 2 things might be relevant. Pennsylvania, you get a postmark today by the close of business.
No,
if it's
they said
received
fudge
by
the postmark.
Friday, it can be counted by 5 o'clock on Friday.
No, they said they will fudge the postmark. If it's smeared, dirty, unreadable postmark, they'll take it. If the signature does not match, they'll take it. So what he's saying is, once again, another
Nevada, they're
lie.
out of the mix. Ohio's out of the mix, but North Carolina's not.
Lie.
And if this state law stands, and
so he is lying right now again. We are getting lies. Now it's strange that they are lying openly for Biden. Open lying for Biden.
Tar Heel State. We're not there at the moment now, but again, we just look at that calendar and try and understand how we can take viewers through it.
You know, we were just talking about those big cities, and one of the things
go back and do
that
your
Arnon
math.
said was that a lot of
I'm
Democrats
a moron.
voted
I just
by
did
mail.
the math.
And Michigan
Simple
and Pennsylvania counted the in-person vote first.
Yeah.
So some of that city differential
this
could be
clusterfuck.
because that vote hasn't been counted
he
yet.
has one.
Could very well be. That is the consideration at this hour.
Right now, this is trying
and
to
if that
fuck him
holds
out of
up, then that could be decisive in both of those states.
All right, we're going to head to our panel in
this. I don't
D.C.
drink often.
Bill, awesome, as always. Down to Brazil. We haven't heard.
This
Katie
cunt's going to
Pavlich
be
is
happy
back.
as hell.
Carlo,
Look at her
are you
smile.
there?
I'm here.
You still up?
Never
She
left.
was part of this fraud.
Katie,
she was part of the
what do you
Clinton
think?
fraud.
Well, I think both of these.
She literally was. She was
these
part of
presidential
the Clinton
candidates
fraud.
still
Donna
have a
Brazil was.
pathway to victory. If you look at the way that
She
Republicans
should
have
actually
been
be in
winning,
jail.
they flipped 6 House seats tonight. The Republicans look like they are going to hold on to the Senate. So the momentum is on the side of Republicans. In Pennsylvania, it looks difficult for Joe Biden to catch up. But
Okay, what she just said is doesn't matter. If Biden wins, the House and Senate are so divided, he won't get jack shit done. If Trump does get it, it's so divided now, he won't get jack shit done. Once again, The Supreme Court
given
just
the
fucked
results
America
in Ohio,
in the
that they
ass.
can win Michigan, and Wisconsin is also very close on behalf of the
Thank
president.
you, Supreme Court,
Georgia
pieces
still
of
too close
shit.
to call. The president says that he thinks he can win that, but we are far from having an end result here, as we've all been talking about.
Really? You chose shit a lot earlier in other ways. In other states,
Bill
you
just
got to
took us
this
through
number,
a
you all
very
stopped.
fascinating
stopped
county
right on
tour,
cue,
and I'm
guys.
curious what your takeaway. Do you have
None of them have
anything
shown
to add
any
to that
changes
based on
in
what he
any
showed
of
us
these states,
in the
Sunday.
numbers, which look like they lean President Trump's way in a lot of those situations, given the margins compared to 2016?
Yeah, look, I think Bill had an excellent presentation. I just add a little bit to it in this way. First of all, remember, we're dealing with assumptions about how many votes are left out. When we say that we've got, 91% in and we've got 9% out, those really is an assumption.
That guy said that according to Pennsylvania themselves, they have 1.4 million outstanding. So I did the math on that. So no, Carl, it's not an assumption. That is the actual number from the elections board. They know how many they have still out there, you dumb piece of shit. When they send those out, they count them. They know how many they sent out. They don't send out 500,000 and go, we think we sent out between 200 and 300,000. They know exactly how many. They told you guys that. That other dickhead stated it. I did the math on that, and there's no way Biden can catch it. So call the fucking state.
So you expect that. So you're now taking an
Call
unknown
the
number
fucking state.
of outstanding ballots, and you have to look at them through the screen of what you're already seeing out there in the pattern that's developed.
Even
granted,
if Biden gets 6 out of 10, it's not
it
enough.
might vary from precinct to precinct, but in these big
Because
cities,
Trump will get 4 out of
begins to
10, and
develop.
that adds up
and when
also.
you've got 10 or 12 or 15% still out, that you can probably get an idea of what they might look like by looking at the results that have already come in. So where that leaves me is this. In honor of Tim Russert, it's going to be Georgia, Georgia, Georgia. And after that, it is going to be Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. And until we can get a handle on those 2 states, this isn't going to be resolved. But I would say this. I was taken by the point that Chris and others have made earlier. Look, this is a process. And the president has
No, this isn't a process. This is fraudulent, and you knew it.
And the bigger hand to play is to have confidence in the system.
And
Nobody's
Fox
going
is
to be
paying
able to
this
create
asshole
large numbers of fake votes
sum
and somehow submit them into the system. The system now is overseen by a bipartisan entity at sometimes the county, sometimes an electoral commission, sometimes the Board of Elections. But that is a bipartisan effort that if it is properly manned, properly staffed, if both parties are represented in that process, you can't steal large numbers of...
Once again, among the unknown, I'm going by what these guys did. They've shown that almost all the mail-in ballots that have come in so far have gone broken. 6 out of 10 of them, 6 out of 10 have gone for Biden. That means 4 out of 10 go for Trump. If you do the math, it will be epically hard without fake votes just flowing in and appearing. Since these states know how many they mailed out, it'll have to be fake to overcome the numbers. Because why Trump is only this much ahead, while Biden's gaining this much, Trump is still gaining this much. Gaining 4 out of 10 when Biden's gaining 6 out of 10. It's only 2 vote difference. And remember, Biden has overcome leads. There's not enough there without fake votes. And that's why this cunt is smiling. Remember, she was involved in the Hillary Clinton bullshit that set all this up back in the day.
Got Michigan or Pennsylvania. Well, you said not Pennsylvania. Michigan, North Carolina, there's still a path. But here's the point I want to make. There are still tons of eligible votes that are still out there that must be counted. These are people who voted early. These are people who submitted their absentee ballot or dropped it off at an official site.
And I have no problem with those. You do not allow stuff postmarked after this date.
There's probably over 1 million.
If you can't read the postmark, you can't read the signature. It's bullshit. We've never, ever allowed that. Why now? Why? Because of Trump.
Should be our goal. And counting all the votes should not be a crisis. So count all of the votes.
Why? Because of Trump are we changing our 200 plus years of election laws?
And we're going to go back to the decision desk and squeeze them or something.
Explain to me why after 200 years we're changing this election. Shit that
loose
never counted
batteries
before.
clutter up your house? Is finding the right size impossible? And why do they always waste precious space? What you need is the Battery Daddy storage system, the new compact and portable way to organize, store, and protect all your batteries. Turn any disaster into an organized master. Battery Daddy uses both sides to store all types of different...
All right, guys. I am going to get out of here. I know I'm after the time. At 2:45 is a good standard time. Guys, anybody who stayed, thank you very much. I'm out of here. Good luck. I don't care who you voted for, Biden or Trump. I'm sorry, we just got fucked. The whole country is fucked right now, no matter which guy gets in there. If Joe Biden gets in there, I wish him best of luck. Because you never wish the president to get in and do a shitty job because he is running your country. I think Biden will fuck this country, or Kamala will. But I don't want him to be bad because I want our country to do good. I don't care which guy's in there. I want good. So I'm not going to wish ill on either guy if they win because I want the country to do good. But I think either way, we are going to see some horrible shit happen. That's going to make everybody's life harder right now. All right, guys, good night. If you have any thumbs up, thank you very much. I wish I could say don't be stressed about this, but I'm sorry, it's worth being stressed about. All right, guys, I'll talk to you later. Thank you very much. If you're going to stay up and check out the election, feel free. Other than that, good night to everybody, and I am out of here. And maybe I'll check in with a short video or stream tomorrow if I'm alive and can talk. See ya. If there's any updates, I may try to do them, but boy, I can already feel my wife is going to be happy. I won't be able to talk for the next couple of days. Good evening, good afternoon, Robert. Good morning, good evening, whatever. And thank you, Robert, because you're the one that helped me be able to stream Fox News. I will talk to you later, guys. Stay safe out there, honestly, wherever you're at. And Joe Biden, if you are out there and you do win this, I hope you do good for this country. And I feel for you because your fraud has now set you up, even if you do win, to have a horrid presidency for the whole 6 months you're there till you give it to Kamala. Everything's too divided. Look at the Senate. Look at the House. Look at the country now. The electorate is pissed. So, all right. Have a good one, Robert. Among the unknown, everybody else. Talk to you all later. I hope so, Robert. By all the laws and regulations, 200 years of precedent, he should. You're dry. Sorry. Itchy chest. Wow. All right, guys, I got to go. I also have to take my Trikafta. Holy crap. It's the genetic modification medication I take. That's probably why I'm coughing. Talk to you later, guys. Have a good night. Robert, love you, man. I hope so. Someday, Robert, I'd like to talk to you on the phone or just meet you, dude. I'll see you, man.